Chapter 467. Chapter 467. Ready to flee in panic. Oh, then I'll say it again. Hee, what a big tone. Are you Elder Chingy or Elder Lamp? Ningqi even imitated the previous tone of voice perfectly. Wang He's face darkened. He looked at Ningqi carefully, and surprise flashed in his eyes. A Do Huang? The feeling Ningqi gave him was similar to that of his inner disciples. He was clearly not a peak Do Wang. Wang He sneered. I heard that there's an outer disciple who's been very arrogant lately. That should be you, right? Wang, he had been away since the start of the outer disciple selection. He had only returned to the Cloud Rising sect half a month ago. Although he had heard about Ningqi, he did not really know him. If he knew that Ningqi had gone to the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground, he would not have been so arrogant. There are plenty of arrogant outer disciples. Who do I think I am? Ningqi said with a half-smile. So it's not you. Then, what gives you the right to be so arrogant in front of me? Why aren't you kneeling in front of an inner disciple? Wang He sneered and continued. On account that you're an elder here, I'll overlook your previous offense. Idiot. Ningqi smiled. What did you say? Wang He frowned. He didn't understand the word idiot, but he knew what it meant. Ningqi must be scolding him. Forget it if you don't understand. Let me tell you, Duan Feifei is my brother Duan Ingjuan's woman. You're not allowed to pester her. Otherwise, I'll break your legs even if you're an inner disciple, Ningqi said coldly. Wang He's Do Qi surged out of his body. His entire body was covered in dark purple Do Qi. Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei were pushed back by his aura and quickly hid behind Ningqi. Ningqi didn't react to Wang He's aura at all. Wang He was merely a 2-star Do Huang. In terms of cultivation, he was already weaker than Ningqi by an entire 4 stars. Not to mention that Ningqi himself possessed an extremely powerful ability to fight across levels. In Ningqi's eyes, Wang He was like a little child who was holding a rock in front of a strong man. Oh, Ningqi, you're back. Suddenly a voice sounded beside Wang He. When Wang He heard this, his expression changed slightly. He withdrew his aura and nodded at the person who had arrived. Elder Wu Hu. Wang He. Wu Hu looked at Wang He and nodded slightly. Then he no longer paid attention to Wang He. Instead, he looked at Ningqi with a face full of joy and said, Have you seen the new dragon ranking? Suddenly, Wu Hu's expression froze, after which he inhaled a breath of cold air in shock. You have broken through to the Do Huang class. This cultivation speed is incredible. How long had Ningqi been in the Cloud Rising sect? Half a year? When he remembered the description on the dragon rank, he felt a little like he was pounding his chest and stomping his feet in regret. If he had persevered in the past, he would have been able to take in a disciple who was at the level of a prodigy. When Wang He saw Wu Hu treating him so coldly, he felt displeased. However, when he heard about the dragon ranking, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Why would a deacon elder specifically ask an outer disciple about such a trivial matter? The rankings on dragon rank would not change even after 3 to 5 years. Hence, a normal person was already used to buying dragon rank once every few years to satisfy their curiosity. Dragon rank. Ningqi was just about to nod when Wu Hu tossed the matter of Ningqi's cultivation to the back of his mind. Compared to that, the dragon rank made him more excited and shocked. Wu Hu impatiently took out the dragon rank and looked at Ningqi excitedly. Quick, take a look. You are in the top 100 of the dragon rank. Tell me, is what is written in this special report true? The Fong family's prodigy, Fong Mo, was actually defeated by you? What? Duan Ingjun, Duan Feifei, and Wang He were stunned when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Ningqi. He is in the top 100 of the dragon rank. Defeated Fong Mo. How is that possible? Elder Wu, who must be lying to me on purpose, right? Wang He did not believe that Ningqi was so powerful. Otherwise, Why was he still an outer disciple? What's written here should be true. Ning Qi reached out and took the special report. He had not seen the description before. The cloud-rising sect's outer disciple, Ning Qi, raised his blade and slashed down. The Fong family's prodigy, Fong Mo, fell to the ground. He was not his match. Fong Mo's speed is extremely fast. It is difficult for normal people to catch him. But the cloud-rising sect's Ning Qi predicted his attack trajectory. Fong Mo was at a disadvantage when they clashed. In the special, Ning Qi was completely suppressing Fong Mo in the fight. However, Ning Qi knew that the situation at that time was that he had only defeated Fong Mo because of his extraordinary performance in the last slash. Before that, it was actually Fong Mo who was suppressing him. Is this a ploy to kill me? Or does he have a grudge against the Fong family? Is he trying to smear the Fong family's prodigy in such a way? Ning Qi laughed bitterly in his heart and returned the special report to Wu Hu. I don't believe it. How could he defeat Fong Mo? Wang he roared and snatched the special report and the dragon ranking from Wu Hu's hands. As he read, he muttered to himself, Fong Mo has already entered the first stage of life and death. Even if he meets an ordinary dozong, he might still be able to put up a fight. How could he lose to an outer disciple? As he said that, he finished looking at the dragon ranking. His face instantly became deathly pale, and his body trembled like a sieve. Wu Hu smiled slightly and went forward to keep the dragon ranking and the special edition. He smiled at Wang He and said, Martial nephew Wang, seeing is believing. Do you believe me now? Wang He raised his eyes and looked at Ning Qi in fear. He did not reply to Wu Hu and turned to leave. Ran? You were so arrogant just now. Why the hell did you run? Duan Ingjun scolded. Wang He's figure trembled slightly. He quickened his pace and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Duan Ingjun felt extremely relieved. Wang He is a bit sinister. Among this group of inner disciples, he is the one I hate the most. However, his family ancestor has some relationship with a lamp-bearer elder. That's why he is allowed to continue causing trouble in the inner sect. Wu Hu looked in the direction that Wang He left and said calmly, What? He has some relationship with one of our cloud-rising sect's elders? Then will he? Duan Ingjuan's face revealed a trace of shock. No, the green-robed elders only indulged him because of this relationship. He might not be able to call them anything else. Wu Hu knew what Duan Ingjun wanted to say and shook his head. He then looked at Ning Qi and said with a joyful expression, Ning Qi, you have entered the dragon rankings 100th place. We should at least set up 100 tables to celebrate. There's no need for that. Ning Qi rejected with a faint smile. Oh, Wu Hu nodded with some disappointment. After chatting for a while, Wu Hu turned and left. Chapter 468. Reward. Ning Qi knocked on the courtyard door. Not long after, the door opened slightly, revealing a haggard face. It was the girl that Ning Qi had saved from the dragon's mouth in the dragon graveyard. Senior brother Ning? Lin Shu was slightly startled at first. Then he said in pleasant surprise, I heard that your senior sister was injured, so I came to take a look. Ning Qi smiled. Lin Shu's expression changed slightly. He looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he carefully let Ning Qi in and closed the door tightly. Senior brother Ning, you know about this? Lin Shu said with some sadness. And bring me to see your senior sister. Ning Qi nodded. When he saw Ning Zi, she wasn't as spirited as before. Her face was pale, and there were a few young girls beside her. They were also new outer sect disciples. When they saw Lin Shu bringing Ning Qi in, they all stood up in surprise and bowed to Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at them, then looked at Ning Zi, who was lying on the bed. Ning Zi weakly said to Ning Qi, Senior brother Ning, it's not convenient for my body. I won't be getting up. It's fine. I heard that you were injured by Wang He. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing Wang He's name, their faces were filled with hatred. Yes. Ning Zi also nodded. Here are some healing pills. They will be of some help to your injuries. Ning Qi took out a few top-grade, Earth-class spirit-raising pills and handed them to Ning Zi. Ning Zi did not have the strength to raise her hand. Lin Shu saw this and received it in surprise, then asked with some worry, Senior Brother Ning, aren't you afraid that Wang He will take revenge on you? That's right. Wang He said that no one is allowed to help Senior Sister. Even those elders don't care about us. Another girl said in a low voice. Her tone was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction towards the outer sect elders. Their aptitudes could only be considered below average among the outer sanctum disciples, so none of the managing elders took a liking to them. Ordinary elders would only teach them some martial arts or cultivation techniques for the sake of the spirit crystals, but there was no master-disciple relationship. Thus, they were like rootless duckweed. Encountering a situation like this, other than the elder in green robe, no one else would interfere. After all, these elders more or less knew Wang He's identity and background. I'm not afraid of Wang He's revenge. Ning Qi smiled and said, in the future, if there's anything, you can look for Elder Wu Hu or Elder Xiaobing. Just mention my name. If I'm in the sect, you can look for me directly. Junior Sister Ning, I hope that your injuries will recover soon. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning. Ning Zi also revealed a moved expression on her face. Ning Qi nodded and turned to leave. I'm going to send Senior Apprentice Brother Ning off. You feed Senior Apprentice Sister a healing pill. Lin Shu handed the elixir to another woman and chased after Ning Qi. Senior Apprentice Sister, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning really is a good person. You had only reminded him a few words back then, yet he dared to take the risk of offending Wang He to deliver healing pills to you. The lady who received the healing pill sighed as she fed it to Ning Zi. After Ning Zi swallowed the pill, her complexion turned slightly better as a trace of gratitude flashed through her eyes. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, if you have free time in the future, please come and visit us often. Lin Shu said to Ning Qi somewhat reluctantly. Yes, I will. I'll drop you off here. You can go back now. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Lin Shu watched as Ning Qi left. Only after Ning Qi disappeared from her sight did Lin Shu shut the door in a somewhat lonely manner. A genius like Senior Apprentice Brother Ning wouldn't like someone like me, right? After leaving the courtyard where Ning Zi and the others were staying, Ning Qi met a green-robed elder on the way. This green-robed elder was very unfamiliar to Ning Qi. If it wasn't for Si Malin and the other deacon elders respectfully following behind him, Ning Qi might not have been able to recognize him. You're Ning Qi. Ning Qi stood at the side, waiting for them to pass by first. However, he saw the green-robed elder walking straight towards him and standing in front of Ning Qi. This junior is Ning Qi. Ning Qi cupped his hands and said. Si Malin and the other deacon elders revealed a look of surprise. Elder Xiang actually came to the outer sect to look for him? Xiang Jun looked at Ning Qi from head to toe, smiled and said, Come with me. Ning Qi was somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he became vigilant. He didn't even know who the other party was. He didn't even know if he was a friend or foe. Should he follow him? Obviously, this decision wasn't up to Ning Qi. After Xiang Jun finished speaking, he grabbed Ning Qi's shoulder and directly flew towards the central area. Ning Qi didn't even have the chance to resist. Si Malin and the others stood dumbfounded. Where is Elder Xiang bringing Ning Qi to? I don't know. Could it be that Elder Meng wants to see him? TSK, he's just an outer sect disciple. Everyone he sees now is a big shot. I don't even have the chance to see him. A deacon elder said sourly. Elder, where are you taking me? Ning Qi asked in the sky. Xiang Jun glanced at him and said indifferently, You'll know when we get there. After that, he didn't say anything else. After flying all the way to the central area, Ning Chi was brought to a huge building. This building looked a bit like a palace hall. "Let's go in," Xiang Jun said. Ning Chi glanced at the signboard on the building, Cloud Rising Sect. These 3 words were written in flamboyant calligraphy, as though they were carved with knives and axes. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. As Ning Chi thought about this, he walked towards the hall while Xiang Jun stood at the door. After entering, Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief because he saw Meng Qingling. However, Meng Qingling was only sitting on the secondary seat. In front of the main seat stood a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. His eyes were bright and piercing as he looked at Ning Chi. "Sect leader." Looking at the middle-aged man's figure, Ning Chi immediately reacted and went forward to greet the 2 of them. I heard that you've shown in the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground this time. You even defeated the 9 super clans and stole 10 dragon blood fruits?" Cloud Rising Sect leader Feng Ming looked at Ning Chi and said with a smile, "Sect leader, you flatter me." Ning Chi said humbly with his head lowered, "Apart from that, it's a joyous occasion that you've entered the top 100 of the dragon ranking. Here are 3 middle-grade, rank-breaking pills. Consider it a reward from the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of green light shot towards Ning Chi. Ning Chi reached out and grabbed the green light in his hand. The huge force on it made him involuntarily take 3 steps back. Surprise flashed across Feng Ming's eyes. He exchanged glances with Meng Qingling, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He had purposely tested Ning Chi just now. He thought that Ning Chi would need to take at least 10 steps back to neutralize the force. He did not expect Ning Chi to only take 3 steps back. Middle grade, rank-breaking pills. Chapter 469. Chapter 469 of the Worklude Rising Pavilion. Keep this jade tablet. Feng Ming tossed another item to Ning Chi. Ning Chi took it and saw the words Rising Cloud Pavilion written on it. There was a spiritual light circulating within the jade tablet, similar to the one Meng Qingling had given him. "Sect leader, may I ask?" Ning Chi raised his head and wanted to ask about the use of the jade tablet, but he found that Feng Ming had already disappeared. Only Meng Qingling was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. This sect master's movement technique is truly unpredictable. Ning Chi gave a hollow laugh. "This Cloud Rising medallion will allow you to enter the sect's Cloud Rising Pavilion and exchange it for anything you want. Think carefully before using it." Meng Qingling smiled and said, "Cloud Rising Pavilion? What is this place?" Ning Chi was too embarrassed to ask, but from Meng Qingling's tone, it was likely that the items that could be exchanged for were of a very high grade. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Ning Chi to think carefully before using them. "There's news about your master," Meng Qingling continued. Ning Chi hurriedly asked, "Did the Redbud Dragon tribe send news back?" Lifeless Thorn has agreed to let you exchange 2 dragon blood fruits for your master. However, he has a condition," Meng Qingling said. 2? Ning Chi hadn't expected this, but after giving it some thought, he realized that Lifeless Thorn had no idea how many dragon blood fruits he had taken from the Withered Bones Forbidden Land. What other requests? Ning Chi looked at Meng Qingling in confusion. Meng Qingling said, "He wants you to go with the Redbud Dragon Tribe's tribute elder to personally redeem your master. I think this trip won't be simple. Think about it. Do you want to go?" "No need to think about it. I'll go," Ning Chi said with a firm look. Meng Qingling faintly looked at Ning Chi for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, in 3 months, I will have that elder go to the outer sect to pick you up." "Thank you, Elder Meng." Ning Chi cupped his hands. "All right, go ahead." Meng Qingling waved her hand. "Elder Meng, where is the Rising Cloud Pavilion?" Ning Chi forced a smile. This is the map of the Cloudrise sect. Meng Qingling didn't tell Ning Qiun the location of the sect. Instead, she threw him a jade slip. Ning Qi was just about to thank Meng Qingling after receiving it when he discovered that Meng Qingling had disappeared. Do these Doshungs like to appear and disappear unpredictably? Ning Qi shook his head and placed the jade slip on his forehead. After a moment passed, he absorbed the memories inside. It was a complete map of the Cloudrise sect, and it even had the locations of the 4 forbidden zones marked out. It was obviously no ordinary map. Maps like this could be found in the outer sect, but they only had rough descriptions of the major locations in the outer sect and the outer sect mountain ranges. Now that he knew where the Rising Cloud Pavilion was, Ning Qi was in no hurry to leave the central area. Instead, he flew towards the Rising Cloud Pavilion. At this time, several elders in black flew past Ning Qi. They suddenly stopped, and one of them looked at Ning Qi strangely. Why are there outer sect disciples here? I don't know. He should be here for some business. The other person shook his head. Forget it. This has nothing to do with us. The Redbud Dragon Tribe's tribute is still about 30% short. We've already visited all the large clans. Why don't we make a trip to the Jiuzhou Empire? We should be able to borrow enough. Sigh, if not for that Shintayuanba, we would not be in such a miserable state. 10 times the usual tribute. Our Cloudrise sect will not be able to catch our breath for the next 3 to 5 years. The Rising Cloud Pavilion was located between the central area and the inner sect. Inner sect disciples entered from the northern entrance, while the elders in black and the true disciples entered from the southern entrance. However, the southern entrance was rarely visited. After all, the true disciples and the elders in black were very busy. They would only come to the Rising Cloud Pavilion when they needed training resources. When Ning Qi arrived, there was coincidentally no one. Otherwise, if the inner sect disciples saw him enter from the southern entrance, they would definitely be shocked. So this is the Rising Cloud Pavilion. Ning Qi stood in front of the Rising Cloud Pavilion and raised his head. However, he found that the top of the Rising Cloud Pavilion was buried in the clouds, and he could not see it clearly. Don't block the way. A cold shout came from behind Ning Qi. He turned his head and saw 3 cold-faced youths standing behind him. The leader of the group gave Ning Qi a similar feeling to Fang Mo. He was also a peak Do Huang who had entered the first stage of life and death. However, he was already in his early 20s, while Fang Mo was only around 15. This showed the difference between them. Lu Changqing should be one of the top disciples in the inner sect. Ning Qi thought to himself. As for the 2 fellows beside Lu Changqing who looked like lackeys, they did not attract Ning Qi's attention. They were only 7 or 8 star Do Huangs. Ning Qi did not care about them. At this moment, Lu Changqing was coldly staring at Ning Qi. The youth on his left frowned as he looked at Ning Qi's clothes and asked curiously, "Outer sect disciple? How did you get here?" The other hostage asked. Ning Qi did not answer. Seeing that Ning Qi did not speak, he frowned as if about to attack. At this moment, the leader of the group extended his hand and stopped him. "Don't waste time. We have important matters to attend to. Let's hurry inside." Having said this, he glanced at Ning Qi and led the way into the Rising Cloud Pavilion. The 2 cold-faced youths behind him coldly snorted at Ning Qi as they passed him. Ning Qi calmly watched the backs of the 3 before lifting his foot and entering the Rising Cloud Pavilion. "Senior Lu, long time no see." Inside the Rising Cloud Pavilion, some of the inner sect disciples who were thinking about what to exchange for greeted Lu Changqing and the other 2 warmly. Ning Qi nodded. His guess was right. Lu Changqing had quite a bit of status in the inner sect. He did not pay any more attention to Lu Changqing and the others. Instead, he looked around the interior of the Rising Cloud Pavilion and realized that it was completely different from the outer sect's Treasure Pavilion and Elixir Pavilion. At the very center, there was a pillar of light that shot up from the ground to the clouds. Within the pillar of light, there were countless skills, martial techniques, elixirs, and battle weapons that were constantly changing. Beside each of them was a detailed description. These things are not real. They're just illusions created by the pillar of light. Ning Qi thought to himself. At this moment, there was a guy who wanted to exchange for an elixir. It was an earth upper grade, blood rage pill. Consuming it would consume one's essence and blood to increase one's combat power. The side effect was that one would lose their lifespan. The guy reached out his hand and touched the blood rage pill. Then he disappeared on the spot. Wow, this entire rising cloud pavilion is just like Master's tomb. It has a restrictive spell that can teleport people. No wonder it's one of the top 36 sections. Ning Qi exclaimed in his heart. He walked up to the pillar of light and began to look at what he could exchange for. Suddenly, Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He saw an inner armor. It was a heaven lower grade battle weapon. It could probably increase one's life points by a lot. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there seemed to be a spiritual god stone embedded in it. Chapter 470. Chapter 470. Heaven-splitting inner armor. Outer sect disciple, is there something wrong with you? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? What are you clicking on? This is a lower heaven class inner armor. Do you have enough spiritual crystals to exchange for it? Lu Changqing's lackey immediately shouted at Ning Qi. Ning Qi frowned slightly and clicked on it. Then he was teleported to another place. There were all kinds of inner armors hanging on the walls around him. They were all between the lower earth rank and the lower heaven rank. Among them was the one that Ning Qi had his eyes on. Before Ning Qi arrived, there were already many inner sect disciples here. They looked at Ning Qi and frowned when they saw that he was wearing an outer sect disciple's attire. An elder walked over and sized Ning Qi up. He said plainly, "What are you here for?" "Exchange for inner armor." Ning Qi smiled. Inner armor? The cheapest inner armor here costs 500 middle spiritual crystals. You are just an outer sect disciple. Do you have so many spiritual crystals? An inner sect disciple frowned. If I remember correctly, there is no rule that outer sect disciples are not allowed to enter the cloud rising sect, right? Ning Qi glanced at the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on the elder. He smiled plainly. The elder was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, "Indeed, there is no such rule." With that, he turned around, apparently not intending to pay any more attention to Ning Qi. At this time, Lu Changqing and his lackeys, as well as some inner sect disciples who wanted to watch a show, arrived at this level. "Young man, you are really bold. You think this is a place for you to stroll around? I wonder which inner sect disciple is so stupid to bring you into the inner sect." Lu Changqing's lackey said to Ning Qi fiercely, "Senior brother Lu, please control your lackey. Don't bite people." Ning Qi looked at Lu Changqing seriously. The two evil dogs were furious. Lu Changqing realized that the elder had noticed them. He stopped the two of them and looked at Ning Qi coldly. "What is your name?" "Hua Wushang. I am not afraid of your revenge." Ning Qi sneered, turned around, and walked directly towards the inner armor. Hua Wushang. Lu Changqing and the other two had just returned to the sect and had never heard of or seen Hua Wushang before. Therefore, when Ning Qi mentioned it, the three of them memorized the name. "Elder, how many spirit crystals do I need to exchange for this sky-cracking inner armor?" Ning Qi pointed at the only low-grade heaven rank inner armor here and asked the elder. What an idiot. Strolling around is just strolling around, but he actually went to ask about the price. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of ridicule and gloating. Sure enough, the elder was a little unhappy with Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi dared to ask for a price, a trace of anger appeared between his eyebrows, and he shouted, 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Do you have them? 50,000 middle spiritual crystals? Ning Chi sneered in his heart. Isn't it just the price of a mystic low-grade pill? At this time, Lu Chongqing walked over and smiled at the elder. Elder Tao, he is just an outer disciple. He naturally wouldn't have 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. I want this sky-cracking inner armor. What? All the inner sect disciples present, including that elder Tao, looked at Lu Chongqing in unison. Their eyes revealed a thread of shock. The splitting sky inner armor was a low Tian rank Do weapon. It was also a rare defensive type Do weapon. Its price was extremely high. Basically, the inner sect disciples and ordinary deacon elders could only dream about it. Although Lu Chongqing was quite powerful among the inner disciples and his cultivation was not bad, ranking in the top 200 of the dragon ranking list, how could he have 50,000 middle spiritual crystals? Even an ordinary elder in green might not be able to take out so many spiritual crystals at one time. Lu Chongqing, are you kidding me? Elder Tao looked at Lu Chongqing coldly, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Elder Tao, how would I dare to trick you? After saying that, Lu Chongqing directly took out handfuls of middle spiritual crystals from his Qian Kun ring. There was a total of 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. When Elder Tao saw this, he was shocked and a little jealous. He had been looking forward to the sky-cracking inner armor for a long time, but he could not gather 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Now, it was bought by a peak Do Huang who had just entered the first stage of life and death. This was too much of a bully. As the lowest-ranking elder among the green-robed elders, Tao Yu felt that he was a failure. The two lackeys beside Lu Chongqing looked around proudly. Then, their eyes stopped on Ning Qi's face. They thought that Ning Qi was shocked by the spiritual crystals in front of him. Boy, in your lifetime, I'm afraid this is the only time you will see so many middle spiritual crystals. You have to remember it well. Otherwise, after a period of time, you won't know how many 50,000 middle spiritual crystals are. Ha ha ha. The two lackeys laughed at Ning Qi with a mocking face. Which Do Sheng's tomb did Lu Chongqing dig up? He actually found so many middle spiritual crystals. Sigh, the sky-cracking inner armor. If I can get it, even a Do Zun may not be able to kill me. Moreover, it has the effect of increasing the speed of master's cultivation. No, I have to ask Lu Chongqing what good method he has. As brothers of the same sect, we should help each other. It can increase the speed of cultivation. Ning Qi looked at the sky-cracking inner armor with a fiery gaze. Elder Tao, can you count the spiritual crystals? If it is correct, give me the sky-cracking inner armor. Lu Chongqing smiled confidently at Tao Yu. Even though he was facing a green-robed elder, he still displayed an attitude that was close to that of an equal. The spiritual crystals are correct. Tao Yu nodded reluctantly. Just as he was about to take the sky-cracking inner armor, Ning Qi said, "Wait a minute." Everyone frowned and looked at Ning Qi. Is this outer disciple crazy? I'm afraid his mind is a little abnormal. He is too bold. What did you say? Tao Yu turned his head and looked coldly at Ning Qi. I want this sky-cracking inner armor. Ning Qi smiled. Wow. When everyone heard this, there was an instant uproar. Lu Chongqing looked coldly at Ning Qi, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Now, he did not need to do anything. Tao Yu would naturally take care of Ning Qi. Lu Chongqing's two lackeys looked at Ning Qi, and their expressions changed a few times. Finally, they burst into laughter, and tears were about to flow out. You want to buy the sky-cracking inner armor? Ha! Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. How can there be such a fool? Didn't the deacon elders wear their eyes when they recruited outer disciples? Ha ha ha. Who is your master? Forget it. You don't need to tell me. You are wasting my time here, which is equivalent to breaking the sect rules. I can directly abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Tao Yu said faintly. After that, he stretched out his hand to grab Ning Chi's head. As long as he grabbed Ning Chi, his cultivation would be directly abolished. Chapter 471. An invisible Slap Ning Chi looked at Tao Yu calmly. In the eyes of the crowd, he seemed to be scared out of his wits. However, just as Tao Yu's palm was about to touch his head, Ning Chi took out a jade token and said coldly, I said, I want this sky-cracking inner armor. The inner disciples were stunned for a moment, then they laughed. It seemed that Ning Chi was really crazy. He took out a piece of jade and wanted to buy the sky-cracking inner armor that was worth 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Lu Changqing looked at Ning Chi mockingly. Just when everyone thought that Tao Yu would cripple Ning Chi's cultivation, Tao Yu saw the jade token and slowly withdrew his hand. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Previously, he was shocked by Lu Changqing, and now he was shocked by Ning Chi. As a green-robed elder for so many years, Tao Yu's mood today could be described as a raging storm. Why did Elder Tao stop? Is he also curious about what jade token that guy took out? Something is strange. Lu Changqing frowned slightly. What's going on? Elder Tao Yu's expression is a little strange. Everyone looked at Tao Yu in confusion. Where did you get this jade token? Tao Yu said lightly, None of your business. Ning Chi also said lightly. Hiss, everyone gasped. He actually dared to speak to Elder Tao like this? He must be tired of living. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Tao Yu was only slightly angered. He suppressed his anger and did not attack Ning Chi. Instead, he stretched out his hand and took the jade token. After that, he turned around and took down the heaven-splitting inner armor, handing it to Ning Chi. After that, Tao Yu said, I've given it to you. You can go now. Then, thank you, Elder Tao. Ning Chi took the armor and put it into his space bag. Then he was slightly stunned and did not know how to leave this place. Seeing this, Tao Yu looked at Ning Chi mockingly. At this time, Ning Chi's eyes swept to a place in the corner that was emitting a faint blue light. Ning Chi smiled in his heart and walked directly there, then disappeared in the blue light. Until Ning Chi left, everyone reacted and looked at Tao Yu dumbfounded, as if waiting for him to explain, especially Lu Changqing and his two lackeys. At this moment, not only were they shocked, but they were also furious. The sky-splitting inner armor that was about to be in his hands was snatched away by an outer disciple with a jade token that he couldn't recognize. Furthermore, it was done in front of so many fellow disciples. Ning Chi's actions were like an invisible slap to his face. Elder Tao, why did you give him the sky-splitting inner armor? Could it be that his jade pendant is more valuable than my crystals? Lu Changqing glared at Tao Yu angrily. Don't forget who you are. Tao Yu looked at Lu Changqing. His voice was very calm, but behind the calmness, there was an incomparably violent killing intent. Only Lu Changqing could feel it. His expression changed drastically in an instant, and he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Elder Tao, I was blinded by anger. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Tao Yu sneered. He glanced at the middle spiritual crystals and said mockingly, You don't say. His jade pendant is indeed worth more than your pile of middle spiritual crystals. Are you still going to buy the inner armor? If not, keep your middle spiritual crystals. Do you still have lower heaven level inner armor? Lu Changqing asked with an ugly expression. In the past, he would have drooled over these earth-level inner armors. However, now that he had a lot of money, he naturally wouldn't be interested in inner armors below the heaven level. Yes, Tao Yu smiled faintly. Lu Changqing's eyes were filled with surprise. Tao Yu continued, Other than the sky-splitting inner armor, the Rising Cloud Pavilion also has a middle heaven level inner armor. It costs 500,000 middle spiritual crystals. Do you have it? Lu Changqing's face turned ashen again. How could he possibly take out 500,000 middle spiritual crystals? If you don't have it, Then don't talk so much nonsense. Tao Yu sneered, feeling the mocking gazes from the crowd. Lu Chongqing almost lost his mind. He lowered his head and kept all the spiritual crystals. Then he turned around and left. His two lackeys saw this and hurriedly followed him. Senior Brother Lu, that guy just left. Let's chase after him and get the sky-splitting inner armor. We can also save some spiritual crystals. Lu Chongqing's lackey suggested. Lu Chongqing looked at Ning Qi's back and hesitated. According to the rules of the Rising Cloud sect, even outside disciples were not allowed to murder others for money, let alone their own disciples. However, the temptation of the sky-splitting inner armor and Ning Qi's actions made Lu Chongqing extremely angry. His eyes turned red and he said coldly, "Stop him!" "Yes, senior brother." The two lackeys smiled faintly and immediately rushed towards Ning Qi, blocking his path. Then Lu Chongqing walked in front of Ning Qi and said coldly, "I don't know what kind of jade pendant you used to confuse Elder Tao. If you hand over the sky-splitting inner armor, I will return it to Elder Tao and I will pretend that this never happened. Otherwise," Ning Qi looked at Lu Chongqing calmly and said, "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise, your fate will be incomparably miserable, just like it." As Lu Chongqing spoke, a medium spiritual crystal appeared in his hand. He squeezed it hard and the medium spiritual crystal, which was much harder than normal metal, turned into powder. It slowly fell from Lu Chongqing's palm to the ground. Ning Qi looked at Lu Chongqing with pity and said, "It seems that you really like the sky-splitting inner armor. Unfortunately, it is mine now. Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Chongqing saw that Ning Qi was looking at him with pity. Lu Chongqing's pride felt like it had been hit by a hammer, and he was furious. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the inner armor, and Senior Brother Lu will let you go today. Otherwise, no one will notice you even if you go missing." The two lackeys looked at Ning Qi coldly and emitted a faint killing intent. At this moment, isn't this Junior Brother Ning?" A young man walked over in surprise. Ning Qi was stunned. He felt that the young man looked familiar and must have seen him in the dry bones forbidden ground. Senior Brother Zong?" When Lu Chongqing and the other two saw this young man, their eyes were filled with shock and they began to stutter. "Lu Chongqing, you are here too. When did you come back?" Zong Yin smiled and nodded after seeing Lu Chongqing. He then looked at Ning Qi and said, "Junior Brother Ning, it must be fate to meet you here. I was just about to go to Senior Sister Hera's place to have a gathering with the other seniors. Junior Brother Ning, why don't you come along?" Ning Qi glanced at his attributes. Zong Yin was a peak Do Huang who had entered the third stage of life and death. No wonder Lu Chongqing and the other two were so afraid when they saw him. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Senior Brother Zong, I'm afraid I can't go. Senior Brother Lu is looking for me." Chapter 472. Chapter 472 inch. "Oh, Junior Lu, why are you looking for Junior Ning Qi?" Zong Yin frowned as he looked at Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing and the other two were incomparably shocked. How did Ning Qi know Zong Yin? This did not make sense. From the looks of it, Zong Yin's attitude towards Ning Qi was extremely strange. It was as if he was trying to curry favor. Shock appeared on the faces of the three. At this moment, Zong Yin called out a few more times before Lu Chongqing reacted. "Ah, why are you looking for Junior Ning Qi? Did this fellow's brain get beaten up by someone?" Zong Yin quietly thought in his heart. "No, nothing." Lu Chongqing squeezed out a smile and said, "Nothing? Then I will leave." Ning Qi smiled. "Junior Ning, take care!" Lu Chongqing smiled apologetically with some humiliation. He was afraid that Ning Qi would tell Zong Yin about him trying to snatch the sky-splitting inner armor. If Zong Yin knew about it, he would definitely suffer. A mocking expression flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. After which, he looked at Zong Yin and smiled. "Senior Zong, I still have some urgent matters to attend to. Can we meet again after I am done? Is that so? Sure, no problem. Zhong Yin was a little disappointed before nodding. Then I will take my leave first. Ning Qi smiled and left through the air. This, Senior Zhong. What is the background of this Junior Ning? Why have I not seen him before? Lu Changqing sighed in relief after seeing Ning Qi leave, after which he smiled awkwardly as he walked to Zhong Yin's side and asked softly. Zhong Yin smiled. You probably don't know about this. Junior Ning Qi is really unbelievable. Do you know how long he has been in the sect? Lu Changqing was slightly startled, after which he counted with his fingers and softly said, It should be over half a year. Zhong Yin smiled and nodded. Yes, not bad. But do you know that before he entered the sect, he was only an ordinary Peak Doling? What? Peak Doling? Lu Changqing's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. When Ning Qi left just now, the aura that erupted from his body was similar to that of a Do Huang. Impossible! How can he break through from the Peak Doling to a Do Huang in half a year? Lu Changqing's two lackeys shook their heads in disbelief. They looked at Zhong Yin as if they were saying that he was lying to them. Could it be that I'm lying to you? Zhong Yin laughed coldly at the two of them. The two of them were shocked. It was only then that they realized that the person in front of them was Zhong Yin, an existence that even their senior brother Lu did not dare to provoke. He was ranked 123rd on the dragon rank. Is that why Zhong Yin's attitude towards him is different from normal people? Lu Changqing had no choice but to believe Zhong Yin's words. Then Zhong Yin laughed coldly and continued. Other than that, he also went to the Fong Saint Palace personally and defeated Fong Mo in the Fong family's territory. Now he has replaced Fong Mo's position on the dragon ranking. He is the 100th on the dragon ranking. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Zhong Yin felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. He had felt the same way before. Smiling, Zhong Yin directly soared into the sky and left. So that guy is so strong. He is actually the 100th on the dragon ranking. Lu Changqing's two lackeys looked at each other, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The Ning Qi that they had been mocking just now was actually an existence that was even scarier than Lu Changqing. This made the two of them extremely afraid. Although Lu Changqing's cultivation was the same as Fong Mo's, he was only ranked 198 on the dragon ranking. He could be considered to have barely entered the top 200. This was because Lu Changqing had purposely gone out to gain the attention of the Baishao family. With his true strength, he could only hover around the 250th position. How could this be? He is just an outer disciple. How could this happen? Lu Changqing muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Today he had suffered a double blow. Although his body was not injured, his spirit was greatly damaged. Seeing this, the two lackeys quickly went forward to comfort him. Senior brother Lu, don't be sad. You still have 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Even if you can't buy a lower heaven inner armor in the sect, we can still buy one from the 9 great families. Ning Qi came out of the central area and flew past the inner sect and the outer sect. He did not linger and directly flew in the direction of the Jiuzhou Empire. This time, he was going to follow the sect elder to meet Jing Wuming, so he had to be prepared. Otherwise, with the temperamental nature of the dragon clan, he might not be able to redeem the person he was looking for. Therefore, Ning Qi decided to see how Elder Jin's research on the dragon-slaying bullet was going. Not long after leaving the Cloud Rising sect, Ning Qi felt that something was wrong with his body. Ding! The host is poisoned. Strength, speed, and health have been reduced by 99%. What the hell? Ning Qi's face was filled with shock. Then he directly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The health bar on his head immediately lost 5,000 health points. Why was he poisoned for no reason at all? Moreover, the poison was so strong, it directly weakened him by 99%. Kid, it really wasn't easy to wait for you. A middle-aged man walked out. If it was not for his gloomy expression and sinister smile, this guy would have looked like an ordinary farmer. No one would have been wary of him. Ning Chi planned to delay the other party's time. At the same time, he checked this guy's attributes. 5 poisons divine sect, Ning Xuandong level. 7-star Do zone cultivation method. High earth level, 5 poisons heart sutra martial skill. High earth level, 10,000 poison palm health points, 1230000. I am the 6th elder of the 5 poisons divine sect, Ning Xiandong. You must be Ning Chi. You actually have the same surname as me. We might have been from the same family 50,000 years ago. Ning Xiandong laughed and said, Unfortunately, you have offended the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun said that you have many tricks up your sleeves and caused me to bring the 5 poisons divine sex treasure, sky worm goo. Even if you are a Dozun, you will still fall for it. After he finished speaking, Ning Chi felt as if there was something strange in his throat. He opened his mouth, and a translucent little bug flapped its wings and flew out. It obediently stopped on Ning Xuandong's finger. What is this? When did it enter my stomach? Ning Chi was shocked and disgusted. At the same time, his view of the 5 poisons divine sex methods changed. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I don't want to be discovered by your cloud rising sex elder. Go and die. Ning Xiandong cackled and hit Ning Chi's head with his palm. Wait, do you know Ning Xianhuang? Ning Chi suddenly shouted a name. This name was the real name of Grandfather Ning. Ning Xiandong was stunned on the spot. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. How do you know my brother's name? Uncle, no, uncle. I am Ning Xuanhuang's grandson, Ning Chi said in wild joy. Chapter 473. Chapter 473. These memories you are. Ning Xuanhuang's grandson, Ning Xiandong stared at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. His eyes were filled with disbelief. However, Ning Chi's surname was Ning, and he knew Ning Xuanhuang's real name. He was probably telling the truth. Ning Xiandong recalled the past when he thought of Ning Xianhuang. 70 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Xiandong remembered that he was only a 16-year-old when he left the Ning family. Uncle, don't call me uncle. Ning Xiandong looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression and said, Call me great-grandpa. Yes, great-grandpa. Ning Chi nodded and said, Why are you in the Cloud Rising sect? Ning Xiandong looked at Ning Chi with doubt in his eyes. The Qin Tang Empire was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Cloud Rising sect. An ordinary person would not be able to cross such a distance. They might lose their lives to demonic beasts or bandits after crossing tens of thousands of miles. It was even more impossible for the Ning family to send Ning Chi to the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Xiandong remembered that before he left the Ning family, the strongest person in the family was his father, who was only a 5-star Do Wang. In the Qin Tang Empire, he was only a second-rate, third-rate Do Wang. I came to the Cloud Rising sect on my own and participated in the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection meeting. I was selected to become an outer disciple, Ning Chi said. Ning Xiandong looked at Ning Chi deeply. His eyes flashed with shock when he saw that Ning Chi's cultivation was already a 6-star Do Huang. He said lightly, How is your grandfather now? Ning Chi said he's healthy. He's a 2-star Do Huang. 2-star Do Huang. A look of gratification flashed in Ning Xuandong's eyes. When he saw Ning Chi staring at him, he immediately coughed to cover it up. Then he said indifferently, Why did you offend the divine son of my 5 poisons divine sect? Ning Chi told him what had happened. After listening, Ning Xiandong nodded and said, Fortunately, you met me today. If it was another elder, you would have died a horrible death. That's right. Ning Chi nodded bitterly. Where are you going now? Ning Xiandong asked. The 9 States Empire. Ning Qi said. Ning Xiandong stepped forward, grabbed Ning Qi, and rose into the air, flying toward the Jiuzhou Empire. After flying for about half a day, Ning Qi felt that his physical condition was gradually improving. He immediately ate 3 top-grade Earth-rank rejuvenation pills to restore his HP to its peak state. Only then did he feel a little more at ease. Then he tilted his head to look at Ning Xiandong. After a closer look, he found that Ning Xuandong's appearance was indeed 50% to 60% similar to grandfather Ning. Ning Xiandong looked like he was only in his 40s. If he were older, he would probably look 70 to 80% similar. After a while, Ning Qi couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, why is there no record of you in the Ning family?" A trace of loneliness flashed across Ning Xuandong's eyes. He then coldly laughed and said, "You'll have to ask my father. He's already dead, right?" Grandfather has indeed passed away." Ning Qi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Before he was born, the grandfather of the Ning family had already died. It was said that he had suffered an internal injury in a fight. Later, when he was training in seclusion, the internal injury broke out and he instantly died. Otherwise, he would probably still be alive now. For example, the 9 great clans had many ancestors hidden in their families. Sometimes they wouldn't be too surprised to see an ancestor who was more than 10 generations older than them. It was very normal. Hearing that his father was really dead, Ning Xuandong's expression immediately changed. Then he didn't say anything. No matter what Ning Qi asked, he didn't answer. Finally, when they were about to reach the 9 States Empire, he stopped. "You can walk the rest of the way by yourself. The 5 Poisons Divine sect is not on good terms with the 9 States Empire, so I won't be going," Ning Xiandong said. Ning Qi hurriedly said, "Grandpa, when will you go back to the Ning family to take a look?" The Ning family. Ning Xiandong neither nodded nor shook his head. Instead, he faintly said, "If I have the chance, I will go back." After saying this, he looked deeply at Ning Qi, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. It is unexpected that the Ning family can also produce a 7-star dozong. Ning Qi looked in the direction where Ning Xiandong disappeared and sighed in his heart. Every 3 stars was a huge improvement. A 7-star dozong meant that Ning Xiandong had at least crossed 2 thresholds on this path. Although there were still a few thresholds before he could break through to the Do-Zun class, and some people would never be able to cross these thresholds in their lifetime. A 7-star dozong was already in existence among the upper echelons of all the dozongs in Dongxian. Most dozongs were still lingering between 1 star and 3 stars. After sighing, Ning Qi continued flying in the direction of the 9 States Empire. Soon, he entered the city and went directly to the Heavenly Mystery Institution in the suburbs. It is unexpected that Ning Xiandong has actually nurtured such a genius. Even the divine son, Hua Wushang, is no match for him. Thinking of how Hua Wushang, who was a 1-star dozun in the 5 Poisons Divine sect, could not compare to a disciple of the Ning family, Ning Xiandong could not help but reveal a smile. After smiling, he realized that it was not very good for him to be like this. On one side is the sect, and on the other side is the family. Although this family has hurt my heart, my father is already dead. Let the hatred from back then return to ashes and dust to dust. Thinking of this, Ning Xiandong made a decision. He turned around and flew to the Qintang Empire. Qintang Empire. Ning Xiandong stood in front of the Champion Marquis's residence, looking at the familiar gate and the familiar courtyard wall. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. "Brother Xiandong, I am here. You have been looking for me for so long, but you still can't find me. You are so stupid. Brother Xiandong, my father died of illness. My mother wants to remarry with me. Brother Xiandong, I am leaving." "Don't worry about me, Ning Xiandong. As the direct descendant of the Champion Marquis's residence, how can you marry a commoner's daughter?" "Father, let me out. I really like Lan Xian. No, you will stay at home for this period of time to reflect on your mistakes." Ning Xuandong's face was full of tears as he recalled this. At this moment, the gate of the champion marquis's residence opened slowly. Old Ning walked out with his servants. When he saw Ning Xiandong, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He wanted to leave immediately, but for some reason, old Ning walked in front of Ning Xiandong and said with a smile, "Little brother, why are you crying at the gate of my Ning family?" The servants beside old Ning looked at Ning Xiandong with vigilance, fearing that he was an expert hired by Zhu Rong to assassinate old Ning. After all, the champion marquis's residence and the dragon slayer marquis's residence were one. Ning Qi's enemies would inevitably target his family. Old Ning was one of the biggest targets. Ning Xiandong slowly looked at old Ning. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile and said, "Xian Huang, I am your elder brother." Chapter 474. Chapter 474. Chapter FOU are the number one genius of the Ning clan. Old Master Ning stared at Ning Xiandong. At that moment, he felt like he was looking at his father when he was young. Old Master Ning said with a trembling voice, "Big brother." "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to have aged so much after so many years." Ning Xiandong nodded with a smile. Tears instantly flowed from old Master Ning's eyes as he wailed emotionally, "Big brother, where have you been all these years?" Great-grandfather Ning's servants jumped in fright. What was going on? Big brother? An experienced servant suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Xiandong in horror. The passers-by saw the commotion and watched curiously from afar. What's wrong with old Master Ning? Did something happen to the dragon slayer marquis? Impossible. Old Master Ning is a steady man. He would never cry on the street because of something like this. I think it's because of that middle-aged man. Some of the servants in the dragon-slaying marquis's mansion thought it was an enemy and immediately went to inform Ning Hongdu. Not long after, everyone in the marquis's mansion came out, including Ning Hongdu, Ning Hongtian, Ning Honghai, and the other second-generation disciples, their wives, and many third-generation disciples. However, Ning Yan was nowhere to be seen. "Who is it?" Ning Hongdu thought that old Master Ning was in danger and shouted. Everyone immediately surrounded Ning Xiandong. Old Master Ning saw this and shouted angrily, "Shut up! Stand down! Greet your first uncle and first granduncle." First uncle? First granduncle? Everyone fell into a daze and couldn't react for a moment. Ning Xiandong looked at the crowd, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He waved at Ning Xiandong and said, "I thought the Ning clan was 100 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, Ning Qi is the only one who is strong. Brother, it's the Ning clan's fortune that you've raised such a talented disciple." "What, big brother, you've seen Ning Qi? Is he all right?" Old Master Ning asked in surprise. "Big brother?" Old Master Ning called him big brother? What was going on? Sworn brother? But he had never heard of old Master Ning becoming sworn brothers. And looking at Grandfather Ning's reaction, he didn't seem like a simple sworn brother. This person has seen Ning Qi before? The Wei Nan Gongyu, and Ning Hongtian looked at Ning Xiandong instantly changed. They had already classified Ning Xiandong as one of Ning Qi's men. "He's doing very well. It's just that he's offended too many people." Ning Xiandong touched his nose and said. Great-grandfather Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence when he saw this, and then he hurriedly said, "Big brother, who did this kid offend this time?" "You don't have to worry about that. He can handle it now anyway." Ning Xiandong smiled faintly. If he couldn't handle it, Hua Wushang wouldn't have called him over to help kill Ning Qi. Seeing that old Master Ning still had something to ask, Ning Xiandong smiled and said, "Brother, I haven't been back for so many years. Do you expect me to stand and talk to you on the road?" Old Master Ning hurriedly said, "Big brother, please come in." Everyone saw that old Master Ning, who usually walked with a majestic gait, was now following behind Ning Xiandong like a quail. Their eyes were filled with shock. The passers-by outside saw that there was no show to watch, so they turned around and left in disappointment. But the news they had just heard was enough for them to have a heated discussion for a while. Champion Marquis' residence. Everyone came to the guest hall and looked at Ning Xiandong, who was sitting in the main seat, while great-grandfather Ning was content to sit in the second seat. As for Champion Marquis Ning Hongdu, he didn't even have the right to sit. He stood respectfully beside great-grandfather Ning. In his heart, he was also very curious about Ning Xuandong's real identity. Great-grandfather Ning went straight to the point and introduced Ning Xiandong to everyone. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect great-grandfather Ning to have a big brother. "Greetings, uncle, great-grandfather." Everyone bowed in unison. Looking at this scene, Ning Xuandong's heart was stirred. He nodded and looked at great-grandfather Ning. "Xian Huang, I didn't expect that after a few decades, the Ning family has become so prosperous. It was right for you to take over the position of family head. You did a better job than I did." Great-grandfather Ning smiled shyly and said, "Big brother, if you were the family head, I'm afraid that the Champion Marquis' residence would be many times stronger than it is now. Let's not talk about this." Ning Xiandong waved his hand and suddenly whispered, "Did he die peacefully?" Great-grandfather Ning was slightly startled and whispered, "Peacefully?" "Yes." Ning Xiandong nodded and suddenly felt that he didn't know what to say next. At this moment, great-grandfather Ning asked curiously, "Big brother, why do you look so young? Are you already a dozong?" Hearing this, the disciples of the Marquis' residence all looked at Ning Xiandong. They were shocked and thought, "Yes, he is great-grandfather Ning's big brother, which means he should be older than great-grandfather Ning. Why does he look like he is only in his 40s, similar to Ning Hongtian and the other brothers? Is he really a dozong?" Thinking of this, a glimmer of expectation appeared in everyone's eyes. If the Ning family had a dozong, the Ning family would become the #1 family in the Qin Tang Empire, even more powerful than the royal family. Yes, Ning Xiandong did not disappoint and nodded in front of everyone's expectant eyes. Great-grandfather Ning's face was wild with joy. "I knew it. With Big Brother's talent, you are definitely more than a Do Huang. I'm afraid that the #1 genius in the Ning family for hundreds of years will be you." #1 genius? If he had not seen Ning Qi, Ning Xiandong might have thought so too. But now he smiled faintly and said, "This title should be given to Ning Qi." What? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Even he valued Ning Qi so much? Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu. Er's faces suddenly became extremely livid. Great-grandfather Ning was slightly startled. Ning Qi had indeed made rapid progress in his cultivation in the past few years, and his combat ability was also very strong. But Ning Xiandong was already a dozong. Could Ning Qi's talent be better than his? Great-grandfather Ning hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what do you mean?" "Oh, don't you know?" Ning Xuandong's eyes revealed a glimmer of doubt. "Ning Qi is already a 6-star Do Huang. Judging from his age, he should not be very old, right?" Hearing this, everyone instantly burst into an uproar. 6-star Do Huang? How is that possible? How old is Ning Qi? Wasn't he a king of fighting before? He was already a top genius, but now he is a 6-star Do Huang? Has Big Grandpa really seen Ning Qi? Or have you mistaken him for someone else? This bastard is already a 6-star Do Huang? No, it's impossible, it's impossible. Nan Gongyu shook her head in disbelief, her face a little pale. Chapter 475. Chapter 475. Revenge Grandfather Ning was so excited that his body started trembling. Ning Qi is a 6-star emperor now. Yes. Ning Xiandong nodded. When everyone saw this, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Most of them were very happy, but only a few were very unhappy. The Champion Marquis' residence is getting stronger and stronger. With the addition of Red Sun City, the Champion Marquis residence will be the #1 family in the Qin Tang Empire. Ning Hongdu thought excitedly. But when he thought of his own cultivation, he felt a little sad. Because of the limitations of his aptitude, his current cultivation was too low, and he was not worthy of the title of Champion Marquis. If not for the fact that he had grandfather Ning behind him, perhaps even people outside the clan would not be convinced. In the sky above Tianfeng Forest. Zhu Rong, stop running. Who told you to offend such a person? Bai Caozi transmitted his voice as he chased after Zhu Rong. Bai Caozi, catch me if you can. You've ignored our friendship and chased me for so long. You're really cold-hearted. Zhu Rong transmitted his voice angrily. The 100 Grass sect is big and powerful. How can we be compared to you? If you hadn't killed so many young nobles in the Qin Tang Empire, I could have pleaded for you. Now you're dead. Bai Caozi transmitted his voice. After a while, Bai Caozi lost Zhu Rong again. He didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Zhu Rong had. Not only was he fast, but he also had the eternal blood oath of unknown rank. Every time he was about to catch Zhu Rong would use this move to scare Bai Caozi away. Damn it. Bai Caozi looked around and didn't find Zhu Rong. He sighed and flew back to the Qin Tang Empire. He had to go to the Dragon Slayer Marquis' residence to avoid Zhu Rong's desperate actions. At the entrance of the Dragon Slayer Marquis' residence, a pair of eyes stared coldly at the entrance of the Dragon Slayer Marquis' residence from the corner of the street. Soon the door opened. Zhuosher walked out with Zuoling, Little Yu, Xan Che, and a few servants. Ning Qi, you must be very sad that your woman was killed. Zhu Rong looked at Madame Zhuo and the others and smirked. He knew that he wasn't safe in the Qin Tang Empire, and that Bai Caozi could catch up to him very soon. However, there was a surge of anger in his heart that needed to be vented. Zhu Rong slowly walked towards Madame Zhuo and the others. Zhu Rong, what do you want? Ning Sen shouted and appeared in front of the Zhuo clan. He looked at Zhu Rong with vigilance and fear in his eyes. He was ready to take out the Iron Dragon cannon at any time. Madame Zhuo and the others were startled. Ning Qi had instructed Ning San to secretly follow Mrs. Zhuo whenever they went out. Thus, Ning San saw Zhu Rong as soon as she walked over. Cuckoo, a mere 2-star, Do Wang dares to be arrogant in front of me. Zhu Rong laughed wildly. He sent out a palm strike, and a violent Do Qi instantly swept towards Ning San. Ning San did not dare to evade and took the blow head-on. His entire body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs. He was seriously injured. At this moment, Deguzi, Zhao Er, and the others also rushed out. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were not at home. They were in Tianfeng Forest. What happened? Third Master Ning, are you all right? Deguzi supported the seriously injured Third Master Ning and looked at Zhu Rong nervously. He recognized this guy, and his heart sank. Zhao Er rolled his eyes and quietly left the place. All right, come out. I will kill all of you today. When Ning Qi returns, he will definitely vomit blood in anger. Ha ha ha. Zhu Rong laughed wildly and walked towards the crowd. Passers-by saw this and quickly made way. The entire street suddenly became much quieter. You don't dare to take revenge on young master, so you come to bully us? Xian pitiful and Xen looked at Zhu Rong angrily. Zhu Rong heard this, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He looked at the two girls and said, All right, I will start with you too. Seeing that Zhu Rong was getting closer, everyone's faces showed a trace of despair. Oh no! Oh no! Zhao Er shouted and rushed into the residence of the Dragon Slayer Marquis. The disciple who was guarding the door happened to know Zhao Er and knew that he was Ning Qi's housekeeper. Therefore, he did not stop him. Instead, when he saw Zhao Er in such a panic, he was shocked. He left one person to guard the door, and the other person quickly followed Zhao Er to ask what had happened. Zhu Rong is here for revenge. Where is Venerable Ning? Ask him to go and help. Third Master Ning has been seriously injured. Zhao Er spoke quickly, and there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. The disciple from the residence of the champion Marquis screamed and pulled Zhao Er into the reception hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes swept towards the two of them. What happened? Venerable Ning frowned and said, Venerable Ning, please save us. Zhu Rong is here. Zhao Er rolled and crawled to Venerable Ning's feet and hugged them. Ning Xiandong frowned and said, Who is this person? And who is Zhu Rong? Venerable Ning stood up abruptly and said to Ning Xiandong, Big brother, it's hard to explain now. Come with me. After saying this, he carried Zhao Er and left. Seeing this, Ning Xiandong stood up and followed. Zhu Rong is here? This guy is really stubborn. He killed so many disciples of the Qin Tang Empire last time, and he still dares to show himself? Will the residents of the Dragon Slayer Marquis be in danger? That's great. Nan Gongyu and Ning Hongtian looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Leave some people here to look after the house. The rest of you, follow me to the residence of the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Ning Hongdu waved his hand. Yes, Ning Hongtian did not intend to go, but Nan Gongyu said, Husband, let's go and have a look. All right then. Ning Hongtian nodded. I might spare your lives if you kneel down and beg me. Zhu Rong walked to the four girls and looked at Xian Lian and Xian Yi with a smile. Beg you? Dream on. You're just defeated by young master. Xian Lian and Xian Yi spat. You're courting death. Zhu Rong let out a loud roar and simultaneously thrust his palm towards the heads of the two girls. Ning San's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Stop! Are we going to die? Xian Lian and Xian Yi's eyes were filled with despair as they looked at Xian Che and Xian Jing reluctantly. Suddenly, Zhu Rong's hand stopped in midair, and he had a look of disbelief on his face. What's going on? A question mark rose in the hearts of Zhu Rong and Third Master Ning. Why can't I move? This thought flashed past his mind, and Zhu Rong fell heavily to the ground. He felt that all the strength in his body had left him, and it was difficult for him to even move a finger. We're not dead. Xian Lian and Xian Yi looked at each other and smiled in surprise. Third Master Ning stood up with Deguzi's help and looked not far away. He bowed respectfully. Venerable Master. Chapter 476. Chapter 476. The Tru Zhurongs. Despaired Master Ning did not hear Ning San's words. He looked at Ning Xiandong in shock. Brother, what did you do? Brother? Ning San's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Ning Hongdu and the others also rushed over. Seeing Zhu Rong lying on the ground and Zhuo Shi, and the others seemed to be in no danger, they looked at Ning Xiandong in shock. Sister Xinlian, Sister Cinny, are you okay? Little Yu, and Zhuo Ling ran to the two girls and asked nervously with their cute eyes. The two girls let out a long sigh and touched their heads. We're fine. At this time, there were a few more rays of light in the sky. Kong Xiaofeng, Nangong Batian, Huangfu Jingxiao, Chao Dinglong, and many other Do Huangs arrived one after another. After a few moments, even Qin Zheng came in person. Where is Zhu Rong? Qin Zheng's voice reached before he arrived. Your Majesty, this Kong Xiaofeng and the others found Zhu Rong lying on the ground. Their eyes were full of doubt as they looked at Qin Zheng, not knowing how to answer. This is... Qin Zheng glanced at Zhu Rong and then at Ning Xiandong with shock in his eyes. He then led everyone to Ning Xiandong and Old Master Ning. Senior! Qin Zheng was about to speak, but Ning Xiandong waved his hand and walked toward Zhu Rong with a solemn face. This. Qin Zheng was slightly startled. Huangfu Zhengxiao and the others were also stunned. Why did he not give Qin Zheng face? Someone wanted to scold him. But thinking that Zhu Rong's situation was a little strange, they did not dare to speak. You're Zhu Rong. Ning Xiandong looked at him condescendingly. Who are you? Zhu Rong said weakly, fear in his eyes. I'm Ning Xiandong, Ning Qi's grandfather. You came to the capital and wanted to kill my grandnephew's family in front of me. How arrogant! Ning Xuandong's mouth curled into a sinister smile. As the sixth elder of the Five Poisons sect, he had countless lives at his hands, and his methods were extremely cruel. At this moment, countless ways to punish Zhu Rong flashed through his mind. Young master's grandfather? The women of the Zhuo clan were shocked when they heard this. Then their faces lit up with joy, especially Exilian and Exe. They had already realized that this middle-aged man had saved them. Ning stared at Ning Xiandong, dumbfounded. He then looked at great-grandfather Ning. Great-grandfather Ning nodded slightly at him, and Ning San's face lit up with ecstasy. No, that's impossible. How could the Ning family have someone like you? Zhu Rong looked at Ning Xiandong in horror. He was filled with regret. Why did he have to come here? At the same time, he continuously circulated the battle qi in his body. However, the battle qi remained motionless, as if it had lost its vitality. After realizing this, Zhu Rong revealed a look of despair. At this moment, another ray of light flashed across the sky. Bai Caozi appeared above everyone's heads. When he saw Zhu Rong, he was shocked. When he realized that the Zhuo women seemed to be unharmed and only Ning San was injured, Bai Caozi heaved a sigh of relief. He landed in front of Zhu Rong and struck his head with his palm. Another one. Oh, it's Bai Caozi. Qin Zheng and the rest were shocked at first, but when they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Bai Caozi's palm was about to land on Zhu Rong's head, a thick and strong arm tightly grabbed Bai Caozi's wrist. Bai Caozi's heart jumped in fright. His pupils abruptly shrank and the hairs on his body stood on end as he looked at Ning Xiandong in shock. Ning Xiandong said calmly, "He is mine." "Say, senior." When Bai Caozi realized that Ning Xuandong's aura was unfathomable, he quickly said, "I didn't see senior here just now. Please forgive me if I have offended you." When Qin Zheng and the rest saw this, they were even more shocked. Only Ning Hongdu and Ning Hongtian knew why Bai Caozi was so respectful. Damn it, that B***starred woman is fine. When Nan Gongyu saw that Xan Che and the rest were fine, she cursed in her heart. Her face was ashen. "Who are you?" Ning Xiandong asked calmly. When great-grandfather Ning saw this, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Big brother, he is the sect leader of Hundred Grass sect, Bai Caozi." Big brother? A trace of shock appeared in Bai Caozi's eyes. If he remembered correctly, old Master Ning was the ancestor of the Ning family and also Ning Qi's grandfather. How could the Ning family have such an unfathomable expert? If that was the case, why didn't he come out when Qin Tang Empire was about to be conquered by Red Sun Empire? Questions arose in Bai Caozi's mind. "Oh." Ning Xiandong replied and released his hand. He smiled at Zhu Rong and said, "I'm going back to the sect. You can come with me." When he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhu Rong and said to great-grandfather Ning, "Little brother, I'll come visit you with Ning Qi when I have time. I'll take my leave first." "Big brother, take care." Old Master Ning said with a look of reluctance. The disciples of the champion Marquis' mansion also knelt on the ground and bowed to Ning Xiandong. After that, Ning Xiandong took Zhu Rong and flew away without paying attention to the others. Seeing this, Bai Caozi hurriedly exchanged a few words with great-grandfather Ning and left. He muttered in his heart, "This Qin Tang Empire is a bit strange. I'd better not come here often. I'll let 100 Herb Hall handle this matter. Anyway, Zhu Rong's matter has been solved. I'll just cultivate in peace." After Ning Xiandong and Bai Caozi left, Qin Zheng and the others felt the pressure in their hearts slowly disappear. Then Qin Zheng looked at great-grandfather Ning with a serious face. "It's him." Great-grandfather Ning nodded. Qin Zheng's heart seemed to be in turmoil. As the emperor of Qin Tang Empire, he naturally knew that great-grandfather Ning had an elder brother. He also knew why he ran away from home when he was young and disappeared. However, he did not expect that after so many years he would return to Qin Tang Empire as a fighting grandmaster. Even Bai Caozi was respectful to him and called him elder. When he ran away from home, Bai Caozi was already a fighting grandmaster. From this, it could be seen that the other party's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He must be at least a 5-star fighting grandmaster to make Bai Caozi so respectful. "Who is it?" Seeing that Qin Zheng seemed to know Ning Xuandong's real identity, Huang Fujingxiao and the others were even more confused. The emperor knew his background, but why didn't they know? "Your Majesty, I'll go to the imperial palace to see you and talk to you in detail after I've settled my family matters," great-grandfather Ning said. "Okay, then I'll wait for you in the imperial palace." Qin Zheng nodded and glanced at Huang Fujingxiao and the others. "You can go now." After saying this, he flew away. Chapter 477. Chapter 477. Supreme Dragon Slaying Bullet. Sorry for the fright. Old Master Ning smiled. "Old Master, we're fine. You came just in time." The ladies of the Zhua clan quickly bowed. "Haha, Ning Qi found a smart housekeeper." Old Master Ning looked at Zhao Er. Zhao Er looked pleased. "You flatter me. In the future, I will send a few more people to guard the dragon, slaying marquis residents. Ning San, send a message to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and have them bring the dragon riders to the capital. I will explain this matter to His Majesty and give them a piece of land in the outskirts. When the time comes, if something like what happened today happens in the capital again, we will have a better response." Old Master Ning said. Yes. Ning San swallowed the pill, and his complexion became much better. He nodded, turned around, and flew in the direction of Sky Wind Forest. "Hongdu, did you hear that?" Old Master Ning looked at Ning Hongdu. Ning Hongdu quickly nodded. "I'll arrange for more people to guard the dragon, slaying marquis residents." Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu felt bad at this scene. "You're going shopping, right? Do you mind if this old man goes with you?" Old Master Ning looked at Zueling and Little Yue with a smile. Zueling quickly said, "Sorry to trouble you, old master." Little Yue rolled her eyes and grabbed Old Master Ning's arm. "Grandpa Ning, young master said that you're the best in the Ning clan. Do you really want to go shopping with us?" Great-grandfather Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. He nodded and said, "Of course it's true." Xian Che and the other ladies naturally did not refuse. The group of beauties surrounded Old Master Ning and walked toward the busiest street in the capital. Of course, it was a place that sold rouge and cosmetics. Jiuzhou Empire, capital. Ning Qi came to the Tianji Institute and asked for Old Master Jin. Someone immediately brought him to Old Master Jin's courtyard. "Senior Jin, I'm here again," Ning Qi said loudly. Creak. The door opened and Old Master Jin appeared before Ning Qi. He sized Ning Qi up. "Hey, kid, your cultivation seems to be flying. What spiritual fruit did you eat?" "Hee, Senior Jin, let's not talk about this first. I have come this time because I have something to ask of you." Ning Qi smiled and changed the subject. "You have something to ask of me?" Old Man Jin frowned and looked at Ning Qi vigilantly. "You're not here to borrow spirit crystals, are you?" "I don't have any spirit crystals." Old Man Jin poisoned Ning Qi's path first. "I'm not borrowing spirit crystals." Ning Qi secretly rolled his eyes. "Oh, what is it?" Old Man Jin smiled. "It's like this. Have you made any progress with the dragon slaying bullet you researched last time?" Ning Qi laughed. At the mention of this, Old Man Jean beamed with joy and said, "Of course, who am I? Can't you handle this little thing? Follow me." After saying this, he grabbed Ning Chi's arm and directly flew into the air to a suburb in the south of the capital. Ning Chi saw from the sky that the ground here was covered with huge pits, and there was a trace of radiation. Could it be that Old Man Jean had moved the test site here? As expected, Old Man Jean said, after the dragon-slaying bullet was tested in the Heavenly Mystery Academy, a few servants felt unwell. When they went to the toilet, they actually excreted bloody feces. It should be known that the weakest among them was a 1-star Doling. Therefore, I moved the testing area here. Take a look at my improved version of the dragon-slaying bullet. After saying this, a pale silver oval object about the size of a palm appeared in his hand. There was also a button on the object. Press this thing, and it can control the time of explosion according to the amount of dochi you input. Old Man Jean smiled proudly. Damn, this old man is really not simple. He even developed a time function. Ning Chi's face showed a trace of shock. After seeing this trace of shock, Old Man Ning laughed proudly and threw the silver bullet toward a mountain in the distance. With a poof, the silver bullet directly entered the mountain. 5 breaths. Old Man Jean said faintly. Ning Chi immediately felt a strong, pretentious aura from him. This old man was somewhat proud of himself recently. After 5 breaths, only a loud sound was heard, followed by a dazzling light. Ning Chi could not help but cover his eyes with his hands. A moment later, he opened his eyes and saw a mushroom cloud about twice the size of the previous dragon-slaying bullet rising into the sky. The small mountain was directly shaved off more than half. This power is not bad, right? Old Man Jean smiled faintly. Not just good. If it exploded in a group of 9-star dozongs or even peak dozongs, it would probably kill a lot of them. Wild joy surged in Ning Chi's heart. Elder Jean, can you give me 10 of these dragon-slaying bullets? Ning Chi asked. This is the last one. Old Man Jean shook his head. Ning Chi was stunned for a moment. What? Old Man Jean, the rest have been used up because of the test. Ning Chi, then when will you be able to refine it? Old Man Jean thought for a moment and said, about 1 a month. This is my speed. If Manjula were to refine it, he might not even be able to refine one in 2 months. It actually takes so long. Ning Chi had to return to the Cloud Rising sect in 2 months, lest he missed the tribute team. At that time, Shinta Yuanba would probably die at Jing Wuming's hands with hatred. Besides, I've already given you 10 of them. I call these improved dragon-slaying bullets, the supreme dragon-slaying bullets. They're meant for the Empire to use in the war against the dragons in the future. You have to store them and not give them to others easily, not even to you. Old Man Jean curled his lips. Ah, if not for me, how could Elder Jean refine the supreme dragon-slaying bullet? I am in urgent need of the supreme dragon-slaying bullet now. Ning Chi secretly cursed the shameless old man in his heart and then pleaded. No, there is no room for negotiation unless... Old Man Jean smiled slightly, a cunning look flashing in his eyes. Unless what? Ning Chi asked. As long as the other party's price was not too outrageous, he planned to agree. Unless you stay in the Divine Mystery Institute and study the dragon-slaying bullet with me. Old Man Jean revealed his real intention. Stay in the Divine Mystery Institute? Become a research monk with Old Man Jean? Ning Chi rejected without hesitation. I am afraid I cannot agree to Elder Jin's request. Then there is nothing else to say. Old Man Jin's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment as he shook his head. What about this in exchange? Ning Chi took out a dragon blood fruit. When Old Man Jean saw this, he immediately snatched the dragon blood fruit. Then he sized it up carefully and said in surprise, Dragon blood fruit? Where did you get it? I just came out of the dry bones, forbidden ground. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 478. Meeting of Old Friends. I can exchange it with dragon blood fruit. I won't lie to you. 1 dragon blood fruit can be exchanged for 12 supreme dragon slaying bullets, which is equivalent to working hard for you for a year. Old Man Jean said. Ning Qi knew there was more, so he didn't say anything. As expected, Old Man Jean said, but I don't have that much time. How about this? I'll refine 2 for you first and give you the rest later. Deal. Ning Qi didn't bargain. Although he knew he must have suffered a loss, it was also very good to have a closer relationship with Old Man Jean. Old Man Jean looked at Ning Qi with a much gentler expression. He secretly thought that Ning Qi could be taught. Then Ning Qi chatted with Old Man Jean for a while. Old Man Jean wanted Ning Qi to stay and study physics with him, but Ning Qi found an excuse and slipped away. In the restaurant. In about 20 days, it will be the battle between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. I heard that Wu Lingfeng said that he will destroy Dongfang Haojie's cultivation on the spot. He's too arrogant. The 2 of them were not on good terms before, but Wu Lingfeng can't do anything to Dongfang Haojie. He is at least a 3rd-rank eunuch and can see the emperor every day. Who is the emperor? It's a Dodi. Just a few words, and Dongfang Haojie's cultivation will rise. Although Wu Lingfeng is the son of Lord Wu, he really can't compare to Dongfang Haojie. Your information is outdated. Dongfang Haojie has resigned from his position as a 3rd-rank eunuch. Moreover, Wu Lingfeng just came out of Dragonfield. Do you know that place? You definitely don't, because I don't know either. I only know that everyone who comes out of that place will have their cultivation soar. There's such a thing? Then there will be a good show this time. Dongfang Haojie has returned to the Jiuzhou Empire from the Dongfang family, and he still wants to fight with Wu Lingfeng? Ning Qi raised his head and glanced at the few people who were chatting next to him. He secretly eavesdropped on the conversations of the people at the other tables. They were also talking about Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. It seemed that this matter had become a popular topic. After listening for a while, Ning Qi slowly understood the relationship between the 2. From these words and phrases, Ning Qi weaved a sad story for himself. Back then, when Dongfang Haojie had just been sent to the imperial palace by the Dongfang family to be a eunuch, he followed an old eunuch to the martial imperial manor to handle some matters. He met a child of the same age, Wu Lingfeng. At that time, Wu Lingfeng was already very domineering and arrogant. He wanted to bully Dongfang Haojie whenever he saw him. As a result, Dongfang Haojie was, after all, from the 9 great clans. His martial arts foundation was very good. Wu Lingfeng was not his match and was beaten up. Then he went to complain to his father. Originally, a small grudge like this wouldn't last for 10 or 20 years. At most, it would only last for 2 or 3 days. At that time, Martial King was discussing official matters with the old eunuch in the main hall. Aside from the 2 of them, there were many elders and disciples of the martial imperial manor. When Wu Lingfeng ran to Martial King's side and pointed at Dongfang Haojie to complain, his stomach, which had been kicked by Dongfang Haojie before, suddenly began to hurt. Then there was a puff. That's right, he pooped in his pants. Although he didn't take off his pants to verify it on the spot, everyone present was an expert and could smell it. The matter of Wu Lingfeng losing his father was treated as an interesting matter and had always been the main topic of gossip. It was only until the day Wu Lingfeng became a didosher that everyone gradually forgot about it. No one used this matter to tease Wu Lingfeng anymore. However, because of this matter, Wu Lingfeng hated Dongfang Haojie for more than 20 years. Tsk, tisk. Thinking of this, Ning Qi shook his head gloatingly. Hey, it's Dongfang Haojie. Why is he here? Shoo, be quiet. All the diners upstairs immediately became serious. Just like that, they buried their heads in their food and no longer talked about Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. Dongfang Haojie walked up the stairs and directly sat in front of Ning Qi's table. Waiter, add a few more dishes. His voice was deep and full of young energy. All right, the waiter immediately responded. Yeah, it's over. This guy knows Dongfang Haojie? He won't tell him the bad things we said just now, right? Alas, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Yunwu restaurant to eat today. What are you afraid of? It's just talking. You don't have to die. When those diners saw Dongfang Haojie sitting at Ning Chi's table, their complexion suddenly became incomparably ugly. They communicated with each other and at the same time pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. How did you know I was here? Ning Chi looked at Dongfang Haojie and said with a smile, I have been a eunuch in the capital for so many years. Do you think it's for nothing? Dongfang Haojie said with a faint smile. When Ning Chi heard him say the word eunuch in a calm tone without any extra fluctuations, he knew that Dongfang Haojie's temperament had completely changed. No wonder when he went upstairs just now, Ning Chi felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. It seems that you have a lot of informants here. How about it? Do you have the confidence to fight with that Wu Lingfeng? If you don't, I can help you, Ning Chi said with a smile. The diners' ears moved slightly and a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. This guy actually dared to say that he could help Dongfang Haojie? What's his background? Is he also an expert on the human list? Ha ha ha. Dongfang Haojie, what kind of friend do you have that you can boast so shamelessly? A loud laugh came. Wu Lingfeng. A surprised look appeared in the diners' eyes. They didn't expect that they would meet the two main characters of the capital's headlines when they came out for a meal today. Wu Lingfeng came in front of Ning Chi and Dongfang Haojie while laughing. He glanced at Ning Chi and found that Ning Chi was just a 6-star Do Huang. He then continued to ridicule Dongfang Haojie. I didn't expect that in just a few years you have actually fallen to the same level as this kind of trash. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Ning Chi and Dongfang Haojie glanced at each other and then looked at Wu Lingfeng together. Are you eating? Eating? Wu Lingfeng was slightly startled. Go and order some dishes. Can't you see that we are eating? Are you here to freeload? Ning Chi rolled his eyes. Brat, you are very bold. Wu Lingfeng instantly reacted. A trace of faintly discernible and terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Seeing this, the diners quickly threw down their chopsticks and ran to the stairs. They were afraid, but they were also reluctant to leave. You too, don't cause trouble in my Yunwu restaurant. A woman suddenly appeared between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. It's her again? Ning Chi was slightly startled. He didn't notice that he had come to the same restaurant as last time. This lady boss was a descendant of the Ding clan, one of the 9 great clans. At that time, Duan Ningjuan's elder brother was very afraid of her. However, she wasn't even afraid of Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. Chapter 479. Repulse the enemy with words, Ding Ling. Wu Lingfeng glanced at her and said indifferently, Did I cause trouble in your Yunwu tower? Which eye of yours saw it? Ding Ling looked at Wu Lingfeng coldly. Retract your aura. Don't scare the customers of my Yunwu restaurant. Humph. Wu Lingfeng let out a cold snort with an ugly expression. Then he obediently retracted his aura. Seeing this, Ning Chi could not help but let out a chuckle. Wu Lingfeng suddenly looked at Ning Chi. Brat, you dare to laugh at me? So what if I laugh at you? Are you hitting me here? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Ding Ling glanced at Ning Chi and said softly, You again? Soon after, she said to the 3 of them, If you have any grudges, you can settle them on your own after leaving Misty Cloud Tower. I remember that the 2 of you are going to have a big battle soon, right? At that time, you will naturally be able to settle your grudges. Why is there a need to make a fuss in my Misty Tower? Dongfang Haojie cupped his hands and said with a smile, Miss Ding is right. He turned to Ning Chi and said, Shall we go? All right, let's go. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. After that, the 2 of them went downstairs and left. Seeing that, Wu Lingfeng immediately chased after them. Dongfang Haojie, why is he a little different? Did he have any fortuitous encounters during this time? Ding Ling's eyes were filled with confusion. When she realized that the diners were looking at her, Ding Ling disappeared from the second floor in a flash. Brother Dongfang, what's the background of this Yunwu Tower? That Ding Ling's cultivation seems to be about the same as mine. Why do you and Wu Lingfeng give her so much face? Ning Qi asked curiously on the way. It's true that her cultivation isn't high and she's young. However, her business isn't limited to food, Dongfang Haojie said with a smile. She paused for a moment before continuing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you as soon as I found out you were in Yunwu Tower. What's strange about it? Ning Qi was even more curious. There is a book of life and death in the Cloud Mist restaurant. Seeing that Ning Qi was so curious, Dongfang Haojie hesitated for a moment before speaking indifferently. When he mentioned the Book of Life and Death, his expression changed. Book of Life and Death? What the hell was this? Could it be that Yunwu Tower is the Yama Palace? Questions arose in Ning Qi's mind. Every year, a name will appear in the Book of Life and Death. This name may be an official of the 9 States Empire, a prince or an elder of a sect, or even a sect leader. Whenever a name appears, the owner of the name will definitely die within 3 years. Dongfang Haojie continued. What? Ning Qi's face revealed a look of shock. How was this possible? Could it be that this Misty Cloud Tower was the same as the Bloody Slaughter sect, and that they were all assassins? But Dongfang Haojie knew about it, and Wu Lingfeng obviously also knew about it, so the emperor and all the nobles must also know about it. Why didn't they ban Yunwu Tower? Brother Dongfang, is Misty Tower really that strange? For example, if the name of the emperor appears on it? Ning Qi said in a low voice. The emperor he was referring to was the emperor of the Zhou Empire, Ado Di. However, his name did not seem to be on the Dongxian leaderboard. Dongfang Haojie said solemnly, Then we shall appoint a new heir. This time Ning Qi was really shocked. Yunwu Tower was actually powerful enough to decide the life and death of the emperor? That was the Zhou Empire, not a mediocre country like the Qin Tang Empire. In the land of Dongxian, there were only 3 to 5 countries that could compare with the Zhou Empire, and 2 to 3 of them were probably much weaker. How could such a top country be killed by assassins? Brother Dongfang, have you seen the Book of Life and Death? Ning Qi asked seriously. After knowing this news, he felt a little uneasy. What would happen if one day his name appeared on the Book of Life and Death? No one has ever seen the real Book of Life and Death. Every year, after the name appears, Ding Ling will hang a piece of white cloth outside the Misty Tower with the name written on it. But you don't have to be afraid. It's just a 6-star Do Huang. It's probably impossible for you to leave your name on it in this lifetime. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Ning Qi and teased. I hope so. Ning Qi nodded. After that, he wanted to ask more about the Misty Tower, the origin of the Book of Life and Death, when it appeared, and why did Ding Ling of the Ding clan take care of it? Whether the Ding clan was the mastermind behind all these questions, Dongfang Haojie could only answer when the Misty Tower was established. It had been 123 years since then. 122 absolute geniuses had died. Among them were Do Di, Do Sheng, and Do Zun. However, without exception, they were all extremely talented people. They were existences that could suppress a group of beauties until they lost their luster. There was one exception. Until now, no one understood what had happened to that fellow's death. This was because his cultivation was merely at the peak of the Dowang class. He was not even ranked on the dragon ranking. His name had suddenly appeared on the Book of Life and Death. After that, no one had found his corpse until he died. They could only obtain information about that unlucky child from his original clan. Since the appearance of the Book of Life and Death, he was the only person who was not a genius that had been killed. Just as Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie were discussing enthusiastically, Wu Lingfeng once again blocked their way. Wu Lingfeng smiled faintly at Ningqi. You haven't answered me just now. How do you want to help Dongfang Haojie defeat me? Or are you just a big talker? Shit Ghost was here again. Ning Qi rolled his eyes in his heart, after which he impatiently looked at Wu Lingfeng. There was an irritated feeling of being interrupted in his heart. Wu Lingfeng, I am not familiar with you. Why are you asking me all these questions? Wu Lingfeng coldly laughed. I am the son of King Wu, and you do not have an official position. You have to call me Little Prince. You actually dare to call me by my name. This is sufficient reason to arrest you and throw you into prison. What? Ningqi looked at Dongfang Haojie. He wanted to confirm if what Wu Lingfeng said was true or false. In the end, Dongfang Haojie nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I forgot to tell you. Ningqi immediately smiled at Wu Lingfeng and said, Little Prince, you still have over 20 days before you will personally beat up Dongfang Haojie. There is no need for you to place a small character like me in your eyes, right? Ha ha ha. Wu Lingfeng wildly laughed a few times in his heart. Seeing Ningqi admit his fear, he really vented his anger. This won't do. Looks like you will not be able to personally witness the battle between me and Dongfang Haojie. This fellow does not look as simple as he looks. He wants to capture me because he is really afraid that I will help Dongfang Haojie, right? Ningqi's heart slightly sank, seeing the patrolling soldiers walking over after seeing the situation here. Ningqi made a decision in his heart. He said to Wu Lingfeng, You can capture me if you want, but you have to answer a question of mine first. What question? Wu Lingfeng frowned slightly. How did you feel when you defecated in your pants at that time? Ningqi smiled. You. Wu Lingfeng was furious, seeing that there were more and more onlookers, and that Ningqi seemed to have the intention to continue speaking. He immediately turned around and left. His back view was somewhat panicked. Chapter 480. Songshan is green, haha this guy. Ningqi could not help but laugh together with Dongfang Haojie when he saw Wu Lingfeng running away. The soldiers saw that it was Dongfang Haojie and quickly left without saying a word. You have to be careful. Wu Lingfeng is very vengeful. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ningqi and smiled. He was touched. Ningqi knew Wu Lingfeng's identity, but still dared to tease him. Wasn't he helping him vent his anger? You will be competing with him in 20 days. Remember to beat him until he is convinced. Then, how would he dare to find trouble with me? Besides, I have old man Jean behind me. Ningqi thought to himself. What are you doing in the 9 States Empire? A sect mission? Dongfang Haojie smiled and changed the topic. However, Ningqi could see a trace of confidence in his eyes. Obviously, Dongfang Haojie also had a trump card. Sort of. Ningqi nodded. Then, how long will you be staying here? Dongfang Haojie asked. At least 2 months. Ningqi said. Let's go to my house. Dongfang Haojie smiled. Ningqi thought for a while and nodded. When he came to Dongfang Haojie's house, he could not help but exclaim. Every inch of land in the capital of the 9 States Empire was worth its weight in gold. How much did Dongfang Haojie embezzle to be able to buy such a house in a prosperous place like the capital? In front of Ningqi was a large mansion that occupied at least 100 acres of land. At the entrance were 2 golden lions that were 20 feet tall. Compared to them, Ningqi, who was standing in front of them, was like an ant. The walls of the courtyard were also very tall, about 2 or 3 times taller than the golden lions. This was simply a fortress. Brother Dongfang, tell me honestly, how much did you spend on this house? Ningqi asked curiously. Not much. Just 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Dongfang Haojie smiled faintly. This was not much. Ningqi sold a lower mystic calming beauty pill for 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. The lower heaven rank inner armor that was lying quietly in his space bag was only 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Dongfang Haojia's house was equivalent to the price of a lower heaven rank inner armor. This was really extravagant. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Dongfang Haojia smiled, pulled Ningqi's arm, and entered the house. Naturally, there were many servants in such a large mansion. Before he walked far, Ningqi saw an old man running over with a group of fair-skinned manservants. When the old man saw Dongfang Haojia affectionately pulling Ningqi's arm, his eyes flashed with shock. Then he respectfully stepped forward and said, "This old servant greets master." "Yes." Dongfang Haojia faintly nodded his head and said, "Today I have an esteemed guest. Go and prepare. Follow the standard of a first-rank official." Rank 1. A trace of horror flashed through the old man's eyes. After carefully looking at Ningqi, he nodded at Dongfang Haojia and left with the manservant. Ningqi had already guessed their identities because of the feminine aura on these manservants. These fellows are not welcome in the imperial palace. Sooner or later, they will die in there. Seeing that they are somewhat obedient, I pleaded with the emperor to let them follow me. Dongfang Haojia seemed to see the doubt in Ningqi's heart and explained with a smile. In addition to these eunuchs, there were also many maids in the house. Moreover, their appearance was comparable to that of a fairy. They were at the same level as Tong Yingui, Lulu, and Xianche. However, compared to Xueling, they were still lacking. Thinking of Xueling, a trace of nostalgia flashed through Ningqi's eyes. I wonder how she is now. Has she returned to the Snow Dragon clan? Ningqi said in his heart. Then Dongfang Haojia brought Ningqi to the back garden of his house. Looking from here, one could see the mountain range on the outskirts of the capital. Brother Dongfang, what is the first rank standard? Sitting down with Dongfang Haojia in the stone pavilion, Ningqi asked curiously. Dongfang Haojia faintly smiled. You will know in a moment. Not long after, a group of people came in under the lead of the old eunuch. This group of people had colorful pastels painted on their faces. The first rank standard is to watch a show. Ningqi was a little disappointed. At this time, the manservant brought tea over. A faint fragrance was inhaled into Ningqi's lungs. At this time, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Ding, the host smelled a top-quality heaven rank Tsongshan Snow Green, increasing 1,000,000 experience points. What? Just smelling it increased 1,000,000 experience points? It should be known that Ningqi only needed 6,000,000 to level up. Seemingly noticing the great change in Ningqi's expression, Dongfang Haojia faintly smiled and said, "This tea is called Tsongshan Snow Green. It is planted for 10 years, ripened for 10 years, picked for 10 years, and fried for 10 years. After about 40 years, it can produce 1 caddy. Thanks to the emperor's love, my house has 1 caddy." The manservant put down the tea with an envious face, after which he respectfully stood behind Dongfang Haojia. Ningqi swept his eyes over him. This manservant was not simple. He was a 1-star Do Huang. Looking at his age, he should be around the same age as Duan Minglong. This god-dragon marquis mansion was a Heaven's Pride level disciple, but he was actually Dongfang Haojia's manservant. This was definitely not a treatment that a dozong could receive. Thinking about this mansion, Ningqi guessed that it was because of the third-rank eunuch's identity. Drink it while it's hot. Dongfang Haojia smiled and said, after which his gaze turned to the group of actors. Ningqi picked up the cup of tea and downed it in 1 gulp. Before this, the old eunuch and the young eunuchs had been watching Ningqi's every move. Seeing him waste a heavenly treasure so recklessly, not even tasting it before directly swallowing the Tsang mountain jade into his stomach, all of their faces revealed tragic expressions. This was one of the few treasures in the mansion. The remaining Tsongshan Snow Green could only serve 3 or 4 people. Ding! Congratulations to host for drinking the top grade, heaven-class Tsongshan Snow Green. You have obtained 3 million experience points. Smelling it for 1 million and drinking it for 3 million, Ning Qi was a little disappointed. He was currently a 6-star Do Huang. Adding the 4 million experience points that he had just obtained, he was still lacking 1 million or so before he could once again break through to a 7-star Do Huang. There was a huge gap between 6 stars and 7 stars. At that time, Ning Qi's fighting strength would once again soar. Thinking of this, Ning Qi hurriedly extended his nose and sniffed the Tsongshan snow green on Dongfang Haojia's hand. However, he discovered that his experience did not increase and the system did not give any notification. The effect of the Tsongshan snow green can only be used once. Dongfang Haojia teasingly looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, after which he slowly sipped the tea. No wonder this fellow's cultivation did not fluctuate. So it was like this. Ning Qi was a little disappointed. Chapter 481. Chapter 481 of H's Toei True. First stage, War God Body. You've raised a dragon? The dragon that could transform was either a rank 7 dragon, had a secret technique of the clan, or had an extremely high bloodline. Ning Qi said in surprise. At the same time, he was also shocked because, when he wanted to check the dragon's attributes, there were only question marks. This was the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, there would at least be a name and origin. At this moment, the dragon flew in front of the two and turned into a woman again. Her face was painted with powder, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. Judging from her figure, it could be said that she was extremely beautiful. The woman slowly half knelt in front of the two and said in a low voice, "This servant greets master. And get up. You can leave first." Dongfang Haojia nodded lightly and waved his hand. "Yes, master." The woman stood up, glanced at Ning Qi, then left the backyard with the others under the guidance of the old eunuch. "Do you know the origin of this woman?" Dongfang Haojia said with a faint smile. "Brother Dongfang, don't keep me guessing. Tell me quickly." Ning Qi said, "This woman is called Ancient Ning." Dongfang Haojia said with a smile. Ning Qi's eyes slightly changed, and he was a little shocked. One of the 3 great dragon clans, the Ancient Dragon Clan. How could a descendant of the Ancient Dragon Clan be an actor under Dongfang Haojia? Why was she so respectful to Dongfang Haojia? Moreover, why couldn't he see through her attributes? Was it because she was one of the 3 great dragon clans? Hundreds of years ago, the Ancient Dragon Clan was not one of the 3 great dragon clans. At that time, the 3 great dragon clans were Ju Gu, Tiangu, and Hell. Later, the diabolical dragon clan fought with our Jiuzhou Empire and suffered heavy losses. The Ancient Dragon Clan took advantage of the situation and became one of the 3 great dragon clans. This woman is indeed a descendant of the Ancient Dragon Clan, but she is an abandoned dragon. Dongfang Haojia said, "So there is such an illusion. What is the meaning of abandoned dragon?" Ning Qi asked. "Due to certain reasons, they were banished by our race. These dragons are the abandoned dragons. They will no longer be taken care of by our race. Even if the human race slaughters them in front of their race, they will not be avenged. These are the abandoned dragons." Dongfang Haojia said lightly, "This abandonment is simply too thorough. No wonder she is willing to be an actor under Dongfang Haojia. A dragon is not welcomed by her own race, and the human race hates the dragon race. The probability of such an abandoned dragon surviving is too low." Dongfang Haojia said, "There are a total of 9 abandoned dragons in the capital. I picked her up when I was doing a mission outside. In the capital, only a small number of people have seen her and seen her performance. If it wasn't for the beauty calming pill, you wouldn't have seen her." Tisk, Ning Qi curled his lips. "Don't doubt me. Countless people want to obtain an abandoned dragon. They want to study the true secrets of the dragon clan's bloodline and fuse it into their own bloodline, allowing their cultivation to rise to the next level. However, The abandoned dragon they obtained is only an ordinary dragon clan member. So its true value is worth 100 mansions like mine. Dongfang Haojie sneered. I guess Dongfang Haojie doesn't know that there are secrets on this ancient, desolate Ying's body. Even the system can't see her attributes. It should be because the system doesn't want me to see her attributes. Is it because she has something that can help me and allow my cultivation to soar? So the system has hidden her attributes? Ning Qi mused in his heart. In such a short period of time, you are already a 6-star Do Huang. How about it? Are you interested in a match? Dongfang Haojie smiled. Ning Qi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart and smiled at Dongfang Haojie. I couldn't ask for more. His war god body also needed an opponent to temper it. The two of them began to fight in the backyard. Dongfang Haojie didn't give Ning Qi any face and knocked him to the ground again and again. Not enough. Your strength is not enough. Don't show mercy. Boom. Still not enough. Boom. Brother Dongfang, did you not eat? Boom. This won't do. I don't want to compete with you with such strength. Boom. 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 Dongfang Haojie kept beating Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with anger because of Ning Qi's provocation. However, what shocked him the most was that Ning Qi was actually smiling as he was being beaten by him. Is he that kind of person? Dongfang Haojie stopped in shock and suspiciously looked at Ning Qi. According to what he knew, there was a kind of person who liked to be beaten by others. This way, they would feel great pleasure. Could it be that Ning Qi was this kind of person? Why aren't you beating me anymore? Ning Qi innocently looked at Dongfang Haojie. Under Dongfang Haojie's beating, his pseudo-first Duan war god body began to become stronger after reaching its peak. At this rate, Ning Qi would probably only need to fight for 3 days and 3 nights to reach the first Duan. At that time, the strength of Ning Qi's physical body would increase by about 10%. This 10% was not ordinary. After his physical body had been tempered by the dragon elephant prajna art, it was estimated that it was not much weaker than Dongfang Haojie. This 10% increase was a huge improvement. Do you like being beaten by others? Dongfang Haojie hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, I really like it. Ning Qi nodded. Dongfang Haojie waved his sleeves and left, as if he couldn't bear to look at Ning Qi again. It wasn't until Ning Qi chased after him and asked for the reason did he know that Dongfang Haojie had misunderstood. Ning Qi explained it to him. Oh, so it's because your cultivation method needs it. You should have said so earlier. Dongfang Haojie sighed in relief. It was rare for him to become friends with Ning Qi. If Ning Qi was really that kind of person, he really didn't know how to get along with Ning Qi. Since he knew the truth, Dongfang Haojie didn't show any mercy and directly beat Ning Qi for 3 days and 3 nights. This scene was seen by many servants in the mansion. The way they looked at Ning Qi was the same as the way Dongfang Haojie looked at him. Dongfang Haojie naturally wouldn't explain to the servants, and Ning Qi was even more disinclined to explain to them. So after 3 days, Ning Qi had already become that kind of person in the eyes of the servants. When Dongfang Haojie punched Ning Qi and sent him flying, a golden light suddenly appeared on Ning Qi's body. Finally, this golden light gradually entered Ning Qi's 7 apertures and disappeared into his body. My goodness, my strength really increased by more than 10%. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining true first-level war god body. HP increased by 10,000. The system's prompt sounded. Ning Qi already knew that his HP would increase, but he didn't expect it to increase by so much. The first layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna art only increased his HP by 100. However, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art's growth rate was 10 times higher with each layer. The war god's body was only a peak, grade heaven, ranked martial technique. The amount of HP it provided should be much weaker than the dragon-elephant prajna art. However, the true use of the war god's body lay in defense. Bang! Ning Qi fell heavily on the ground in a half-kneeling position. His feet sunk deep into the soil. Dongfang Haojie was surprised to find that Ning Qi's aura was completely different from before. It seemed to vaguely carry the aura of an emperor. How is this possible? At this time, Ning Qi stood up and smiled at Dongfang Haojie. Brother Dongfang, thank you for your help. Ning Qi smiled and that aura disappeared. Dongfang Haojie thought it was just his misconception and no longer worried about it. Continue? Chapter 482. Chapter 482. I enter an Imperial Colosseum. More than 20 days passed in a flash. Ning Qi discovered that the cultivation of the war god's physique was the same as the dragon-elephant prajna art. It was very simple and fast at the beginning, but towards the end, the progress became very slow. After he successfully cultivated the true level 1 war god's physique, he had only cultivated the true level 2 war god's physique in the last 10 days. According to this speed, the third stage would only take half a year, and the fourth stage would take 3 to 5 years. Your cultivation technique is very unique. When Ning Qi advanced to the true second stage war god body, Dongfang Haojie once again saw a flash of Emperor Qi. Why do you want to learn? I can accept you as my disciple. Ning Qi smiled. Scram. Dongfang Haojie rolled his eyes. Dongfang Haojie, the competition is starting today. Why haven't you gone yet? Are you afraid of the young prince? Don't be a coward inside. That's a disgrace to the royal family. Dongfang Haojie, did you hear that? Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door. Dongfang Haojie's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. He and Ning Qi walked to the gate and found that their guards were confronting a group of people. Ning Qi scanned their attributes and found that each of them was the son of an official, the son of a prince, or the son of a grand tutor. In any case, they were all descendants of nobles in the 9 States Empire, similar to Huangfu Tao and the others in the Qin Tang Empire. Dongfang Haojie, you finally came out. Ha ha ha, I thought you didn't dare to come out. After the leading youth saw Dongfang Haojie, he laughed provocatively. They were not afraid of Dongfang Haojie. After all, each of their family background was very deep. Even if Dongfang Haojie was a third-rank embroidered eunuch, he would not dare to deal with them. Fei Yuan, do you really think that I won't dare to attack you? Dongfang Haojie coldly stared at the young man. A faintly discernible killing intent was emitted from his body and locked onto the young man. A trace of panic flashed across Fei Yuan's face. What was going on? In the past, when they ridiculed Dongfang Haojie, nothing happened. Why did Dongfang Haojie seem to have changed into a different person today? You, what do you want to do? The young prince is still waiting for you. Fei Yuan stuttered. Ha! Dongfang Haojie chuckled, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Then he said to Ning Qi, let's go. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. In the Empire's arena, most of the people in Beijing had come. The 100,000 seats were practically filled, and the place was bustling with activity. There was no space left. The people who sat at the very front were the prodigies from the great clans, but they were basically people who were ranked beyond the top 300 on the dragon rank. Only a few of them could enter the top 200. The rest were either not in Beijing or in isolation. These are just ordinary seats. There were some exclusive seats at a high place. Currently, the people sitting on them were the elders of the various large clans. All of them were dozongs. At this moment, they were surrounding a group of young men who were repeatedly flattering them. These young men were like Dongfang Haojie, existences on the man ranking. Some of them were even ranked higher than Dongfang Haojie. Big Brother, being able to see Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng's fight today might have given us some inspiration for our cultivation. Duan Juandi smiled as he transmitted his voice to Duan Juntian. At this moment, the three Duan brothers were also sitting in the ordinary seats. In front of them sat Duan Minglong and the other proud disciples of the divine Dragon Marquis Palace. Yes, Duan Juntian's eyes also revealed a trace of anticipation. In the past, Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng's small fights could not be seen at all. Now it was obvious that they were going to fight to the death. This was the most suitable time for people to observe and learn. As long as they could learn even a little bit, it would be of great help to the cultivation of these dowongs. In the fighting arena, there was another place that was very conspicuous. There were many guards standing around this place, each of them emitting a trace of Dozong's aura. Among the Dozongs there were two children, a boy and a girl, and an old man. The old man's face was pale and beardless, and he looked at the two little fellows dotingly. "Eunuch you, do you think Dongfang can win?" The little boy asked in a serious manner. He looked very serious and precocious, but he was only 6 or 7 years old. The little girl, who was 1 or 2 years younger than him, was also looking at Yurujin with big bright eyes. A trace of worry flashed in Yurujin's eyes, but he smiled brightly in front of the two children and said, "18th Prince, 19th Princess, that boy Dongfang is very strong. He will definitely win." "That's great." The 19th Princess clapped her hands happily. The 18th Prince was obviously very happy, but he only showed a reserved smile. Seeing this, Yurujin thought to herself, "The 18th Prince's bearing is much stronger than that of the other princes. It's a pity that he is not a legitimate son. Otherwise, the throne of the Jiuzhou Empire would be his." On the Wu Imperial Mansion's grandstand, Wu Lingfeng stood against the wind, his clothes fluttering. Around him were many servants, including a few younger brothers and sisters. "Big brother, it's almost noon, but Dongfang Haojie hasn't arrived yet. Is he afraid? He knows that you just came out of the dragon field and your cultivation has greatly increased, so he doesn't dare to fight?" A 14 or 15-year-old boy asked in a low voice. "Of course, eunuchs know how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They don't care about face at all. If he doesn't come today, at most, he will be scolded for a few days. If he comes, he will definitely die in the hands of Big Brother. He will die in the fighting arena, and the Emperor will not be able to say anything." Another little girl said coldly, and a hint of ferociousness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wu Lingfeng smiled faintly and did not answer. The people on the ordinary grandstand were also a little anxious. Why hasn't Dongfang Haojie come yet? Is it possible that he is afraid? What should I do? I bet 1,000 lower spiritual crystals in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion that Dongfang Haojie will win. If he doesn't come, won't my spiritual crystals be in vain? Oh boy, you've made a fortune recently. When will you pay me back the 100 lower spiritual crystals you owe me last time? Well, let's not talk about this now. Will Dongfang Haojie come or not? If he doesn't come, I will go to the gate of his mansion and scold him. 100,000 people discussed. Although each of them was very low, when they gathered together, it formed a buzzing sound that could be heard by Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi, who were about to arrive. "Brother Dongfang, you are too late. Someone is dissatisfied." Ning Qi smiled. "We agreed to go at noon, so I will go in at noon." Dongfang Haojie smiled faintly. "It's almost time." Everyone looked down at the shadows under their feet. When their shadows overlapped, it would be noon. If Dongfang Haojie did not come by then, it would be regarded as a forfeit. Soon. 10 breaths. 7 breaths. 3 breaths. 1 coming. Look. Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi flew into the fighting arena and stood in the air. "Hey, who is that guy next to him? I don't know, I have never seen him before. How could it be him?" Chapter 483. 1. Move Dongfang Haojie glanced at the crowd and finally fixed his eyes on Yurujin. The two nodded, then Dongfang Haojie said to Ning Qi, "Wait for me there." "There." Okay, Brother Dongfang, you can do it. Ning Qi cheered Dongfang Haojia on with a smile, then flew toward Yu Rujin. The guards on the spectator stand looked at Ning Qi cautiously, but Yu Rujin said slowly, "Move aside, he is little Dongfang's friend." "Yes, eunuch Yu." These Dozong level guards nodded extremely respectfully and moved aside. However, their eyes were still cautiously looking at Ning Qi. They were afraid that he would do something detrimental to the little prince and little princess. That guy went to the imperial spectator stand? Oh, could he be a eunuch from the imperial palace? Otherwise, why would he come here with Dongfang Haojia? It's possible. The crowd thought they were right, so they no longer paid attention to Ning Qi. However, Duan Minglong and the others were still shocked. Isn't this guy an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Why would he be friends with Dongfang Haojia and go to the imperial spectator stand? Duan Juntian looked at Ning Qi's back with a pale face. "Big brother, let's not provoke this guy in the future. I can't see through him anymore. I could see that he is a king of fighters, but now—" Duan Juntian shook his head. Duan Juntian finally realized that he could not see through Ning Qi's cultivation. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Then he smiled desolately and lowered his head. Duan Minglong looked at Ning Qi's back coldly. His expression was even worse than Duan Juntian's. He did not even have the right to talk to a genius like Dongfang Haojia, but Ning Qi seemed to have a good relationship with him. "You must be eunuch Yu. I am Ning Qi, an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Brother Dongfang has mentioned you before." Ning Qi cupped his hands at Yu Rujin respectfully. Yu Rujin looked at Ning Qi from head to toe, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through her eyes. She nodded and said, "Yes, I am Yu Rujin. Since Dongfang has mentioned me before, you naturally know who I am. These two are the 18th prince and the 19th princess." "Oh, nice to meet you. 18th prince and 19th princess." The 18th prince nodded calmly. The 19th princess looked at Ning Qi curiously and asked in a childish voice, "Are you a friend from the East? Are you also an expert on the ranking list of young masters? What's your ranking?" The 18th prince said indifferently, "I know all the experts on the mortal ranking. There is no one like him. Furthermore, the outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect cannot even enter the dragon ranking, much less the mortal ranking." After that, he looked at Yu Rujin, as if he wanted to know whether what he said was true or not. Yu Shijin nodded. The 18th prince smiled faintly, but Ning Qi noticed the pride in his eyes. "Big brother, you're amazing." The 19th princess looked at her brother in admiration. The 18th prince felt proud once more. "Take a seat." Yu Zhijin called out to Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded, then shook his head and said, "I'll stand with these big brothers. I'll be able to see more clearly this way." After speaking, he walked to the side of the group of guards and stood there, looking at Dongfang Haojia and Wu Lingfeng. The two of them had been standing in the air for a while, but neither of them made the first move. "Dongfang Haojia, are you ready for today?" Wu Lingfeng smiled faintly. "Ready for what?" Dongfang Haojia smiled. "To become a dead eunuch." Wu Lingfeng chuckled. Unfortunately, he did not achieve his goal. Dongfang Haojia's expression was still indifferent, without the slightest hint of anger. "You've really improved a lot." Wu Lingfeng's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. Originally, he thought that he would definitely win, but at this moment his heart was in a mess. It was because Dongfang Haojia was too calm, so calm that he didn't have a trace of confidence. Why hasn't the little prince made his move yet? Fei Yuan was a bit anxious. He wanted to see Dongfang Haojia's defeat, so that he would have the chance to mock Dongfang Haojia and vent his anger. "Big brother Fei Yuan, don't worry. The little prince is testing Dongfang Haojia. No matter what, Dongfang Haojia is ranked higher than the little prince on the ranking list." A youth who was 1 or 2 years younger than Fei Yuan comforted him with a smile. The little prince's strength has far surpassed Dongfang Haojie. The ranking list will be reset today. There should be people from the Bai Xiao clan in the martial arena now. Another person said. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng and Dongfang Haojie moved at the same time. Everyone looked at the two of them with anticipation and excitement. Dongfang Haojie, try the peerless martial skill that I've comprehended in Longyu. Earth Destruction Palm. Wu Lingfeng let out a wild laugh. He thrust his palm forward, and from the center of his palm, a pale golden dou qi surged out, condensing into an incomparably huge palm. Everyone felt the sky and earth darken. In the next moment, their hearts started to beat violently, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in their hearts. What a terrifying palm technique! Did Wu Lingfeng comprehend it himself? Those Dozongs were shocked and jealous at the same time. Why did Wu Lingfeng get the chance to go to Longyu? If they were the ones who went, the benefits they would receive would be much greater than Wu Lingfeng's. After all, Wu Lingfeng's aptitude was only above average among these people. He was far from being the best. Is this the power of a Dozong? I feel that it's more terrifying than facing a Dozun. Those ordinary Dozongs revealed a horrified expression. So powerful! Duan Minglong looked at the huge golden palm in the sky in shock. Little Dongfang, it's dangerous. A trace of worry flashed in Yu Rujin's eyes. The 18th prince still looked like a little adult with a serious face. No one knew what he was thinking. Ha ha ha! Dongfang Haojie, you're dead. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Fei Yuan laughed wildly and blurted out, not caring about the looks of the people around him. On the stand of the Wu Imperial Mansion. Big Brother won. The little prince won. Wu Lingfeng's younger brother and sister and the elders of the Wu Imperial Mansion all showed gratified smiles. Did my spiritual crystals go to waste? Seeing that Dongfang Haojie didn't fight back as if he was scared out of his wits, many people thought unwillingly. When everyone thought that Dongfang Haojie was going to be defeated, Dongfang Haojie made his move. He put his hands together, and his fingers moved as fast as a phantom. At this time, only Yu Rujin's face showed shock. Soon after, several thousand golden swords condensed from battle qi suddenly appeared behind Dongfang Haojie. Like lightning, they shattered the huge golden palm. Then, without losing any momentum, they bombarded Wu Lingfeng's body. Wu Lingfeng's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. At the critical moment, he only had enough time to protect his vitals, but he was still heavily injured. Like a bird with broken wings, he heavily smashed into the center of the arena. One move, instant kill. Chapter 484. An unexpected disaster. What kind of martial arts technique is this? Wu Lingfeng was killed in a second. How is this possible? Many people's faces became extremely ugly, especially the elders of the multi-treasure pavilion. This time, they estimated that they would lose 2 or 3 years' worth of profits. How could this be? Fei Yuan stared the scene, dumbfounded. He didn't want to believe it. Wu Lingfeng was defeated? Why did he mock Dongfang Haojie like that? Thinking of this, Fei Yuan couldn't help but tremble. Wu Lingfeng's younger brother and sister, the elders and servants of the Imperial Wu Mansion, were all in disbelief. They quickly ran to the front of the stand to see how Wu Lingfeng's injury was. Why did the Dongfang family's demon slayer sword pass on to little Dongfang? Eunuch, you looked at Dongfang Haojie and had a deep doubt. The demon slayer sword was the supreme martial arts technique of the Dongfang family. In some cases, it had even greatly surpassed the ordinary heaven-level martial arts technique. It could cause great harm to both the human and the dragon clan. It was a secret that could not be passed on. Only the true direct descendants of the Dongfang family in each generation could learn it. However, little Dongfang was only a branch of the Dongfang family and was not well received in the family. His uncle and aunt were extremely bad to him. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the imperial palace to be a eunuch. When little Dongfang showed his excellent cultivation talent, the Dongfang family reacted. But it was too late. The Dongfang family would not accept a crippled person. Thinking of this, Yu Rujin couldn't help shaking his head. He couldn't figure out how Dongfang Haojie learned the Demon Slayer's sword that only the direct descendants could practice. Puff! Wu Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up from the ground with difficulty. Then he found that his body was empty and he could not feel a trace of fighting energy. Wu Lingfeng was shocked. He quickly looked down at his dantian and saw that there was a bleeding wound where his dantian was. His original dantian seemed to have been shattered. Dongfang Haojie, how dare you destroy my dantian? Wu Lingfeng faced the sky and roared in pain. He looked at Dongfang Haojie with hatred. At this moment, he wished he could peel off his skin, tear apart his bones, swallow his flesh, and crush his bones. His monstrous hatred made everyone present feel a bone-piercing chill. Wu Lingfeng's cultivation was destroyed. Things have gotten out of hand this time. Some of the heavens' chosen dozongs frowned, while a few others revealed gloating expressions. When Fei Yuan heard this, he slumped into his seat powerlessly. He was the #1 follower of Wu Lingfeng. He had once used Wu Lingfeng's name to bully countless geniuses like Duan Minglong. It could be said that he had made countless enemies among the nobles. Now that Wu Lingfeng's cultivation was crippled, it meant that he had lost his backing. What awaited him in the future would be a torrential revenge, right? Well, everyone was shocked by the fact that Wu Lingfeng's cultivation was crippled, and the people of the martial imperial manor all rushed towards the arena. A terrifying aura pierced through the air. In an instant, a middle-aged man with an ashen face appeared beside Wu Lingfeng. The middle-aged man was more than 9 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked to be in his early 40s. He quickly reached out and touched Wu Lingfeng's body a few times before stuffing an elixir into his mouth. "Father, this damn eunuch destroyed my dantian." Wu Lingfeng hugged the middle-aged man and burst into tears. After his dantian was destroyed, he had lost all his shrewdness. "Lord Wu." Yu Rujin stood up and smiled faintly at the middle-aged man. Lord Wu glanced at Yu Rujin, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He then looked at Dongfang Haojie, who was slowly landing on the ground, gnashed his teeth, and said, "You destroyed the bloodline of the imperial Wu mansion. I will report this to the emperor and let him make a decision. If you break your own meridians and shatter your dantian now, maybe you can keep your life. Otherwise, the imperial Wu mansion will not rest until you are dead." Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The imperial Wu mansion would not rest until they were dead? These words were almost a death sentence for Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie was only a 3rd-rank embroidered eunuch. This status could not be compared to the imperial Wu mansion, which had been passed down since the founding of the country. Of course, if the Dongfang family recognized Dongfang Haojie as a disciple, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, the Dongfang family would not recognize a eunuch. "Lord Wu, your words are too serious. Before this battle, both sides should have considered the consequences of a small fight between the younger generation." Yu Rujin, together with the 18th prince and the 19th princess, flew to Lord Wu and smiled faintly. At the same time, almost all the dozongs flew over. They wanted to take a closer look at Wu Lingfeng's injuries and see if his dantian had really been crippled. They also wanted to join in the fun and see how King Wu would handle this matter. Seeing this, Ning Qi also followed. "What eunuch you said is very reasonable." The 18th prince nodded faintly. "Greetings, 18th prince." King Wu casually bowed to the 18th prince, which made the 18th prince frown. Unfortunately, King Wu didn't care about him at all. Instead, he looked at Yu Rujin and said coldly, "Although there are casualties in battles, I would rather he die in the arena than have his Dantian destroyed on purpose and become a piece of trash. This is a provocation to the martial imperial manner. Do you really think that the martial imperial manner has been silent for the past few decades, that we are declining? On purpose? Everyone looked at Wu Lingfeng's body. Sure enough, the wound was right in the middle of his Dantian. As for the other wounds on his body, they coincidentally avoided all the vital parts. Wu Wanya was right. Dongfang Haojie had done this on purpose. Yu Rujin also knew this. Her eyes moved slightly, and she smiled at Lord Wu. Lord Wu, don't worry. With this kind of injury, the young prince can be saved if he is lucky. He was right, but the probability of being lucky was too low, unless they could get some peerless panacea that had a miraculous effect in this area. You don't need to talk about this anymore. You can't protect that eunuch Dongfang Haojie. Lord Wu sneered. At this moment, Ning Qi happened to be concentrating on the wounds on Wu Lingfeng's body. When Wu Lingfeng saw Ning Qi, he became angry and growled, "What are you looking at?" Lord Wu immediately turned his gaze towards Ning Qi. An aura similar to that of the green-robed elder from the cloud rising sect instantly locked onto him. Ning Qi felt wronged. He just wanted to look at these wounds and calculate the power of Dongfang Haojie's move. "You're not from the capital," Lord Wu said coldly. Ning Qi nodded. "I'm an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect." Boom! The martial king instantly made his move and sent Ning Qi flying with a single palm strike. The crowd was taken aback and looked at the spot where Ning Qi had landed with pity in their eyes. Duan Juntian and the others, on the other hand, had a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Then Lord Wu grabbed Wu Lingfeng, sneered at Yu Rujin and Dongfang Haojie, and prepared to leave. CKU! An angry roar came from behind them. Ning Qi got up in a sorry state, rubbed his chest, and looked at Lord Wu in anger. He's not dead? Chapter 485. A bronze puppet descending from the sky. He actually withstood Lord Wu's attack and did not die. The three Duan Juntian brothers, Duan Minglong, and the other disciples of the divine Dragon Marquis mansion looked at Ning Qi in shock. Interesting. No wonder Dongfang Haojie is with this boy. His cultivation doesn't look as simple as it looks. The genius Do Zongs narrowed their eyes at Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile, then took a step forward. With his position, if King Wu wanted to act again, he would have to go through him first. As for Ning Qi's injuries, Dongfang Haojie really wasn't worried. After all, he had beaten Ning Qi for more than 20 days and knew how terrifying Ning Qi's body was. Damn it, if it weren't for my dragon elephant prajna art being at the 5th stage, the earring that Elder Meng gave me that increased my HP by 200,000, and the war god's body, that palm just now would have sent me straight to heaven. Ning Qi cursed in his heart. It would have been fine if he had really mocked Wu Lingfeng. In all honesty, he was just looking at Wu Lingfeng's injuries. "What did you just scold me for?" King Wu looked at Ning Qi coldly. CKU. Ning Qi grinned. "No one has ever asked me to scold them a second time. You are the first." An incomparably violent aura surged out of King Wu's body and swept toward Ning Qi. When the others saw this, they hurriedly took dozens of steps back. They did not want to be implicated by Ning Qi. It should be known that King Wu was someone on the Earth ranking. Although his ranking was not very high, he was almost invincible among ordinary Do Zuns. Dongfang Haojie took a step forward, wanting to block Wu Lingfeng's aura. As a result, he was sent flying. Dongfang Haojie, who could defeat Wu Lingfeng in one move, couldn't even block Wu Lingfeng's aura. At this moment, Yu Rujin smiled and extended her hand to block. The frightening aura that swept over instantly disappeared as if it had never appeared. "Eunuch Yu, this boy humiliated me. What do you mean by this?" Killing intent surged in King Wu's eyes. He knew that Yu Rujin's cultivation was much higher than his, but he still stared at Eurugene fiercely. This kid is a disciple of the Cloudrise sect, after all. Killing him like this will be difficult to explain. How about this, Ning Qi? Apologize to King Wu, and we'll let this matter go. Eurugene said with a faint smile. Apologize? Lord Wu laughed wildly and pointed at Eurugene's nose. Damned eunuch, who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the royal family. Just now, everyone heard who he was cursing. Don't you understand the relationship between my mother and His Majesty? Once these words came out, everyone immediately reacted. Indeed, although the Wu imperial manor had been passed down for dozens of generations and did not have any direct bloodline relationship with the current emperor, the mother of the Wu imperial manor was the younger sister of the current emperor. Eurugene's expression changed slightly. With a wry smile, she stepped aside. Lord Wu let out a sinister laugh. At least you're tactful, you old turtle. Then he walked towards Ning Qi step by step. With every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. The faces of the 100,000 spectators in the stands were flushed with excitement. Their blood surged. They never thought that today not only would they be able to see the battle between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng, but they would also be able to see Lord Wu fight with their own eyes. Unfortunately, Lord Wu's opponent was too weak. He was no different from an ant, so it was impossible for anything spectacular to happen. This kid, Dongfang Haojie, let out a wry smile. According to his previous personality, he would never face Lord Wu for Ning Qi. However, when he thought of how Ning Qi had helped him mend the defects in his body and gave him a new life, Dongfang Haojie walked straight towards Lord Wu. He planned to buy Ning Qi sometime no matter what. Boom! Just as Dongfang Haojie was about to reach Lord Wu, a giant descended from the sky. This giant was more than 10 feet tall, and standing in front of the crowd, the pressure he gave off was even more terrifying than that of the Dragon Clan. His entire body emitted a bronze luster, and his cold eyes stared at Lord Wu. A terrifying aura emanated from the giant. The expressions of the spectators in the stands changed, and they all let out cries of surprise. What race is this? A demon beast in human form? Or a dragon in human form? How can its body be so huge? Could it be the legendary Titan descendant? Impossible. The Titan descendant went extinct millions of years ago. At that time, the Dragon Clan had not yet risen, so it was just food for the Titan descendant. Even the heaven's chosen Dozong subconsciously retreated a few hundred feet. Finally, they simply returned to the stands. Only by putting some distance between them could they feel at ease. Eunuch Yu, what is this? The 18th prince looked at the bronze puppet in shock, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen a similar figure in an ancient book in the palace, but he could not remember it. This caused his small eyebrows to furrow into 3 thin lines. This old servant also doesn't know. Eurugene smiled bitterly and shook her head. She looked at the bronze puppet with incomparable vigilance. Lord Wu and Dongfang Haojie stopped at the same time. Dongfang Haojie looked at the bronze puppet with a trace of surprise in his eyes. How did it appear? With such a huge body, there is no reason that the capital's guards could not see it. Dongfang Haojie secretly said in his heart, "This is." Lord Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. As for Wu Lingfeng, he stared at the bronze puppet with a dumbfounded expression. He vaguely felt a trace of unease, just as everyone was shocked and doubtful, and secretly guessed the origin of the giant. They saw Ning Qi fly into the giant's mouth as if there was no one else around. After seeing this scene, everyone suddenly became dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Ning Qi quickly flew to the side of the master recognition stone, and with a glance he saw the groove that stored the power source. Then Ning Qi took out the sky-splitting inner armor from the spatial bag, and without hesitation, took out the 2 inferior spiritual godstones on it. 1 for 10 minutes, 2 for 20 minutes should be enough. Ning Chi murmured to himself, and then put the inferior spiritual godstones into the groove. Then, the system issued a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host's bronze puppet for obtaining 2 inferior spiritual godstones. Duration, 20 minutes. Outside the gladiator arena. That guy was eaten? No, he flew in by himself. Why don't I understand? Why is this giant not moving? Everyone had a look of deep doubt on their faces. Who are you? Lord Wu looked coldly at the bronze puppet and said indifferently. At this time, Yu Rujin had already brought the 18th prince and the 19th princess to a safe place. He ordered his subordinates to guard them, and he flew to Lord Wu's side, confronting the bronze puppet. Didn't Lord Wu want to kill me? You'll have to defeat me first. Chapter 486. Black Prison Gate. The speed of the bronze puppet's kick was extremely fast. When its foot landed, it created an extremely powerful whirlwind that engulfed the entire battle arena. Everyone felt their hair being blown by the wind. A trace of fury flashed across Prince Wu's eyes. He tossed Wu Lingfeng in the direction of his elder, after which he let out a loud roar, leaped up, and violently smashed the foot of the bronze puppet. Bang! Flesh collided with metal, emitting a muffled buzzing sound, after which the bronze puppet involuntarily took 2 to 3 steps back. Prince Wu was also sent flying to the ground by the enormous rebounding force. He only came to a stop after taking 7 to 8 steps back. His calves dug deep into the ground with each step. How powerful! Prince Wu is a 4-star Dozun, but he is able to fight this giant to a draw. I heard that Prince Wu was ranked in the top 500 of the previous ground ranking, excluding the 9 great clans and the 3 great dragon tribes. There are less than 20 to 30 people who are stronger than him in the capital. An ordinary peak Dozun might not be able to easily defeat Prince Wu. In other words, this giant actually possesses the might of a peak Dozun? I'm afraid so. Just what is the background of that brat? He is merely a 6-star Do Huang. Yet, he actually possesses such a powerful ally. It seems that the ally even listens to him. He just said that he is an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. How is this possible? If a mere outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect possesses such might, it is likely that the Cloud Rising sect would no longer be one of the 36 top sections. Instead, it would be on the same level as the 9 top clans. The audience in the viewing gallery whispered to each other as they discussed softly. Some were shocked, some were frowning, and some were gloating. This giant actually possesses such divine strength. Can he fight father to a draw? The 14 to 15-year-old lady from the Wu Imperial Mansion spoke with some shock. At this moment, the rest of the crowd subtly glanced at Wu Lingfeng. The young man who was extremely obedient in front of Wu Lingfeng before, Wu Lingfeng's second brother, now had a flash of joy in his eyes. He didn't care about the battle in front of him. He only knew that his big brother was now a cripple, so the martial Imperial Manor would place more emphasis on training him. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to inherit the martial king's position. Wu Lingfeng forcibly endured his injuries. When he saw this scene, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He didn't see the various expressions of his younger brother and sister. The elders hurriedly supported him and channeled battle chi into Wu Lingfeng's body to stabilize his injuries. At the same time, they anxiously looked at King Wu. "Master, you must win." Today, Wu Lingfeng was crippled, which had a great impact on the reputation of the martial Imperial Manor. If His Highness did not achieve a good result, after today, the martial Imperial Manor would become the main character of the capital. Lord Wu looked at the bronze puppet apprehensively. His hand, which was resting on his back, was trembling slightly. What frightening strength! He knew that the opponent's body was huge, so its strength was naturally terrifying. Just this point alone gave the opponent the advantage. At this moment, Streams of light appeared in the sky one after another. Finally, these streams of light turned into figures that stood above the arena. Divine Dragon Marquis, Heaven's Sword Marquis, they've also come. Yu-Ru-Jin narrowed her eyes as she looked at the group of people. There were 7 or 8 people who had come, and they were all Marquis from the various Marquis residences in the capital. Their cultivations were all above the Dozone level, ranging from 1-star to 3-star Dozun. Clearly, they had received a message from their family's juniors, which was why they had rushed over. Among them, Heaven's Sword Marquis was in charge of one of the 4 great gates of the capital, the Northern Gate. When he saw this giant, his expression became somewhat ugly. Such a person had appeared in the capital without a sound, and he, Heaven's Sword Marquis, had not sensed it. If the Emperor blamed him, he would have to bear at least a quarter of the responsibility. Even a quarter of the responsibility was not something he could bear. So many Marquis. Haha, the ticket this time was worth it. Those fellows who didn't come will definitely regret it tomorrow. The spectators in the stands gradually became excited. Their hearts were filled with anticipation for the next change in the situation. The Patriarch has also come. Duan Minglong and the others revealed joyful expressions. Who are you? Heaven's Sword Marquis's figure flashed, and he flew in front of the bronze puppet. He coldly asked. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Although he had just arrived, he had more or less determined the strength of the bronze puppet based on the footsteps of the Marquis and the message from the juniors. You've come at the right time. Capture this demon and the brat on his shoulder. King Wu roared. The expressions of the Divine Dragon Marquis and the others changed slightly. Their status and cultivation were much lower when compared to the Wu Wangya. However, they were not under the jurisdiction of the Wu Wangya. At this moment, the Wu Wangya was using a superior tone to order them, who were also Dozuns. This caused them to feel displeased. Only Heaven's Sword Marquis had a different opinion. The Heaven's Sword Marquis Mansion was a subsidiary of the Martial King Mansion, and Heaven's Sword Marquis had always been one of King Wu's men. After hearing his order, he immediately shouted at the crowd, "Did you all hear that? This demon has entered the capital without permission. According to the law, he should be executed. Are you all not afraid of the Emperor's punishment?" When the Divine Dragon Marquis and the others heard the words Emperor, they were slightly startled. They unwillingly flew to Heaven Sword Marquis's side and stood beside him. Then they looked at the bronze puppet and coldly said, "Sir, just surrender. If there is a misunderstanding, it is enough to resolve it. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Including King Wu, Ning Qi, and the bronze puppet now had to face 8 Dozuns. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. "Eunuch Yu, are we not going to intervene in this matter?" The 18th prince frowned. Yu-Ru-Jin faintly said, "This brat spoke arrogantly just now. Although this old servant wants to intervene, I'm afraid that the Emperor will blame us. Let's wait and see." In the eyes of the 18th prince, although he looked down on Ning Qi's cultivation, he had always believed that life and death were fated in the fighting arena. It was unreasonable for King Wu to save his son, Wu Lingfeng, when he was injured. After that, he suddenly attacked Dongfang Haojia's friend. This was clearly revenge. He is dead for sure. Ha ha ha! No matter how strong this giant is, there will only be more and more experts coming. He will definitely die under the attacks of so many Dozuns. Duan Junjin laughed coldly. Duan Juntian and Duan Junhong also revealed a happy smile when they heard this. Duan Minglong, who was sitting in front, moved his ears slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile, "I'm afraid he will be convicted as a spy." Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this, after which they came to a sudden understanding and nodded their heads. That's right. This giant obviously did not enter the capital through the 4 main city gates. Then how did he come here? Naturally, They needed the constables of the Black Prison sect of the 9 Provinces Empire to interrogate him. There was a nursery rhyme in the capital. It is better to barge into the throne room than to enter the Black Prison sect. The throne room was the place where the emperor handled his affairs. As for the Black Prison sect, it was in charge of the punishments of the 9 provinces. Sometimes, even the emperor could not interfere with certain procedures. The bronze puppet naturally could not answer the Heaven's Sword Marquis's question. Chapter 487. Dark Night Prisoning. Chi only wanted to say 3 words to the Sky Sword Marquis, and that was F*CKU. Without a second word, he directly accused himself of assassinating a king of the 9-province empire. Ning Chi knew that he couldn't bear this accusation for the time being. Don't think that you'll be fine if you don't say anything. Everyone, let's take down this monster first. The Sky Sword Marquis saw that Ning Chi didn't say anything, and his face instantly turned cold. At this time, the Martial Marquis had already flown in front of them and was the first to attack the bronze puppet. The Divine Dragon Marquis and the others saw this and could only follow. Ning Chi's reaction was extremely fast. When the Martial Marquis flew towards him, he knew that the Martial Marquis wanted to kill him first. So Ning Chi's figure flashed, and he hid in the bronze puppet's mouth. Damn it! Seeing this, the Martial Marquis could only punch the bronze puppet. His fist was covered in golden battle chi, and as he punched out, the crowd seemed to hear the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The Martial Imperial Mansion's low-grade heaven ranked martial technique Dragon Tiger Fist. The spectators in the stands were pleasantly surprised. The Sky Sword Marquis used a sword technique. In his hand, a sword that flickered with a faint blue light appeared. It was a low-grade heaven ranked battle weapon. After that, he stabbed his sword at the bronze puppet. Not only did this sword condense 80% of his do chi, but it also carried a strong sword intent. This sword intent caused everyone present to tremble with fear. Sky Sword Technique. The spectators went wild with joy once again. Then the Divine Dragon Marquis and the other Marquis all displayed their famous skills, dazzling the crowd and making them cry out in satisfaction. These attacks landed on the bronze puppet almost at the same time. Boom! Boom! The bronze puppet was forced to retreat step by step until it was near the spectator stands. Only then was it stopped by a mysterious restriction of the arena, and it was unable to retreat another step. Some cracks had already appeared on its body. Counterattack! Ning Chi loudly roared. The bronze puppet roared towards the sky, sending Martial Monarch flying with a single punch. Then it charged towards the Heaven's Sword Marquis. Although its body was huge, its speed was not slow. The bronze puppet's fighting style was similar to Ning Chi's. It simply didn't care about the attacks that landed on its body. It didn't have any intention of dodging or defending. Instead, it attacked in a frenzy towards the Martial Lord and the others. In the short span of 3 breaths, the 2 sides had already exchanged over 100 blows. The spectators in the stands felt their blood boiling as they watched. They now had a new view of the bronze puppet's strength. This fellow doesn't seem to be a living creature. Finally, everyone saw some clues, but they were still uncertain. Dongfang Haojie looked at the bronze giant with a trace of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. He also wanted to know what this thing was. Suddenly, a light flashed in Dongfang Haojie's mind. Could it be the puppet technique? His eyes were filled with disbelief. The puppet technique occasionally appeared in Dongxian, but they were all very ordinary half-puppets that were combined with modern refining techniques. It was impossible to create an authentic puppet that was extremely similar to a real person. The giant in front of him, apart from its somewhat bronze skin, looked like a real person from head to toe. Which demon dares to act so presumptuously in the capital? An angry roar came from the distant sky. This angry roar directly scattered the clouds in the sky. Everyone in the capital raised their heads one after another. their faces revealing a look of surprise. Yu Shijin suddenly stood up, her face gloomy as she looked at the figure that appeared in the sky above the arena. It's here again, it's here again. The spectators on the stands raised their heads and looked at the newcomer. At the same time, they exclaimed in their hearts. At the same time, in the corner, a woman with an indifferent expression flashed in her eyes when she saw who the newcomer was. This woman was none other than a disciple of the Ding family, Dingling, who guarded the Misty Tower. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His expression was cold, and his eyes swept across the crowd like a sharp blade. Finally, his gaze stopped on the bronze puppet. It's the constable of the Black Jail sect. Everyone's faces revealed a trace of shock. Those who had been discussing in low voices could not help but shut their mouths. For a moment, the arena was very quiet. Constable Yu Shijin flew into the air and smiled as she cupped her hands at the other party. Yi Mingyu glanced at Yu Shijin indifferently. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he did not return the greeting. Instead, he asked Lord Wu and the others, "What happened?" Heaven, Sword Marquis, and the others looked at each other, then at Lord Wu. Lord Wu looked at Yi Mingyu, a trace of deep fear rising in his heart. He then explained the cause and effect of the matter. Of course, in Ningqi's eyes, he was completely distorting the truth. "Lord Wu, what you said is a bit too much. How could he have deliberately come to assassinate you?" Dongfang Haojie could not help but say. Yi Mingyu fiercely looked at Dongfang Haojie. "I am asking about Lord Wu. It has nothing to do with a third-rank eunuch like you. If you interrupt again, don't blame me for not giving you Shijin face." Dongfang Haojie's face immediately darkened. He was extremely angry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was natural. Everyone knew that the Black Jail sect and the eunuchs in the palace did not get along, and they viewed each other as enemies. As expected, I'm afraid he will be captured and sent to the Black Jail sect. The corner of Duan Minglong's mouth curled up slightly. Duan Juntian and his brothers were also extremely happy. Only Duan Lingmei's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Duan Juntian happened to see this scene and could not help but clench his fists tightly. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng had also woken up with the help of the elders. An elder in a low voice told him what had happened when he had fainted. Wu Lingfeng's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Very well, once you enter the Black Jail sect, sooner or later, you will fall into my hands." Yi Mingyu looked at the bronze puppet and said indifferently, "Come out. Don't force me to attack." Ningqi knew that he was talking to him. After thinking about it, he estimated that the opponent's cultivation should be at the Doshing level, and the bronze puppet was no match for him. Ningqi flew out of the mouth. "Constable Yi, quickly kill him," Lord Wu said in a low voice. Yi Mingyu glanced at Lord Wu and said indifferently, "Lord Wu, please do not interfere in the affairs of the Black Jail sect." Lord Wu's face darkened when he heard this. Yi Mingyu looked at Ningqi and said, "Follow me back to the Black Jail sect." Black Jail sect? What the hell? Ningqi seemed to have never heard of this place, but from the attitude of Yu Shijin and Lord Wu, it was obvious that the Black Jail sect behind this guy was not a simple place. This kid and the giant will not be able to come out after being captured and sent to the Black Jail sect. Who asked a mere outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect to become enemies with Lord Wu and interfere in the matter between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng? There's nothing to see. You're still not leaving? Yi Mingyu looked coldly at Ningqi, and a frightening aura shot out of his eyes and bombarded Ningqi's chest. Ningqi spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded above everyone's heads. Chapter 488. Are you stupid, Elder Jean? Dongfang Haojie raised his head to look at the newcomer. That's right, Ningqi seemed to know Elder Jean from the Celestial Mystery Institution. With him around, Ning Chi would not be captured by the Black Jail sect, and Lord Wu would not be able to do anything to Ning Chi. Many people did not recognize Elder Jean, so they did not know who the newcomer was. But Yu Shijin, Yi Mingyu, Lord Wu, and the others all revealed shocked expressions. Saint Jean, one of the 3 leaders of the Celestial Mystery Institution, knew this kid? Elder Jean. Yu Shijin and Yi Mingyu cupped their hands in greeting. The martial monarch, the Sky Sword Marquis, and the others hurriedly cupped their hands together in greeting. The remaining Heaven's chosen dozongs also did the same. Seeing so many people greet the newcomer, the audience immediately felt suffocated. Just who was this person? Even the chief constable of the Black Jail sect was so respectful. Elder Jean ignored them and flew in front of Ning Chi with a face full of joy. He sized up the bronze puppet and shook Ning Chi's arm. Is this a puppet? Is it a puppet? Is it? Elder Jean, this is indeed a puppet. Ning Chi was dizzy from the shaking and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. This is an ancient puppet. It has been lost for countless years. I didn't expect to see one in your hands. I didn't expect. Elder Jean sighed and shook his head after receiving Ning Chi's confirmation. At the same time, he greedily sized up the bronze puppet. Ning Chi immediately felt a sense of danger. What was this old man trying to do? With this thought, Ning Chi stored the bronze puppet in the puppet space without hesitation. When Old Man Jean saw this, his expression changed slightly, and he was somewhat disappointed. It disappeared? What did I just hear? A puppet? Is there such a terrifying puppet in Dongxian? Even Lord Wu and the others could not take it down in a short time. Yi Mingyu already knew the origin of the giant. From this, it seemed that the giant's crime of sneaking into the capital was no longer valid. However, he remembered the keywords in Elder Jin's words. Puppet art. If the Black Jail sect could obtain this divine art, it would greatly increase the strength of the Black Jail sect. Thinking of this, Yi Mingyu spoke. Senior Jean, I suspect that this person is here to assassinate King Wu, so please hand him over to me to bring back to the Black Jail sect for interrogation. If he is innocent, the Black Jail sect will release him very soon. Old Man Jean froze for a moment, then looked at Yi Mingyu. Are you stupid? Yi Mingyu did not expect Old Man Jean to answer him like this, and his face turned pale. Many of them had a gloating look on their faces. After all, the reputation of the Black Jail sect was quite bad among the crowd. Senior Jean, although you are one of the hall masters of the Heavenly Mystery Institute, you have no right to interfere with the work of the Black Jail sect. Yi Mingyu said, You said he wants to assassinate this kid. Old Man Jean smiled and pointed at King Wu. King Wu's expression changed slightly. Although he was called a kid by Old Man Jean, he did not get angry. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. After all, Old Man Jin's experience in the capital was frighteningly old. His cultivation was also not revealed. Until now, no one knew what level Old Man Jin's cultivation had reached. It's just a suspicion, but in the capital, as long as it's a suspicion, the Black Jail sect has the right to detain him. Yi Mingyu said lightly, not giving Old Man Jean a chance to find any loopholes. His words were watertight. Senior Jean, it's actually like this. Dongfang Haojia spoke again. Yi Mingyu fiercely looked at Dongfang Haojia. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw that Old Man Jean was listening with interest. Thinking about it, Yi Mingyu swallowed his words back into his stomach. He didn't want to cause trouble in front of so many people. After listening to Dongfang Haojia, Old Man Jean looked at King Wu with a smile. Is it as little Dongfang said? Lord Wu was slightly taken aback when he saw Yi Mingyu looking at him coldly. Yi Mingyu's eyes were calm, but there seemed to be a hint of coercion in them. In the end, Lord Wu made a decision. That is indeed the case, but this brat suddenly released the puppet. I can't help but suspect that he is here to assassinate me. But since he is acquainted with Senior Jean, this must be a misunderstanding. My son is still injured, so I will not stay here any longer." After saying this, he turned around and returned to Wu Lingfeng's side. Carrying Wu Lingfeng, the people of the Imperial Wu Mansion hurriedly followed. "Arrest ye, did you hear that? This is just a misunderstanding. Has the Black Jail sect been too free lately? If you have the time, why don't you go and find out what's going on next door?" Old Man Jean smiled. Yi Mingyu's expression was somewhat ugly. He coldly glanced at Ning Qi, then snorted and turned to leave. "Kid, the matter is settled. Come back to the Celestial Mystery Institute with me. I want to study your puppet." Old Man Jean dragged Ning Qi out of the arena without saying anything. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. They did not expect the situation to take such a turn in just a few dozen breaths' time. The guy they thought would definitely be captured and sent to the Black Jail sect actually knew one of the Academy Masters of the Celestial Mystery Institute. Not only did the Imperial Wu Mansion leave in fear, but Yi Mingyu also left after being reprimanded by Old Man Jean. Damn it! Why is he able to turn the situation around every time? Duan Juntian clenched his fists tightly as he let out an indignant roar in his heart. Duan Juandi and Duan Juanhong's expressions were ugly as well. When they saw that Duan Minglong's pale face had a hint of anger, they felt a little better. "Fei Yuan, good luck in the future." The nobleman from the capital city who came with Fei Yuan left the sentence and quickly left the arena. Not only had Fei Yuan lost his backer, but he had also offended Dongfang Haojie and that mysterious guy. If he continued to hang out with him, he would inevitably get into trouble. Fei Yuan slumped on his seat and could not get up for a long time. Little Dongfang, where did that guy come from? How did he know Senior Jean? Moreover, their relationship seems to be quite deep. Yu Rujin looked at Dongfang Haojie and said solemnly. Dongfang Haojie stepped forward and whispered, "Eunuch Yu, I'm not too sure about this. However, I have a special relationship with him. If you want to know more, I can bring him to see you." "That's great." Yu Rujin nodded with satisfaction and suddenly asked, "Are you really going to resign from your position as a grade 3 eunuch?" "Yes." Dongfang Haojie nodded firmly. If he was not afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to Ning Qi, he would have told everyone that he was no longer a eunuch. "Up to you." Yu Rujin smiled faintly and then left the arena with the 18th prince, the 19th princess, and the group of guards. The spectators on the spectators' stand also left the arena. They whispered to each other excitedly and expressed their thoughts. Chapter 489. Chapter 489, the W. Ursel, Stone Heavenly Secret Institution. Old Man Jean pulled Ning Qi to the place where the dragon-slaying bullet was first tested and said impatiently, "Quick, take out the puppet and let me have a look." Ning Qi nodded helplessly and released the bronze puppet. As soon as the bronze puppet appeared, its huge body immediately attracted the attention of many people. They all flew over to where it was. Seeing that Old Man Jean was also here, these people, both young and old, all bowed to Old Man Jean. "Court Master Jean, what race is this guy?" "It's so huge. Could it be a Titan descendant?" No, I don't think it's a Titan descendant, but a puppet." "What? Puppet? How is that possible?" Ning Qi watched as this group of people flew around the bronze puppet like flies. From time to time, they would reach out and touch it, and then they would whisper to each other in surprise. Suddenly, Ning Qi felt a strong scientific aura. If they were to wear white coats, they would look even more like mad scientists. "All of you, stop!" Old Man Jean shouted. The group of refiners from the Heavenly Secret Institution was shocked and quickly flew in front of Old Man Jean, lowering their heads and standing obediently. Among them, there was an old man who looked twice as old as Old Man Jean, but Ning Qi guessed that he was definitely younger than Old Man Jean. Old Man Jean might look like he was in his 70s or 80s, but his real age was so old that even old Ning would have to address him as Old Ancestor. "Let me tell you, this is a puppet," Old Man Jean said calmly. "See, I was right, it's a puppet. How can there be such a realistic puppet? Could it be an ancient puppet?" "I think so. Court Master Jean must have found it in some ancient ruins." The group of refiners began to whisper to each other again. "Quiet." Old Man Jean rolled his eyes. "Are all of you very free?" Old Man Jean asked calmly. If you're not free, why don't you go do something?" Old Man Jean raised his eyebrows. The group of refiners quickly turned around and left. Some of them even looked back reluctantly. After they left, Old Man Jean smiled and began to study the bronze puppet. "TSK, TSK, this skin. TSK, this skeleton. TSK, these facial features. Great, it's so lifelike. How did these ancient puppeteers refine such realistic puppets? I've never seen or heard of these materials before." Old Man Jean exclaimed in admiration as he studied it. He looked at it from head to toe. In the end, he still wanted to enter the bronze puppet. However, the bronze puppet's mouth was closed. Without Ning Chi's command, it would not open. "Kid, make it open its mouth. I want to see how this puppet is made," Old Man Jean said. "If this old man finds out that it's using a low-grade spirit godstone as its power source, he'll probably steal one of them." But Ning Chi looked at his own small arms and legs. It was obvious that he was no match for him. He could only fly to Old Man Jin's side. He had the bronze puppet open its mouth and flew in with him. While Old Man Jean was studying the internal parts of the bronze puppet, from his throat to his stomach, he let out a series of praises. Finally, he saw the Master Recognition Stone. So the ancient puppets use this Master Recognition Stone. No wonder they can be controlled at will. Old Man Jin's eyes were filled with joy. "Senior Jean, you recognize it?" Ning Chi knew the name and refining method of the Master Recognition Stone after learning the ultimate puppetry skill. He did not expect Old Man Jean to know it too. Of course, this stone is called a soul stone. It's extremely rare. Not many of them can be found in Dongshan. Even if a soul stone appears, it will be taken away by the 9 great clans. Those who can't break through to Doshan and are about to die of old age will place their souls in the soul stone and wait for the day of rebirth. Old Man Jean explained to Ning Chi. Ning Chi already knew about it. He nodded, pretending to be enlightened. He could not let the old man know that he studied puppetry. Otherwise, given Old Man Jin's character, he would probably force him to stay in the Divine Mystery Institute. Other than the Master Recognition Stone, there's also this. Old Man Jin's eyes swept across and saw the low-grade Spirit Godstone. He was about to say something when he realized that he did not recognize a Spirit Godstone. "What stone is this?" Old Man Jean frowned and muttered to himself. "Senior Jean, we've seen it. Let's go out first." Ning Chi smiled. "Oh." Old Man Jean nodded and reached out to grab the Spirit Godstone. "Senior, please have mercy." Ning Chi hurriedly reached out to stop him. "I'm willing to let you dissect this puppet after you've studied it thoroughly. However, I still need it to fight enemies. If anything goes wrong, petty." Old Man Jean rolled his eyes at Ning Chi. He blew his beard, waved his sleeve, and flew out. "Right. I've refined a Supreme Dragon Slaying Bullet. Take it." Old Man Jean casually tossed the Silver Supreme Dragon Slaying Bullet to Ning Chi. Ning Chi was shocked. He carefully caught it and put it into his space bag without checking it. "If this old man blows it up, I'll probably be dead this time." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ning Chi's forehead. "When I find the Soul Stone, remember to bring this puppet over," Old Man Jean said. After saying that, he told Ning Chi to come back next month for the second Supreme Dragon Slaying Bullet and left in a hurry. Ning Chi suspected that he definitely knew where to find the Soul Stone. The Wu Imperial Manor. After inspecting Wu Lingfeng's injuries, Lord Wu let out a heavy sigh with an incomparably gloomy expression. Wu Lingfeng's younger brother and sister stood nearby and looked at Lord Wu and Wu Lingfeng in fear. "Father, is my Dantian unable to recover?" Wu Lingfeng touched the wound on his stomach and said in despair. His wound had mostly recovered with the help of the healing pill. However, his Dantian was already in a shattered state. "It's not impossible to recover," Lord Wu said in a deep voice. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng's younger brother's expression changed slightly. He was afraid that someone would notice his strange expression and immediately lowered his head. "Father, is there really a way?" Wu Lingfeng's face was filled with hope again. "The 3 dragon clans should have a way to recover your elixir," Lord Wu said in a deep voice. "The 3 dragon clans?" Hearing this, the hope on Wu Lingfeng's face gradually faded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to recover your Dantian," Lord Wu said coldly. At this moment, Lingfeng, a noble woman, suddenly barged in. After seeing Wu Lingfeng's miserable appearance, the middle-aged beauty's face immediately turned extremely gloomy. She looked at Lord Wu and said, "Lord, was it Dongfang Haojia who injured Lingfeng like this?" "Yes." Lord Wu nodded. "Mother." Wu Lingfeng smiled bitterly and looked at the middle-aged beauty. Chapter 490. Assassination. As soon as Ning Qi left the Tianji Institute, he was caught alive by Dongfang Haojia, who had been waiting outside. "Follow me," Dongfang Haojia said decisively. "Go where?" Ning Qi asked doubtfully. "To see Eunuch Yu," Dongfang Haojia said. "Well, you don't want to send me to the palace to be a eunuch, do you? I won't go. If you want to go, go by yourself." Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojia suspiciously and waved his hand. Dongfang Haojia looked at Ning Qi speechlessly. "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Brother Dongfang, you really have no sense of humor. Let's go." Ning Qi laughed and then flew toward the palace. Dongfang Haojia looked at Ning Qi's back and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This time, the meeting with Yu Rujin was more formal. After asking about Ning Qi's background, Yu Rujin could not help but sigh. "It's really rare to see a genius like you, little brother. It's no wonder why Dinji knows you. So there's a relationship between you and his disciple, Manjalu. Aside from that, you also found an ancient puppet in the forbidden land of dried bones. Be it in terms of talent or luck, it's much stronger than a normal prodigy. By the way, that Ning Qi, who's ranked 100th on the dragon rank, is you, right?" "You flatter me, Eunuch Yu," Ning Qi said modestly. He did not intend to say more. After all, the person standing in front of him was an old eunuch who had lived for who knew how many years. This kind of existence was the most terrifying. Perhaps if he accidentally let something slip, the eunuch would be able to seize this clue and turn you upside down. After knowing the relationship between Ning Qi and Jin Sheng, the biggest doubt in Yu Rujin's heart was solved. She let Ning Qi play in her house for a long time, and then Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojia left together. The next day, Dongfang Haojia told Ning Qi a piece of news. Wu Lingfeng's mother is the 9th daughter of the 6th elder of the Fang family, one of the 9 families. She has now announced that whoever can kill you and me will be given a lower grade, heaven stage fighting weapon. What? She is so arrogant and brazenly hires people to kill people? Ning Qi was shocked. This news is naturally not circulated on the surface, and there is no evidence to prove that it was Fang Yin who issued the bounty. Therefore, it is estimated that the major assassins have been eyeing me and you. During this time, you should not go to the streets, lest you get killed on the street. After all, your puppet can't always protect you. Dongfang Haojia said lightly. Can I also issue a bounty to kill Fang Yin? Kill Wu Lingfeng and Wu Wangye as well? Ning Qi asked. Dongfang Haojia looked at him speechlessly. After a while, Ning Qi nodded and said, I know, I can't, right? Yes. Dongfang Haojia nodded. There won't be any assassins who will take your orders. On the contrary, if the news gets out, the Emperor will probably personally order people to catch you. Forget it then. I still have to stay for another month. Come, let's fight." Ningqi laughed. In the following days, Ningqi was constantly beaten by Dongfang Haojie. His true second stage, war god body, had been tempered for more than a month and strengthened a little. However, Ningqi estimated that it would still take about half a year to reach the third stage. Moreover, it must be as high-intensity training as it was now. Otherwise, it would take even longer. Ningqi checked his own attributes. Host, Ningqi rank, 6-star Do Huang experience. 563246-0/60000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 5. 728/1000000 for God Technique level 1. 56 out of 100 martial skill. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms level 6. 1356/1000000 top. Grade 5 Tigers, Breaking Gate Blade level 4. 7700/1000000 Sky, Edge Bright Moon Blade level 5. 289/1000000 War, God Body level 2. 138/1000 health points. 1443450 Alchemy. 4th stage Alchemist Proficiency. 145/1000000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 32500 Ningqi was very satisfied with his HP. The first stage of the true war god's body had increased his HP by 10,000, while the second stage had increased his HP by 20,000. Ningqi estimated that the third stage would increase his HP by 30,000. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ningqi went to the Heavenly Mystery Institution to obtain the second Supreme Dragon-Slaying Bullet and went directly to the North Gate, preparing to leave the capital and return to the Cloud Rising sect. Sky Sword Marquis stood on the North Gate's wall, coldly looking at Ningqi. No one knew what he was planning. Nearby, there were at least 20 pairs of eyes looking at Ningqi with ill intentions. Ningqi smiled slightly and walked out of the gate without hesitation. He went out. Follow him. As long as we kill him and Dongfang Haojie, we can get a low heaven-class battle weapon. The owners of countless greedy eyes followed Ningqi out of the city, but at this moment they saw Ningqi turn around and smile. In the next moment, he released the bronze puppet. When the crowd felt the aura of the bronze puppet, their expressions became extremely ugly. Sky Sword Marquis shook his head, turned around and left. He knew that he would not be able to see Ningqi's head. Ningqi laughed at the assassins. "You want to kill someone with such tracking skills? Go back and practice for a few more years. Ha ha ha." After saying this, he directly flew to the bronze puppet's shoulder. Then the bronze puppet ran in the direction of the Cloud Rising sect. Every time its feet touched the ground would tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. Ningqi did this on purpose to deter these assassins. After leaving the capital for about 1,000 miles and confirming that no one was following him, Ningqi put away the bronze puppet with a pained expression. He was burning through his dragon-slaying coins. Then Ningqi released Little Purple, sat on its back, and sped in the direction of the Cloud Rising sect. Not long later, a red figure caught up. Looking at Ningqi's back, her eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Grandfather told me that when an assassin has just started his career, he must do something big and spread his name. Only then would he be able to receive more orders. If I can kill this guy and then Dongfang Haojie, not only will I be able to obtain a lower heaven ranked weapon, I will also be able to let the assassin world know my name. Thinking of this, the red shadow quickly chased in the direction that Ningqi disappeared. Her speed was far faster than Little Purple, and she soon caught up to Ningqi. Using some kind of martial skill, She hid herself so well that Ning Chi could not see the red shadow even if he looked up. Now is a good time. If I cut him with my sword, he will definitely die. But if he releases that puppet, I probably won't be a match for it. The red shadow looked at Ning Chi hesitantly. At this moment, Ning Chi happened to stretch. Seeing this, the red shadow instantly appeared and stabbed Ning Chi with his sword. The sword pierced right into Ning Chi's chest. Hitting the target with one strike, he escaped 1,000 miles away. Chapter 491. Niu Dezhuang, good boy, don't let me catch you. Ning Chi cursed in a low voice. He took 2 Earth-class rejuvenation pills in a row to recover his HP. He felt that the pills were not enough, as one could only recover 400,000 HP. When he returned to the Cloud Rising sect, he should go to the treasure pavilion to see if there were any heaven-class rejuvenation pills, or make them himself. After cursing the guy, Little Purple sped up and brought Ning Chi back to the Cloud Rising sect. On the other side, the red shadow felt her heart beating very fast, and her face was red with excitement. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Wait a minute, Grandpa said that I have to take his head before I can report back to the sugar daddy. The red shadow's face froze. Because it was her first time fighting, she was too nervous. She did not stop to take Ning Chi's head with her. Thinking of this, the red shadow flew in Ning Chi's direction, only to find that Ning Chi had disappeared. Could it be that the violet lightning bird took his corpse away? The red shadow was slightly startled. She felt that her guess was correct. Remembering that Ning Chi was an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, she headed there. Not long after, she caught up with Little Purple. She saw a scene that shocked her to the core. She saw that the fellow she thought she had killed was still alive and kicking, scratching the back of the purple lightning bird. He's not dead? Why isn't he dead? Even a 1-star Do Zong would die with that sword of mine. He's only a 6-star Do Huang. The red shadow watched Ning Chi's back disappear from her sight. She stomped her feet angrily, found a place to hide, and waited for the next opportunity. When they were about to reach the outer sect, Ning Chi fed Little Purple a few mystic, low spiritual cultivation pills and put it back into the demon pet space. Brother Ning. Hello, Brother Ning. You're still as good as ever. Yes, you too. Ning Chi smiled and greeted the outer sect disciples he met on the way. These outer sect disciples looked at Ning Chi with incomparable respect and even a trace of worship. Of course, some of them turned and ran when they saw Ning Chi. These were the guys who had an arm cut off by Ning Chi. Apart from that, the servant disciples, following behind the outer disciples, looked at Ning Chi as if he was a deacon elder or a green-clothed elder. It would be great if I could become a servant of Senior Brother Ning. Unfortunately, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning doesn't seem to have any intention of recruiting servants. The servant disciples secretly transmitted their voices to each other. When Ning Chi was about to reach Shinta Yuanba's courtyard, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s suddenly fell in front of Ning Chi. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, please accept me as a servant disciple. I don't want to be driven off the mountain. The middle-aged man wailed. Behind him, a few ordinary elders hurried over. They looked at the middle-aged man with eyes filled with disgust. After noticing Ning Chi, they hurriedly smiled and said, Brother Ning, this servant is really daring. He actually dared to disturb you. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Many of the outer disciples nearby stopped in their tracks and looked over when they saw this. The servant disciples behind them looked at the middle-aged man with a trace of pity in their eyes. At the same time, it was like a knife hanging on their hearts, urging them to quickly break through. At the very least, break through to the Dowang class. Only then could they continue to stay in the Cloud Rising sect. In the future, they might have a chance to make a comeback. Ning Chi cupped his hands towards the few ordinary elders and said with a smile, What's going on? The leading ordinary elder looked to be in his 40s or 50s. The strangest thing was that his eyebrows were connected together. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and learned his name, Lin Ying. His cultivation was a 1-star Do Huang. Lin Ying glanced at the middle-aged servant and said, according to the rules, servants over the age of 40 must leave the Cloud Rising sect if they have not broken through to the Do Huang class. This Niu Dezhuang is 40 years old today, but he is only a 9-star Do Ling. He is not even at the peak of the Do Ling class, so we wanted to chase him off the mountain. I did not expect him to suddenly go crazy after seeing you. Brother Ning. Niu Dezhuang looked at Ning Qi with a pleading expression. Senior Ning, please accept me as a servant disciple. I can do anything. I can clean the yard, tidy the room, watch the house. Lin Ying laughed coldly. Who do you think you are, Brother Ning? Why would I need you to watch the house? Niu Dezhuang knew that his actions were rude and could even be said to be brainless. However, Ning Qi was his only hope. The ordinary elders did not care about the other outer sect disciples. Even those at Tai Bing's level might not be able to keep him in the Cloud Rising sect. Only Ning Qi could do that. That was why he threw himself at Ning Qi without a care in the world. Niu Dezhuang is trying anything he can find in a desperate situation. If he angers Elder Lin Ying, she will destroy his cultivation and throw him off the mountain. He will not even be able to leave the outer mountain range before being taken away by demonic beasts. Ugh! The group of servant disciples looked at Niu Dezhuang with sympathy. Now that master is not here, and I am often not at the Cloud Rising sect, there is indeed a lack of someone to take care of the yard. Ning Qi looked at the pleading look in Niu Dezhuang's eyes, and his heart softened. He turned to Lin Ying and the other ordinary elders and said, Elder Lin, I will accept him. Can you give me some face? Hearing this, Niu Dezhuang looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He was so emotional that he could not speak. What? Senior Ning really accepted Niu Dezhuang? How is this possible? A trace of shock and regret appeared on the faces of the large group of servant disciples. The outer sect disciples thought that it was strange. Ning Qi was so cold and heartless when he cut off someone's arm. Now he had accepted a piece of trash who could not break through to the Do Huang class at the age of 40. They could not understand Ning Qi's actions. Lin Ying's expression slightly changed. He glanced at Niu Dezhuang and sighed. If Brother Ning really wants to accept him, then we naturally have no right to say anything. Then we won't bother Brother Ning any longer. We'll take our leave first. Having said this, he turned around and left with the other elders. Are you still not getting up? Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang and smiled. Niu Dezhuang immediately jumped up from the ground and said excitedly, I'm up, I'm up. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the direction of the courtyard. Niu Dezhuang patted the dust off his body and followed behind Ning Qi with an excited expression. What dog *T luck! If I had done the same thing just now, then the guy behind Senior Brother Ning would be me. The servant disciples who were originally sympathetic to Niu Dezhuang were now extremely jealous. Chapter 492. Ancient Titan of Colossal Power. Why is he here? Could it be that even 6th Elder couldn't kill him? Hua Wushang thought to himself as he looked at Ning Qi with a dark expression. Duan Tianning was also shocked. He had sensed from Hua Wushang's words that Ning Qi was already a dead man. But now, Ning Qi was alive and well in front of him. Wasn't this a slap to Hua Wushang's face? Niu Dezhuang was shocked to see the two. Back when Hua Wushang was still an outer sect disciple, Niu Dezhuang had been slapped by Hua Wushang because of a small mistake. After Hua Wushang had left, Niu Dezhuang had breathed a sigh of relief. But then, because of a small mistake, he had almost been crippled by Duan Tianning. So when he saw the two now, his eyes were filled with terror. Why are you looking at my master's yard? There's nothing valuable inside. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ha! You can be arrogant for a while longer. I heard that you are going with the tribute team to the Red Bud Dragon Tribe to save your master? Ha! Do you know who is leading the team? Hua Wu Shang laughed coldly. Who was leading the team? Could it be Niu Tao? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Hua Wushang revealed a mocking smile. Yes, your guess is correct. Elder Niu Tao, that's right, my uncle and I will also be going. I hope that you will follow us and know your place. After saying that, he let out a long laugh and directly left. Duan Tianning hastily followed. As he passed by Ning Qi, he suddenly felt his heart clench. Not daring to look at Ning Qi, he lowered his head and followed Hua Wushang, quickly disappearing from this place. Are you afraid of them? Ning Qi smiled at Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang hurriedly shook his head and then nodded. Ning Qi smiled and did not ask any more questions. He walked into the courtyard. After not being here for a while, there was a lot of dust in the courtyard. Niu Dazhuang was very clever in this aspect. He immediately started to clean the courtyard. In the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the entire courtyard became very clean. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were also burned up by him. Hey, what's the name of your strange flame? Ning Qi asked curiously when he saw the colorful flame in Niu Dazhuang's palm. When Niu Dazhuang heard this, he quickly walked in front of Ning Qi and said respectfully, Young master, this is not an extraordinary flame, not a heavenly flame. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Niu Dazhuang nodded and said, I was born with it, but its power is similar to ordinary fire. It's useful for cooking, but it's not very useful against enemies. Born with it? Isn't this a demonic beast? Ning Qi thought to himself as he subconsciously glanced at Niu Dazhuang's attributes. Ancient Titan descendant, thin Niu Dazhuang level, 9-star Doling. Cultivation method, top grade profound level. Ox Clan Qi, refinement technique martial skill. Highest grade profound, level Bull Clan's Mad Demon Fist. Health points, 200000, into descendant of the Titans from the Middle Ages. A hint of shock appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. The thin at the back should mean that Niu Dazhuang had very little Titan bloodline. 9-star Doling, 200,000 health points. If it's a Titan with more than 90% bloodline, I'm afraid its health points would exceed 2 million, right? It's even scarier than the Dragon Clan. No wonder the legendary Titans feed on dragons. Master once said that the God of War body and the God of War technique most likely originated from the Titan tribe and were only obtained by humans later on. If I let Niu Dazhuang cultivate them, will he be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort? When he thought of this, Ning Qi looked at Niu Dazhuang and said, Niu Dazhuang, you are no longer a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Do you know this? Niu Dazhuang hurriedly nodded. Young master, I know. Subsequently, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Was Ning Qi going to chase him away? Was it because of the 7-colored flame? Then are you willing to become my disciple? Ning Qi smiled. Become Senior Ning's disciple? Niu Dazhuang was stunned when he heard this. When Ning Qi saw this, he sighed in his heart. Niu Dazhuang's bloodline was not bad, but he was not smart enough. No wonder he could not break through to the King Do after staying in the Cloud Rising sect for so many years. Ning Qi had no choice but to ask again. Only then did Niu Dazhuang react. He knelt down in front of Ning Qi and kowtowed dozens of times without saying a word. If Ning Qi hadn't grabbed him, he would have kowtowed even more. A small pit was formed on the floor because of him. All right, you have kowtowed. I want to tell you some things you need to know. Ning Qi smiled and said, Our sect is called the War God Temple. Isn't it the Cloud Rising sect? Niu Dazhuang had some doubts, but he did not dare to ask. Right now, there are only 2 people in the War God Temple. One is me, and the other is you. I am the Hall Master of the War God Temple, and you are the first disciple of the War God Temple. However, you must remember not to reveal the name of the War God Temple unless it is necessary. The War God Temple had been destroyed before, so the terrifying force that could destroy the War God Temple might still exist today. It was more likely that this force existed in Dongxian and not the dry bones forbidden land. Master, don't worry. I won't reveal anything even if I die. Niu Dazhuang nodded seriously. All right. As for the rules of the War God Temple, don't do evil. However, if someone tries to take a dump on you, beat him up regardless of who he is. If you can't beat him up, come and find me. Ning Qi said calmly. Niu Dazhuang hesitated. What if an outer disciple beat him up? Would he fight back? Seeing that Ning Qi was looking at him calmly, Niu Dazhuang hurriedly nodded. Master, I understand. All right, I will teach you the martial techniques and techniques of the War God Temple. Ning Qi said. Niu Dazhuang's eyes were filled with surprise. This is the War God technique. Cultivate by yourself tonight. Come and ask me tomorrow if there is anything you don't understand. Ning Qi turned around and left with an ugly expression. Niu Dazhuang was illiterate. He explained to Niu Dazhuang for half a day, from noon until about 8 in the evening. Niu Dazhuang only managed to learn the cultivation method of the first level of the War God technique. I seem to have disappointed you, Master. Niu Dazhuang looked at Ning Qi's back and lowered his head in shame. It was not that he did not want to learn words, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember the squarish characters. Subsequently, Niu Dazhuang followed Ning Qi's instructions and sat cross-legged to cultivate the War God technique. After 10 minutes, his body gradually emitted a faint golden light. If Ning Qi was here, he would be shocked to find that Niu Dazhuang had successfully cultivated to the peak of the first level of the War God technique. Chapter 493. Monster Killing, Training, Ground the next day. Ning Qi woke up from his meditation. He opened the door and saw Niu Dazhuang tidying up the courtyard. Just clean the courtyard once a week. Use the rest of the time to practice. Ning Qi said plainly. Niu Dazhuang hurriedly ran over. Master, I don't understand something about the God War technique. What do you not understand? Ning Qi frowned. I have been cultivating since last night. Other than the beginning, my cultivation did not increase at all. Is my aptitude too low? Niu Dazhuang said with some fear. Let me see. Ning Qi glanced at Niu Dazhuang's attributes. God, War, Technique, second level. Proficiency, 0/1000. He reached the second level in one night, as Niu Dazhuang did not have the cultivation method for the second level. His current proficiency was 0. A trace of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. The more he looked at Niu Dazhuang, the more he liked him. If it was possible, he would probably be able to nurture a true god of war for the War God Shrine. Ning Qi was secretly pleased when he thought of how an indomitable titan would follow behind him to kill the dragon race, and how the dragon race would show fear in their eyes. Your aptitude is not bad. You have successfully cultivated the first level of the God War technique. However, don't be arrogant, understand? Ning Qi said. I have successfully cultivated it? Niu Dazhuang's eyes were filled with surprise. Come, I will teach you the second level. Ning Qi was about to vomit when Niu Dazhuang finally learned it. This time Ning Qi stood at the side and watched Niu Dazhuang cultivate. In the end, Niu Dazhuang only used 15 minutes to cultivate the second level to the peak. At the same time, his cultivation entered the peak of the battle spirit realm. Niu Dazhuang opened his eyes and realized that his cultivation had improved greatly. He knelt in front of Ning Qi and said in ecstasy, Thank you for your guidance, Master. Niu Dazhuang mumbled for a long time, but could not think of a better compliment. He looked at Ning Qi awkwardly. Stop talking to me. Come and learn the third level. Ning Qi rolled his eyes and felt a little jealous. He used 2 months to cultivate to the second level of the Aries God technique, but Niu Dazhuang used less than a day. Was the bloodline of the Herculean Titan really that strong? On the second day, Niu Dazhuang mastered the third level of the God of War technique. At this time, his cultivation had already broken through to the King Do. From the beginning till now, it had only taken him 3 days. Niu Dezhuang, who was slow to react, finally realized that the Aries art that Ning Qi taught him was probably a super amazing cultivation technique. It was very likely to be a heaven-class cultivation technique. Otherwise, how could his cultivation increase so quickly? From what he knew, as long as he cultivated a heaven-class cultivation method, his cultivation would definitely soar. He did not know that it was because he had a trace of the Herculean Titan's bloodline that his compatibility with the god of war technique was unusually high. That was why he could have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Ning Qi wanted to see where Niu Dazhuang's limit was, so he continued to teach him the 4th level. This time, Niu Dezhuang used a full half a month to break through. The 4th level of the God of War technique allowed Niu Dezhuang to advance to a 3-star Douwang. TSK, his life force has also reached a terrifying 400,000. If he becomes a Douhuang, won't his life force exceed 2 million? That would be even higher than mine. Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang, and a trace of gratification flashed in his eyes. The first disciple that he accepted for the War God Temple had such talent. It was really worthy of celebration. It was just that his brain was not very good. Master, I feel that my strength is much greater than before. Niu Dezhuang, who was as sturdy as a calf, stood in front of Ning Qi and tightly clenched his fist as he spoke in surprise. Not only has his strength increased, even his body is taller than before by 3 inches. If his bloodline concentration is a little higher, I reckon that he will grow even taller, Ning Qi thought to himself. He calculated the time. There was still a week before the tribute team would set off. Thinking of this, Ning Qi said to Niu Dezhuang, I have also taught you the 5th level of the cultivation method. When you have perfected the 4th level, you can cultivate on your own. I need to go into seclusion for 7 days. When the time comes, I will follow the team to the Red Bud Dragon Tribe. All right, I have also taught you the first 3 levels of this god of war body. Ning Qi taught all the way until evening before returning to his room. After closing the door, Ning Qi immersed his mind in the dragon-slaying mall and found the monster-killing training ground. The monster-killing training ground was divided into 4 levels: low level, mid-level, high level, and top level. The low level had monsters from level 1 to level 3. The mid-level had monsters from level 4 to level 6, and so on. The monster-killing training ground was different from the cultivation ground. The time ratio to the outside world was 3:1. 3 days inside was 1 day outside. In the remaining 7 days, if Ning Qi went to the outer sect mountain range to find monsters to train with, he would not be able to reach 7-star Douhuang in time. Thus, Ning Qi chose the mid-level cultivation ground. The monsters in the high-level area were too strong, so Ning Qi did not dare to enter for now. Would the host like to purchase the mid-level monster-killing training ground? The price is 1,000 dragon-slaying coins. I will buy it for 3 days first. Ning Qi said. The next moment he disappeared from the room. When Ning Qi opened his eyes, he found himself in a plain. Not far away, there was a dragon-swallowing turtle, the size of a small mountain, slowly crawling by. Every time its feet rose and fell, the ground would tremble. Level 6 boss monster, dragon-swallowing turtle. Health points, 67,000. I have never seen this kind of dragon-swallowing turtle in Dongxian. Isn't it extinct? A doubt arose in Ning Qi's heart. At this moment, the dragon-swallowing turtle saw Ning Qi and immediately roared. Its roar was similar to that of the dragon clan. Following that, the dragon-swallowing turtle charged toward Ning Qi with a ferocious aura. 18 dragon subduing palms. Ning Qi leaped up and dodged the dragon-swallowing turtle's attack. He struck its head with his palm, but it reacted quickly and retracted its head into its shell. Boom! The palm hit the dragon-swallowing turtle shell, but it did not even leave a mark. The HP bar on the dragon-swallowing turtle's head only dropped a little. 18. This number seemed to be mocking Ningqi. Even if it's a dragon clan, I would lose at least 50 to 60,000 HP from this strike. Ningqi thought with a pale face. Even if the dragon swallowing turtle was not a dragon clan, and the triple damage bonus of 18 dragons subduing palms could not be activated, Ningqi's dragon slaying Doqi also had the attribute of ignoring armor. Why had he only dealt 18 damage to the other party? Could it be that in the monster killing training ground, his Doqi attribute was weakened or even removed? In order to confirm this, Ningqi dealt with the dragon swallowing turtle while asking the system. Chapter 494. Chapter 494 of the WR Foolish Cow, damn it! Ningqi couldn't help but curse. The dragon-devouring turtle didn't know what he was cursing. It only knew that it wanted to eat Ningqi. In its eyes, Ningqi was an extremely delicious lunch. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force appeared in the dragon-devouring turtle's mouth. Ningqi hurriedly took out the Dragon Slayer saber and slashed at the turtle's head. As if sensing a hint of danger from the Dragon Slayer saber, the dragon-swallowing turtle gave up on devouring Ningqi and retracted its head back into its shell. Then, Ningqi slashed at the turtle's shell with a loud bang. Sizzle, a crack appeared on the tortoise shell, and the blade of the dragon-slaying saber sank 3 inches into the shell. The slash had shaved off over 100 HP points from the dragon-engulfing turtle. As expected, even the dragon-slaying saber has been weakened. Ningqi sighed in his heart. His opponent had 680,000 HP, so he would have to slash at least 6,800 times. Coward! Don't stick your head out if you dare. Ningqi sneered and jumped onto the dragon-swallowing turtle's back, slashing wildly. The dragon-swallowing turtle seemed to sense the danger and twisted its body, trying to shake Ningqi off. Unfortunately, Ningqi was like a fly. No matter how it swung, Ningqi would not come down. Half a day later, the dragon-engulfing turtle's HP reached a dangerously low limit. At this time, Ningqi had a flash of inspiration. Immediately, he purchased a demonic pet contract from the dragon-slaying marketplace and slapped it at the dragon-engulfing turtle. However, the demonic pet bounced back. Ding! Warning! The host is not allowed to form a contract with a demonic pet from the monster-killing training ground. What a pity! Ningqi thought to himself. If he could bring the dragon-swallowing turtle to Dongxian, there would probably be a lot of families fighting for it, and he could sell it for a high price. After all, it was an extinct demonic beast. After about half a day, the dragon-devouring turtle screamed and fell under Ningqi's saber. It was tortured to death by Ningqi. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a Tier 6 boss demonic beast, dragon-engulfing turtle. Obtained 160,000 EXP. Ningqi glanced at his own attributes. As long as he killed 2 or 3 more, he would be able to advance to a 7-star Dohuang. Niu Dezhuang walked on the streets of the outer sect, his eyes looking for a target, his mind constantly thinking about the method that Ningqi taught him. A look of hesitation and fear appeared on his face. But in order to increase his strength, Niu Dezhuang gritted his teeth and walked toward an outer sect disciple. This outer court disciple was none other than Lei Yong, the outer court disciple who scammed Ningqi and was taught a lesson by Ningqi. Isn't that Niu Dezhuang? Oh yeah, it's him. Why do I feel like he's a little different? It seems like my cultivation has increased. I have only followed senior apprentice Brother Ning for a short period of 20 days, and yet my cultivation has already made such progress. It really is a dogshit luck. Senior apprentice Brother Ning must have given him a lot of pills. Many servant disciples looked at Niu Dezhuang with jealousy. The outer disciples looked at Niu Dezhuang curiously, trying to guess what he was up to. Niu Dezhuang walked to Lei Yong's back, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly jumped up and hit Lei Yong's head with the joint of his index finger. Oh my God, is Niu Dezhuang crazy? The servant disciples and outer disciples nearby looked at this scene in a daze. Lei Yong was talking with someone when he was suddenly attacked, so he turned around in fright. When he found out that the person who attacked him was the worst among the servant disciples, Niu Dezhuang, he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" After shouting, he directly hit Niu Dezhuang. Niu Dezhuang did not fight back, letting him hit him. In an instant, Lei Yong bombarded Niu Dezhuang with hundreds of moves. Senior apprentice brother Lei, stop! The outer disciple who was chatting with Lei Yong quickly stopped Lei Yong. Lei Yong said angrily, "What are you doing? Don't stop me. This servant disciple dares to offend his superior. I will kill him today." Senior apprentice brother, look who he is. He is now Ning Qi's servant. The outer disciple quickly transmitted his voice to Lei Yong. What? Ning Qi? Lei Yong's eyes revealed a trace of fear. But when he looked carefully, his expression changed. His heart started beating violently, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Many people were looking at him now. It would be too embarrassing if he just left like this. So Lei Yong hesitated for a moment, then asked Niu Dezhuang coldly, "Did Ning Qi ask you to beat me up?" Niu Dezhuang said in a low voice, "No. Just F** King tell me. If you tell me, I will turn around and leave." Lei Yong cursed in his heart. For a moment, he did not know where to find a way out. Gritting his teeth, Lei Yong turned around and left. Another outer disciple glanced at Niu Dezhuang, then quickly chased after Lei Yong. "Niu Dezhuang, what are you doing?" An outer disciple came forward and asked. Niu Dezhuang shook his head, stood up, and left. Everyone thought that Niu Dezhuang had a stroke, but they did not expect him to come out again the next day, using the same old method to anger an outer disciple and then get beaten up. At first, the outer disciple who beat Niu Dezhuang was afraid that Ning Qi would stand up for Niu Dezhuang, but Ning Qi did not do anything. On the third day, Niu Dezhuang came out again. This time, he came out in the morning and returned in the evening with wounds all over his body. Because everyone already knew that Ning Qi would not stand up for him, so as long as Niu Dezhuang was not beaten to death, they would not hold back like they did in the first few days. Gradually, Niu Dezhuang had a nickname, Silly Cow. That was because he had once provoked an ordinary elder. If it weren't for Ning Qi, he would have been beaten to death by the elder. After this time, the outer disciples would take a detour whenever they saw Niu Dezhuang. At the same time, they also realized that Niu Dezhuang had become somewhat unfathomable in their eyes. Every time he was seriously injured, he would come out the next day as if nothing happened. "Have you heard? The tribute team is setting off today. Elder Nu Tao is leading the team, and this time, the tribute is 10 times the usual. For the next few years, we will probably only be able to eat porridge. It's all Shinta Yuanba's fault. If not for him, we would not be so miserable." Because Ning Qi had previously chopped off over 100 people's arms. He was purposely chosen to be forgotten. This time, when the tribute team gathered, it was remembered by everyone. They all complained about Shinta Yuanba, but this time they did not dare to include Ning Qi in the scolding. "Don't say any more. Silly Cow is here again." Someone shouted, and the group of outer disciples fled upon hearing the news. Although Niu Dezhuang did not retaliate, such an attitude made people's hearts palpitate. "This won't do. They have already stopped hitting me." Niu Dezhuang looked at this scene in disappointment. "Your war god physique has also reached the true 4th level?" Hearing this voice, Niu Dezhuang hurriedly turned his head and said in surprise, "Master." "I told you before, don't call me master outside." Ning Qi's face darkened. Niu Dezhuang hurriedly nodded and said, "I understand, Mas. Young master, I am going to the Red Bud Dragon Clan. During this period of time, look after the clan, and don't neglect your cultivation." Ning Qi said indifferently. Chapter 495. Purple Dragon, Valley Cloud, Rising Sect. Inner Sect. Nu Tao's face was dark. Behind him stood Hua Shiri, Hua Wushang, and 7 or 8 acting elders. Wu Hu, Sima Lin, and Xia Bing were among them. Lin Deng, the acting elder who had reprimanded Ning Qi for cutting off hundreds of arms, slowly stepped forward and said, "Elder Nu, it's about time." Nu Tao said indifferently, "Wait a little longer." "Yes." Lin Deng nodded. Everyone was confused. They didn't know who Nu Tao was waiting for. Only Hua Shi-ri and Hua Wushang knew. Soon, Ning Qi came from afar and landed in front of Nu Tao. He smiled and said, "Everyone has waited for a long time." "It's Ning Qi?" Everyone was shocked. "Elder Shin too has just been suppressed by the Purple Dragon tribe. Isn't Ning Qi walking right into a trap?" Wu Hu said in his heart. He then looked at Xia Bing and Sima Lin and found that their eyes were also filled with doubt. Lin Deng's face was green. He didn't expect that Elder Nu had been waiting for Ning Qi. What made him even more unhappy was that Ning Qi was already a 7-star Do Huang. Nu Tao looked coldly at Ning Qi, surprise flashing in his eyes. 7-star Do Huang? Hua Wushang's expression also changed as he roared in his heart. Why did he break through again? Hua, she re-glanced at Ning Qi, the shock in his heart increasing. Ning Qi's training speed was too fast. Hua Wushang suspected that Meng Qingling had personally started teaching Ning Qi. This kid is a 7-star Do Huang? I remember that he was only a peak Do Huang before entering the Withering Bones forbidden ground. How long has it been? What a terrifying breakthrough speed. No wonder he has the Central Jade token. I'm afraid it won't be long before he will be accepted as a disciple by one of the elders. The other acting elders also began to notice Ning Qi's cultivation. They couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions as they stared blankly at Ning Qi. Wu Hu opened his mouth to ask, but Nu Tao had already made his move. Nu Tao faintly looked at Ning Qi. He casually tossed something into the air. In an instant, it turned into a giant ship. Compared to Meng Qingling's ship, this giant ship was much smaller. Let's go, Nu Tao calmly said. With that, he flew directly onto the ship. Hua Shi-ri and Hua Wushang followed closely behind. Seeing this, Wu Hu took the opportunity to fly to Ning Qi's side and said softly, "Are you planning to save Elder Shintu?" Ning Qi smiled but said nothing. Wu Hu was a little anxious. "Don't do anything stupid, or we will also be implicated by you." "Don't worry, Elder Wu Hu. I won't do anything stupid." Ning Qi laughed. When Wu Hu saw this, he shut his mouth. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. It was not that he did not wish for Ning Qi to return alive, but if Ning Qi accidentally angered the Amethyst Dragon tribe, he was afraid that his group would be implicated as well. When Ning Qi arrived on the ship, Nu Tao and the other two had already disappeared. The others also entered the cabin. "Chat." Xia Bing walked to Ning Qi's side and said indifferently. Ning Qi nodded, and the two walked side by side to the bow. In the attic of the battleship, Nu Tao and the other two were coldly looking at the backs of Ning Qi and Xia Bing. "Master, this kid should be the successor disciple, right?" Hua Shi-ri said softly. Nu Tao nodded indifferently. "If there are no accidents, he will be Elder Meng's successor." Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi with extreme jealousy. He roared in his heart. He had entered the Cloud Rising sect to become a successor, but he did not expect Ning Qi to be one step ahead of him. Moreover, Ning Qi was his enemy. He could not wait to tear him to pieces. If he is allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid, Hua Shi-ri said softly. "Don't worry. This time his trip to the Amethyst Dragon tribe will not be so smooth." Nu Tao laughed coldly and turned to leave. When Hua Shi-ri and Hua Wushang heard this, they were slightly stunned. Their eyes were filled with joy. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? Wuma Fengling had been waiting in the mountain range of the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect for a long time. She saw the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciples going in and out every day. However, Ning Qi was not among them. The longer she waited, the more anxious she became. She desperately wanted to know how Ning Qi had managed to survive her attack. Suddenly, Wuma Fengling saw a battleship fly out of the cloud-rising sect. There were two figures standing in front of the battleship. Wasn't one of them the guy she had been waiting for? Wuma Fengling instinctively wanted to attack, but she suddenly realized that there was a Do Zong standing beside Ningqi. Furthermore, the appearance of the battleship made her come back to her senses. The storm battleship. This is the battleship of Elder Nu Tao of the Cloud Rising Sect. Wuma Ji's memories surged. As an assassin, her grandfather had not only taught her how to kill, but he had also taught her many things about Dongxian. He had also taught her information about various people to prevent her from accidentally hitting a wall. Among them was information about Nu Tao. Wuma Fengling stomped her feet angrily. She used a secret technique to hide herself and followed closely behind the storm battleship, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Are you going to the Red Bud Dragon Clan this time to rescue Elder Shintu? Xia Bing asked calmly. Yes. Ningqi nodded. Just let me know if you need any help. Xia Bing smiled slightly and turned to leave. Could it be that Elder Xia Bing likes Master? Ningqi turned his head to look at her back, deep in thought. The southernmost part of Dongxian was known as the Southern Wasteland. There were many demonic beasts, but there were no human empires or human sects. The terrain was treacherous, and the most common sight was the Dragon Clan flashing across the sky. There were hundreds of species of Dragon Clan living here, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 8. Even so, many experts came here in an endless stream for the rich cultivation resources. Over time, these experts gathered together and formed forces of various sizes. However, regardless of whether they were demonic beasts, Dragon Clan, or human experts, they had to pay tribute to the master of this land, the Red Bud Dragon Clan, every year. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to live. At this moment, a battleship entered the sky above the southern wasteland. This battleship was so large that the humans and demonic beasts on the ground could feel a faint pressure even though they were far away. It's the Cloud Rising Sect's tribute team. Yes, it's almost time. However, they'll have to pay 10 times the amount of tribute this time. I wonder if they can gather it. Who asked the Cloud Rising Sect to produce a lunatic? A mere Do Zong dared to attack the Red Bud Dragon Clan? Now, Jing Wuming has suppressed him. If the Cloud Rising Sect can't gather the tribute, their fate will be miserable. On the ground, a few Do Huangs watched the battleship and conversed in low voices. Beside them lay a few rank 6 demonic beasts. They should be here soon. Everyone, including Nu Tao, came to the deck. Soon, 2 towering peaks appeared in front of them. These 2 peaks were like a huge door. Occasionally, members of the Dragon Clan flew in and out. We've arrived at the Red Bud Dragon Valley. Chapter 496. Chapter 496. Death Kaka. The Cloud Rising Sect has come to pay tribute. These ants, if they don't bring enough tribute this time, I will eat them. A few Red Bud dragons flew over the warship and looked at Ningqi's group with disdain. Ningqi swept his eyes over them and noticed that the amethyst dragons were purple in color. Their dragon scales seemed to have spikes growing out of them, like thorns. Their dragon horns were translucent, like 2 amethysts. Besides these 2 dragons, the other dragons also looked at them with disdain. However, Ningqi noticed that they didn't dare walk alongside the Red Bud dragons. Instead, they kept their distance. Clearly, these dragons were just a subsidiary race of the Red Bud dragon tribe. We can only walk here, Nu Tao said calmly. Nu Tao said faintly. After that, he retrieved the battleship and flew towards the ground. Everyone else followed closely after him. Behind them, Wuma Fengling hid in the air, looking at Ningqi's back unwillingly. I didn't expect them to come to the Red Bud Dragon tribe. Grandfather said that my concealment technique isn't perfect. If I meet a level 8 dragon, I will be seen through. Should I follow them in? Wuma Fengling was conflicted. Seeing that Ning Chi's group was about to disappear from her sight, she gritted her teeth and followed. Let her wait outside for another 10 days or half a month. She wouldn't do that. Only when they landed on the ground could they feel the enormity of the two mountains. They were several times larger than all the mountains in the cloud-rising sect. Along the way, they occasionally saw statues of the Red Bud Dragon tribe standing on the two sides of the mountain range. Their eyes seemed to be fixed on Ning Chi's group. Moreover, the dragon tribe was flying above their heads from time to time. Sometimes some of the dragon tribe deliberately flew low above their heads. Their tails even brushed Lin Deng's hair. Except for Nu Tao and Ning Chi, the others felt uneasy. Their hearts were beating fast. They prayed inwardly, hoping that the tribute would go smoothly and they could return to the cloud-rising sect as soon as possible. After walking for about 300 li, Ning Chi saw a huge city in front of them. Legend has it that the cities of the 3 great dragon tribes are like the human tribes. I didn't expect the Red Bud Dragon tribe to be like this too. Wu Hu exclaimed. Si Marin laughed lightly. This huge city is for the dragon tribe that can transform into humans. You will be even more surprised when you enter. Oh, what did he say? Wu Hu asked curiously. He knew that Si Malin had been here once. You'll know once you go in. Si Malin smiled. TCH, you're still keeping me in suspense. Wu Hu curled his lips in disdain. Not long after, everyone arrived at the city gate. The height of this huge city far exceeded the height of the Fong sacred palace that Ning Chi had seen before. At the city gate, there were 2 young men standing with serious expressions. When they saw Ning Chi and the others, their expressions changed slightly. One of them stepped forward and scolded, "This is the Dragon Valley. What are you ants doing here?" Ning Chi glanced at his attributes and found that he was also a human. How dare he call them ants? The Cloud Rising sect is here to pay tribute. Nu Tao calmly said. When the young man heard him, he sneered and gestured behind him. Only then did the gate slowly open. At the same time, Wuma Fengling entered the gate first. Even Nu Tao did not notice her. Everyone followed Nu Tao into the Dragon Valley. Only then did Wu Hu understand why Si Malin had said that they would go in. After that, he was even more shocked. This place was no different from an ordinary human city. If it was not for the occasional dragon tribe with 2 dragon horns walking past them, he would have thought that he had arrived at the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire. Other than that, there were many other humans on the streets like them. Nu Tao, you're finally here. A loud roar came from afar. The scarlet golden dragon whizzed over. When it was about to land on the ground, it instantly turned into a small, golden giant with a bare upper body. Wu Hu and the other deacon elders couldn't help but take 2 or 3 steps back. The pressure coming from the other party was too terrifying. Rank 8 Dragon Tribe. Wuma Fengling reacted quickly. She turned around and fled. Nu Tao smiled and said, "Qi Jin, bring us to young Master Wu Ming. Are you going to pay 10 times the amount of tribute this time? If not, there is no need to see the young master." Qi Jin looked at Nu Tao suspiciously. Of course. Nu Tao nodded. A faint smile appeared on Qi Jin's face when she heard this. "Then follow me." The group followed behind Qi Jin for a while. The nearby humans and dragons would subconsciously move to the side when they saw Qi Jin. At the same time, they would look at Ning Chi's group with malicious eyes. Ning Chi was unmoved. However, Hua Wushang, who had the lowest cultivation among them, felt uneasy. He subconsciously looked at Ning Chi and saw that Ning Chi was smiling faintly, ignoring their gazes. Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. "You're still fearless, even at this point. Let's see if you can still smile later." Under Qi Jin's lead, everyone arrived in front of an incomparably luxurious palace. At the palace gate, stood 2 rows of guards. They all had purple dragon horns on their heads. Clearly, this group of fellows were from the Amethyst Dragon Tribe. They're all Tier 7 bosses of the Amethyst Dragon Tribe. Isn't it a little too extravagant to use them as guards? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with emotion, following which, Qi Jin led them into the palace. A short time later, they arrived at a large hall and saw a young man in his 20s. This young man wore purple robes and had fair skin. He wore a faint smile. If they didn't know that this young man wasn't human, they wouldn't have recognized him. This young man was Lifeless Thorn, ranked 38th on the mortal list. "Young master, I've brought him." Qi Jin walked up to Lifeless Thorn, a respectful expression on her face. "MHM." Lifeless Thorn nodded, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. Just as Nu Tao was about to speak, Lifeless Thorn's gaze stopped on Ning Qi. "You're the fellow Meng Qingling mentioned, the one who came to redeem your master?" When Qi Jin heard this, she looked at Ning Qi in confusion. "Redeem master?" He couldn't react for a moment. "Sure enough, Ning Qi is here to save Shintu Yuanba. I never thought that Elder Meng would greet him on his behalf." Wu Hu and the other managing elders thought to themselves in shock. Nu Tao and the others had long since known about this matter. However, since Lifeless Thorn had no intention of asking about the tribute, they were happy to oblige. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi with a gloating expression. "That's me." Ning Qi nodded. "Did you bring the dragon blood fruit?" Lifeless Thorn asked. "Yes, I did." Ning Qi said, "Bring it over." Lifeless Thorn smiled faintly. Ning Qi decisively took out the dragon blood fruit and handed it to Lifeless Thorn. Since they were already here, there was no point in hiding anything. Accepting the fruit, Lifeless Thorn's lips curled up as he said, "One isn't enough. This fellow is going back on his word." Chapter 497. Chapter 497. Death turned from guest to host. Young Master Wu Ming. That's not what you told Elder Meng previously, right? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lifeless Thorn frowned in surprise. Looking at Ning Qi indifferently, he said, "What I say to Meng Qingling is my business. What I say to you now is your business. Don't you want to save your master? Then bring me 50 dragon blood fruits, and I'll let him go." With that, he smiled and flipped his palm. The dragon blood fruit disappeared. Hearing this, Qi Jin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Originally, Wu Hu and the others had been shocked that Ning Qi had taken out a single dragon blood fruit. When they heard Lifeless Thorn ask for 50 more, their jaws dropped. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. So, Grandmaster already knew that Jing Wuming did not intend to let Shinta Yuanba go. As his disciple, you have walked right into his trap. It was obvious that even the leader of the Cloud Rising clan might not be able to produce 50 dragon blood fruits. How could Ning Qi possibly have them? Nu Tao slightly squinted his eyes. The corner of his mouth seemed to carry a faint smile. 50 dragon blood fruits. So, that fellow was lying when he told Elder Meng that he would release my teacher as long as I gave him a single dragon blood fruit. I bet that he wasn't just toying with me when he asked me to accompany the tribute team here. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's mind swept over the 2 supreme dragon sling bullets lying quietly in the space bag, and his confidence increased a little. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I do have 50 dragon blood fruits, but why should I give them to you?" "What? He really has 50 dragon blood fruits? Are you kidding me?" From his expression, it doesn't seem like he's faking it. This kid really found so many dragon blood fruits in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land? Nu Tao suspiciously looked at Ning Qi. Hua Wushang didn't want to believe it and blurted out, "You're talking nonsense." No one was in the mood to pay attention to him. They all stared blankly at Ning Qi. Lifeless Thorn frowned, coldly glaring at Ning Qi. Ning Qi's expression remained unchanged as he smiled faintly. At this moment, Ning Qi felt a force probing his body. He smiled in his heart. The other party had taken the bait. Sure enough, Jing Wuming took 2 steps forward after failing to find any traces of a universe ring on Ning Qi's body. He was a head taller than Ning Qi, and he looked down at Ning Qi from above. In a cold voice, he asked, "You are merely a 7-star Do Huang. How did you manage to find 50 dragon blood fruits in the withered bones, forbidden land?" "Young master, he must be lying. Let me eat him." Qi Jin took a step forward and glared at Ning Qi fiercely. The surging aura was like a tidal wave crashing towards everyone. Wu, Hu, and the other managing elders, with the exception of Lin Deng, all took a step back involuntarily before they could withstand Qi Jin's aura. Lifeless Thorn coldly glared at Crimson Gold, startling Crimson Gold, who turned away with an ugly expression. Following which, Lifeless Thorn quietly watched Ning Qi, waiting for his answer. Ning Qi laughed coldly in his heart and said indifferently, "How I obtain the dragon blood fruit is my business. That kid is trying to provoke Lifeless Thorn." Wu, who looked at Ning Qi uneasily, desperately trying to signal him with his eyes. "Elder Nu Tao, hurry up and tell him to shut up. If Lifeless Thorn gets angry, we'll all die here," Shifeng said. Lin Deng couldn't help but transmit his voice to Nu Tao. Nu Tao narrowed his eyes. It was unknown whether or not he had heard Lin Deng's voice transmission. Seeing this, Lin Deng could only watch Lifeless Thorn's reaction. Smiling, Lifeless Thorn released a berserk killing intent that locked onto Ning Qi. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Die. Of course I'm afraid of death," Ning Qi said seriously. After pausing for a moment, a hint of pride flashed in Lifeless Thorn's eyes. He then continued, "However, I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Lifeless Thorn, either you kill me or you keep your promise to take that dragon blood fruit and release my master." He would rather die standing than live kneeling. The way Nu Tao looked at Ning Qi slightly changed. Now he seemed to understand Ning Qi's character. He is probably the only Do Huang who can say such words in front of Jing Wuming. Wu Hu thought to himself in shock. Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang exchanged a glance. Then Hua Shiri sent a voice transmission. "This kid is just bluffing. With Jing Wuming's personality, he's dead for sure." "I hope so." Hua Wushang nodded. He didn't believe Ning Qi's nonsense. Who would rather die standing than live on their knees? Elder Shintu should have no regrets even if he died, Xiaobing thought to herself as she gazed at Ning Qi. Xiaobing looked at Ning Qi with a glimmer in her eyes as she thought to herself. Lifeless Thorn stared at Ning Qi for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Everyone grew nervous. Just as everyone thought that Lifeless Thorn was about to attack Ning Qi, however, Lifeless Thorn said indifferently, "Your master killed 3 of my purple thorn dragons and is currently imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary. With his cultivation, he can last another 10 days at most. If you really want to save your master, hand over the dragon blood fruit, and I'll fulfill my promise." 50 dragon blood fruits? Ning Qi asked, smiling faintly. Naturally. Lifeless, Thorn nodded. Does this ant really have 50 dragon blood fruits? When Crimson Gold saw Lifeless Thorn earnestly negotiating with Ning Qi, she could not help but feel nervous. However, when she recalled that her young lord's intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary dragons and rivaled that of the human race's most cunning clans, Crimson Gold had no choice but to trust Lifeless Thorn's judgment. Thinking up to this point, Crimson Gold grew excited. If the purple thorn dragon tribe obtained 50 dragon blood fruits in one go, she would get at least one, right? To the dragon race, the dragon blood fruit was a sacred medicine. No heaven-grade medicinal pill could compare to the dragon blood fruit. This was why the dragon race in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land was so powerful that not even the 3 dragon races' patriarchs dared to casually enter. Otherwise, how could the Rising Cloud sect protect the dry bones, forbidden land? Don't even think about getting 50 dragon blood fruits. You broke your promise first. I will only give you 1 dragon blood fruit, as agreed upon. Ning Qi sneered. You. Lifeless, Thorn bellowed. He had never imagined that Ning Qi would be so disrespectful to him after he had spoken politely to him. You what? Kill me? I'm afraid that no one will be able to obtain 50 dragon blood fruits from the dry bones, forbidden land in the future. Ning Qi retorted fearlessly. Lifeless Thorn was startled when he heard Ning Qi's words. Although he had yet to confirm whether or not Ning Qi had 50 dragon blood fruits, he guessed that the Rising Cloud sect had reaped a bountiful harvest this time. Otherwise, the Rising Cloud sect would never have agreed to exchange 1 dragon blood fruit for a 7-star dozome. This was a losing deal. He had only allowed Ning Qi to accompany the tribute team to see if the dragon blood fruit truly existed. He also wanted to lock that fellow's disciple in draconic prison. Only then could he quench his anger. Chapter 498. Chapter 498 of the Pièce to Bargain. Does Ning Qi mean that he has a special way to steal the dragon blood fruits from the dry bones forbidden land? Nu Tao's eyes gradually became serious. If that was the case, his plan would have to change. This guy is bluffing. Disbelief filled Hua Wushang's eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. He wanted to remind Lifeless Thorn not to be deceived by Ning Qi, but when he considered Lifeless Thorn's temper, he swallowed his words. To be able to maintain such a bearing in front of Lifeless Thorn, I'm no match for him. Wu Hu laughed bitterly in his heart. He had no choice but to admit that Ning Qi's heart was many times stronger than his. Even though he and Jing Wuming were both dozongs, he did not dare to speak to Jing Wuming in such a manner. 40. Lifeless Thorn said after some time. 1. Ning Qi smiled. 35. Lifeless Thorn looked at Ning Qi. 1. Ning Qi said indifferently. 2. If you can't even take out 2, then there's no need to talk anymore. Lifeless Thorn calmly asked, suppressing the rage in his heart. 2. Since young Master Lifeless is ranked 38th on the mortal ranking, I can agree to your condition. However, I want to see my master first. Ning Qi smiled. He really did get more than 1 dragon blood fruit. It seems like the Cloud Rising sect has gained a lot this time. Lifeless Thorn narrowed his eyes, surprise flashing in his gaze as he looked at Ning Qi. When Nu Tao and the others heard that Ning Qi had agreed to Lifeless Thorn's request for 2 dragon blood fruits, they could no longer remain calm. Great waves surged in their hearts. In the past 100 years, the production of dragon blood fruits had become extremely low. Only 20 or so dragon blood fruits had appeared. With so many dragons in the world, there simply wasn't enough to go around. As a result, the dragon blood fruit had become one of the few spirit fruits that even the 3 dragon clans had to look at in a new light. However, Ning Qi had more than 1 dragon blood fruit with him. If what he said was true and Ning Qi had 50 dragon blood fruits, even Nu Tao would drool. He see your master? Sure. Lifeless Thorn smiled faintly. Ning Qi grew vigilant. He didn't believe that a fellow who had once gone back on his word would compromise so easily. Moreover, this fellow was the young master of the Red Bud Dragon Tribe, ranked 38th on the ranking of young masters, a dragon tribe that viewed humans as ants. Sure enough, Lifeless Thorn continued, if you give me 50 dragon blood fruits, I'll have someone bring your master out right now. However, if you only have 2, you should go look for him yourself. You only have 10 days. After 10 days, I'll lock up the Draconic Penitentiary. However, that arrogant ant might not last 10 days. Draconic Penitentiary. Ning Qi pondered for a few moments, then nodded. Okay. Young master. Qi Jin frowned and stepped forward. I know what to do. Lifeless Thorn calmly waved his hand. Then he looked at Nu Tao. Did your cloud rising sect bring enough tributes? Young Master Wu Ming, they're all here. Nu Tao took out a universe ring. At the same time, Wu Hu and the other elders stepped forward and each took out a universe ring. Nu Tao then handed all 9 universe rings to Lifeless Thorn. There are actually 9 universe rings inside. 10 times the amount of tributes is no small matter. Master has really caused the Cloud Rising sect to suffer heavy losses this time. Ning Qi suddenly felt that there was a reason for those disciples to be so angry. All right, follow me. After inspecting the universe rings, Lifeless Thorn tossed them to Qi Jin. He then smiled at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ning Qi followed after him. Just as Lin Deng was about to ask if they should return, Nu Tao had already started walking after Lifeless Thorn. Everyone else had no choice but to follow. Wu Hu sent a voice transmission to Xiaobing. I heard that the Purple Thorn Dragon Clan's draconic penitentiary not only imprisons the Dragon Clan's traitors, but also many demonic beasts that refuse to submit to the Dragon Clan. The demonic beasts that aren't even afraid of the Dragon Clan have at least reached the metamorphosis stage and gained intelligence, right? Any one of these demonic beasts is a terrifying existence among those of the same cultivation level. Although Ning Qi's cultivation is improving rapidly, he is only a 7-star Do Huang. The weakest members of the Draconic Penitentiary are dragons, demonic beasts, and humans. Even the weakest members of the Draconic Penitentiary are rank 7 Dozong. Do you think Ning Qi can bring Elder Shinto out? Xiaobing's expression changed slightly as she replied. Ning Qi has no choice but to agree. Lifeless Thorn is testing him. Stealing the draconic fruit in the Withered Bones Forbidden Land is 100 times more dangerous than the Draconic Penitentiary. If Ning Qi can't come out... Wu Hu sighed inwardly when he heard Xiaobing's words. Not long after, everyone came to a flat ground. The ground was covered with reddish-brown stones, and they couldn't see the end of it. This flat ground was obviously still within the palace, so one could imagine how big this palace was. In the center of the flat ground, there was an entrance that went deep into the ground. This entrance was 30 zhang high and 30 zhang wide, and it was surrounded by raging flames. When they were still 100 zhang away, they could already feel the terrifying temperature of the flames. They were no less than ordinary strange flames. Beside the entrance, there were 2 red bud dragons sleeping. Their bodies were even larger than the entrance, and the terrifying aura from their bodies told everyone that they were at least of the rank 8 dragon race like Qi Jin, or possibly even of the rank 9 dragon race. The 2 purple thorn dragons guarding the dragon penitentiary opened their eyes slightly. After glancing at Lifeless Thorn, they did not stand up to greet him. Instead, they returned to their slumber. Wu Hu and the others immediately understood that these crimson gold dragons possessed extraordinary statuses. After all, even Crimson Gold, a tier 8 dragon, treated Lifeless Thorn with such respect. This is the Draconic Penitentiary. Lifeless Thorn asked as he stopped in front of the cavern's entrance. If we come into contact with even a speck of the flames above, we'll be annihilated. Wu Hu and the others stared at the flames above the cavern's entrance in fear. I'll give you one more chance. Which will you choose? Lifeless Thorn asked calmly as he looked at Ning Qi. Extinguish the flames. I'm going in. Ning Qi then walked into the cavern. Seeing this, everyone knew that Ning Qi would choose the second option. He would enter the Draconic Penitentiary with 2 dragon blood fruits. Young Master, why don't you just take all of the dragon blood fruits from him? Crimson Gold asked. If he really manages to steal 50 dragon blood fruits this time, he might be able to steal 100 next time, maybe even 200 after that. I won't let such an opportunity slip by, Lifeless Thorn replied. Crimson Gold replied. Realization dawned on Crimson Gold after listening to Lifeless Thorn's explanation. Inwardly, she wondered why she hadn't thought of this. Even as Ning Qi was about to touch the flames had yet to disappear. Moreover, Ning Qi maintained a steady pace, showing no signs of retreating. Could it be that he will die to these flames? Chapter 499. Second senior brother. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they watched Ning Qi's back. Almost there. Almost there. They're about to collide. When Ning Qi was more than a foot away from the flames, even Xiaobing's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Lifeless Thorn smiled faintly, his lips moving slightly. Suddenly, the two purple thorns dragons guarding the cavern released a deafening roar. Then, the flames disappeared without a trace. In the next second, Ning Qi disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, the flames reignited. At the same time, several dragons flew over to Lifeless Thorn's group. As soon as these dragons landed, they transformed into men and women. There were 7 of them, 3 men and 4 women. They glanced at Nu Tao and the others indifferently. Although they didn't speak, Wu Hu could sense the deep disdain in their eyes. Damn dragons! Do you think your noses are so high up in the sky? Wu Hu could only curse in his heart to satisfy his craving. Of the 7 redbud dragons, 2 were Lifeless Thorn's younger siblings, and the other 2 were the redbud dragon grand elders juniors. Big brother, I heard that you brought more people to the Draconic Penitentiary. Did these fellows disrespect you? A youth with a sinister look on his face asked as he looked at Lifeless Thorn. As he spoke, he sent a murderous glare at Dark Tiger and the others. He didn't even withdraw his murderous intent when he looked at Nu Tao. This youth was Lifeless Thorn's younger brother, Jingwusen. He was also a rank 7 dragon and ranked 138th on the mortal ranking. Lifeless Thorn shook his head indifferently as he briefly explained the situation to Shifeng. Jingwusen and the others were shocked. Someone from the Cloud Rising sect had managed to bring so many dragon blood fruits out of the withered bones forbidden land. Moreover, this person had entered the Draconic Penitentiary with the strength of a 7-star Do Huang to rescue his master? If a 7-star Do Huang can walk freely in our Draconic Penitentiary, is there a need for the Draconic Penitentiary to exist? Jingwusen mocked. Lifeless Thorn smiled. Let's wait and see. If he doesn't come out, we'll just treat it as a joke. You're right, big brother. Jingwusen nodded. Kid, you must bring Elder Shinto out and let this group of dragons see the power of our human race. It wasn't just Wu Hu. Several other managing elders were looking forward to Ning Qi giving them a perfect slap in the face when they saw the Redbud Dragon tribe treating them so arrogantly and rudely. After entering the Draconic Penitentiary, Ning Qi finally understood why this place was so terrifying. Even in this tunnel that was several dozen miles long, there would be sputtering flames from time to time. Even with Ning Qi's physical strength and HP, he might not be able to withstand it if he were to come into contact with even a little bit of it. In places that Ning Qi could see with his naked eyes, he could see the remains of many demon beasts and dragons. Some of these skeletons were incomplete, with only half of them remaining. Some only had a shape, and with a light touch, they would turn into ashes. Obviously, they had died under those flames. In addition, he could occasionally see 1 or 2 human skeletons. These humans must have been formidable experts, but they died in the Draconic Penitentiary of the Dragon Clan. A trace of sympathy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. At this time, another jet of flames shot out from both sides. Ning Qi's figure flashed, barely dodging it. He had thought that this would be the end of it, but a black shadow appeared in front of him. Ning Qi said in a low voice, "Are you a dragon or a demon? Or a human?" That black shadow was 8 zhang tall. It was probably not of the human race. If it wasn't of the dragon race, then it was a demon beast. Demon beasts that could shape-shift were usually very terrifying. Demon beasts were different from the dragon race. Their bloodline could not compare to the dragon race, and they did not have a bloodline inheritance. If they wanted to shape-shift, the difficulty was 4 or 5 times higher than that of the ordinary dragon race. Demon beasts that could shape-shift were at least rank 8. The other party spoke, his voice low and hoarse, with a strange accent. You are of the human race? Ning Qi took about 3 breaths of time to react. He said in a low voice, yes. Who locked you in here? The hoarse voice sounded again. Ning Qi said, Jing Wuming of the Redbud Dragon tribe. Why? The Black Shadow said in a low voice. Because someone kidnapped his wife. Ning Qi said, a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The Black Shadow let out a long laugh. His laughter was deafening, and he could vaguely hear the sand and stones falling from the top, crashing beside Ning Qi's feet. The Black Shadow took 2 steps forward, and Ning Qi finally saw his face clearly. Second senior brother? Ning Qi's heart shook. It was a face with pig's ears and a pig's nose. 2 sharp fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. The hair on his head was sparse, and his eyes glowed with green light. If Ning Qi's heart was not as steady as a rock, anyone else would have fallen to the ground in fright upon seeing this appearance. Some time ago, that human killed a member of the Redbud Dragon tribe and was imprisoned here. But you kidnapped Jing Wuming's wife. Interesting, interesting. Have more and more humans become dissatisfied with the dragon race recently? The second senior brother laughed sinisterly. That human from before. Ning Qi's heart stirred, and he said respectfully, Senior is right. The dragon race is becoming more and more excessive. I estimate that in another few decades, there will be another dragon-human war. A dragon-human war. How nostalgic. The second senior brother's eyes glowed as he sighed. Oh, Senior, have you experienced that dragon-human war? Ning Qi asked curiously. Humph, it's useless even if you know. Now come here and let me see how your body is and whether it's delicious enough. The second senior brother frowned slightly, his pig's nose twitched, and he squinted at Ning Qi. This guy wants to eat me. Ning Qi's eyes showed a trace of fear, and he asked tentatively, Senior, are you going to eat me? Of course. Otherwise, why would I stay here all day? There are too few humans in the Draconic Penitentiary, and those old guys are very strong. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. The second senior brother said with a face full of nostalgia. Didn't that mean that Master had already been eaten by him? Ning Qi asked in a deep voice, Did you also eat the human who was imprisoned here some time ago? That guy. The second senior brother showed a trace of anger in his eyes. He curled his lips and looked at Ning Qi. Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't come over, I'll go over. After saying that, he walked towards Ning Qi step by step.